Hello and welcome back to the Triple Crown Wargaming Studio for another deep dive. And for our regular deep divers, this is actually a recap, or a redo as it were, of one of our original deep dives, the second one I think that we ever did, which was...
It was the second one, yeah.
Yeah, which was Deep Dive Skaven. Similar to the High Elves, thanks Max for showing off the book, similar to the High Elves that we did last month. We had, you know, we've got a better camera now, we've got a nice indoor studio. The audio and stuff wasn't great on the first couple of videos, so we thought we'll redo them for Skaven fans.
We're not sitting in my shed.
We're not sitting in your shed, no, until 1 in the morning. Hopefully it won't take us that long.
I hope not. Oh my.
But for those of you who don't know, the Deep Dives are a series of videos dedicated to the competitive analysis of every army book and supplement in Warhammer Fantasy 8th edition. And as I said in this video, we'll be breaking down the Skaven army book. So we're going to look at the army special rules, their specific laws of magic, they have 2, their unique magic items, and analyse each special character and unit choice with our dedicated competitive rating system. If you're looking for the ultimate guide to building a competitive Skaven army, you're in the right place. So let's get started. Today's video will be broken down into 5 distinct sections. Firstly, we're going to outline how the rating system works. So for any of you who've watched a deep dive before, you might want to skip past that bit. But for any of you who haven't, it's definitely worth the watch. After that, we'll go through the army-wide special rules. Then we'll go through the special characters and the unit ratings, followed by the analysis of the army-specific items and magic laws. And then finally, we're going to discuss some sample competitive army lists, both in a non-comped environment and within the framework of the Triple Crown comp system itself. So, a lot of words, a lot of speaking.
More speaking to come.
A lot more speaking to come. There's a lot of pages. But without further ado, let's get cracking. So, as I said, we're going to start with a brief explanation or recap, if you've watched it before, of how the rating system works. Firstly, we divide every unit in the army book into its battlefield role. Now, this creates a system that accurately represents how competitive a unit is. Just because it doesn't kill 50 models in a turn doesn't mean it's not competitive. Not everything can be a witch elf.
Or a help elimination.
Or a help 50 is probably a bit much in a turn.
Well, it depends if you make a unit 50 run off. I suppose anything.
Yeah, a
a
giant could do that.
I was about to say a giant rat, but
or a giant
rat. Skaven man of the Empire.
the quicker man of the Empire. Anyway, we digress. So there are 6 battlefield roles, I had to quickly count them, and they are as follows. We have Battleline Units, the regiments that form the fighting line of your army. Flanking units, the sort of shock units that you use for hitting enemies in the flank. Ranged units that offer you that dedicated shooting threat. Chaff units that you use for hitting lone targets, like war machines and sacrificing for battlefield advantage. Support units, those uniquely Warhammer units that offer buffs or damage unlike anything else. And finally, characters, which is what it says on the tin. There are 15 different criteria for scoring, however each of the battlefield roles are scored on the 6 criteria which are most relevant for them. We will outline which criteria are used for each battlefield role, and the full details of how each criteria is broken down for scoring can be found at triplecrownwargaming.com on the ratings page. If you're watching this deep dive, then if you go back to the deep dive main page, click on the link at the top, that will take you to the ratings page. A lot of hand movements and gestures there. And I've skipped ahead on my cheat sheet because it said the link will be posted below. Each criteria is worth up to 4 points, given a total out of 24 for each unit in the army book. The higher the number, the more competitive it is at its job. The criteria for each battlefield role are as follows. Battle line units are scored on strength of attacks, number of attacks, special rules, command options, survivability and cost. You'll be seeing those last 2 everywhere. Flanking units are scored on strength of attacks, number of attacks, special rules, manoeuvrability this time, survivability and cost. Ranged units are scored on threat range, strength of shot, accuracy, versatility, survivability and cost. Chaff units are scored on manoeuvrability, number of attacks, special rules, slot, survivability and cost. Support units scored on manoeuvrability, special rules, synergy, risk, survivability and cost. And finally, characters are scored on their output, their special rules, their synergy, their risk, their survivability, and what's the last one, Max?
Is it cost?
It is cost.
Got scared, I'm going to mess up there.
A handy tip in general is that if a unit scores more than 18, then it is a pretty solid choice. So, with that monologuing from me out of the way, let's move on to the Skaven special rules. Now the formalities are out of the way, let's deep dive. So, in the Skaven Army special rules section, you will find 4 unique special rules that feature on almost every unit entry. So, let's take a look. First up, we have Scurry Away. So this rule delivers the Skaven's skittish nature on the tabletop, adding 1 to the total rolled when determining flee distance. It's a fun little rule, but from a competitive standpoint, it can be a sort of double-edged sword.
Yeah, I mean, your unit's probably gonna they should escape from
Yeah,
combat.
it means you're a lot less likely to be caught, but equally you are more likely to run out of position more off the tabletop, potentially stopping you from having that chance.
If it's turn 1 and you're 12 inches up, it means that you only got to roll an 11, not a 12. So,
well, it's a lot less than that because
depends
depth
how
of the unit.
deep your units are.
And as we will get into, Skaven like deep units.
They like the bus. They don't like.
They do.
Surprisingly, they don't like the horde. They like the bus.
No, unless they're unbreakable, which we'll get onto later.
Yeah. But it's a good rule, I suppose. It's not as good as the next one. In all honesty.
No, probably not. If it was sort of on its own, if there was this like their only rule, then I would say it would probably be more disadvantageous than advantageous.
Yeah.
But I think when combined with our next rule, like you said, which is going to be strength in numbers, then having that Scurry Away is useful.
I mean, at the end of the day, an inch is an inch. It's unlikely to make a difference, but if it does come into play, if it saves you, it saves you. Kills you, it kills you. You got to deal with it at the end of the day.
It's very Skaven.
You're playing Skaven. You got to understand the random nature of everything you're going to be doing right now.
It is very random.
We'll put it out there. You cannot. What's the word? You can't rely. It's not reliable.
Not really. There's very few things that are reliable in the Skaven book, which we will get onto. But yeah, Scurry Away, on its own, not great. With the next rule we'll take a look at, better. And that next rule, like I said, is strength in numbers, which is probably the most sort of memorable of the Skaven rules.
It's the one that comes into play most, if I'm honest.
Yeah, and a unit with this special rule adds its current rank bonus to its leadership value, that caps at 10. So generally, Skaven start at pretty rubbish leadership, with 5 for most of the units.
Base Clan Rat leadership was 5. Yeah. I think even Stormville leadership was 5.
Yeah.
I'll double check. Yeah, it's all 5s.
Yeah, characters around 7.
6 and 7s.
Yeah. So not fantastic, but then you add your rank bonus, which, as we were saying, is why Skaven quite like the bus with lots of ranks. You do only get up to 3, plus 3, because your rank bonus caps at 3.
Yep.
But, you know, you can make those suddenly leadership 7 characters leadership 10.
It does mean that your 2 big generic characters you're going to be taking are the Grey Seals or Warlords. They're both leadership 7.
Yeah.
At least as long as you have 3 ranks, which 20 clan rats ain't hard to get.
No. Hard to keep alive.
Hard to keep alive.
But not hard to
hard
get.
to actually buy. So leadership 10 across the board is not hard to do at all.
And it makes breaking Skaven, sort of large Skaven units, a lot more of a task. And then you have that added benefit of Scurry Away, that actually if they do finally break you, you're that extra bit more likely to get away.
Yeah.
So I think together they work really well.
With the General's Leadership we were just on about, it's the General's Leadership plus the unit taken the Leadership's rank bonus.
Yes, so you don't take the General's unit's rank bonus, you take the base General's leadership value, which is probably going to be 7. You take that as your unit's leadership, and then you add that unit's rank bonus.
Yeah, so that bus of clan rats on the Grey Sea is not going to give the leadership 10.
No.
This unit of like 10 clan rats, if they're in like 1 rank,
Yep.
or 2 ranks of 5, is going to be getting +1 to leadership at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing to note is this doesn't do anything for sort of single entity units.
No.
Things like your monsters. It doesn't do anything for skirmishers, which you will likely have some of, I would say, because they don't get rank bonuses. And it also doesn't come into play if your unit is disrupted in combat, because you don't have a rank bonus.
Fleeing as well, where fleeing units must use their basic leadership.
Yeah, so if you do flee, you're less likely to rally because you're pretty rubbish leadership.
You're stuck at leadership. Well, if your general's there, it's like leadership 7. If you're not general's there, you're stuck at leadership 5. You're pretty much done.
Not good.
No.
Not good. Yeah, so sort of independently, these first 2 rules are very situational, but each sort of improves the other in a nice little sort of synergetic way.
Tete-a-tete.
A tete-a-tete, if you will. Next up then is Verminous Valor. So all Skaven characters have this special rule. If they refuse a challenge, they are moved to the back rank as usual, but they still confer their leadership value and hold your ground to their unit, if they have hold your ground. It's a great little rule, and it often means people just don't challenge Skaven characters at all. They just don't bother because they know they're going to go to the back. Now, that's not necessarily the best thing to do, because you can stop a character from attacking, which can be very helpful.
So that character's got something like the Fellblade or Weeping Blade or anything of that sort of nature.
Blade of Corruption.
Blade of Corruption. Any sort of blade.
Any sort of magic weapon or armour that you're going to struggle to get through, anything like that.
You've paid the points for it.
Yeah, like you want to stop that damage coming back at you. And if they accept the challenge, they accept the challenge. You know, I wouldn't go into it and just challenge with a hero wizard thinking that they'll definitely go to the back, because they will probably just cut his head off. But if you've got like a vampire, a general of the Empire, something like that, who's decent in combat, vampire's a lot more than decent.
You've gone vampire, general of the Empire, but then you got, obviously, in between you got Chaos Lords. Or
no one takes Chaos Lords.
Greater Demons.
Yeah, okay, Greater Demons, but you probably don't want to challenge with Greater Demon because you've not got any static combat res.
No. If it's a Wrath of Khorne Bloodthirster, then you do want to challenge it.
Yeah, probably you do.
Yeah.
Or you just wail on the unit. Anyway, we're digressing. In summary, if you're playing against Skaven, I do think it's still worth challenging if you've got someone who can fight in that challenge reliably. If you're playing as Skaven, it just means you can keep your characters away from those dangerous characters.
You just keep them in the back. You just don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless you're planning to try and hold tank up, then that's what champions are made for.
It is what champions are made for. Finally then, of the special rules, we get to Warpstone weapons. So a weapon with this special rule has magical attacks. Now, awesome against vampire counts, not so good against high elves.
Yeah, a lot of people say,
that's basically it.
Everyone comes down to it, they go, the Warpstone weapons, they're pretty rubbish in the game. Like, it's not. It's one game, it's one army. We've said this so many times when it comes to magical attacks. It's one army,
it's not even that, it's one unit in one army.
Unless you're playing like Host of the Eternity King or an Asterion or Host of the Phoenix King.
Any of the End Times.
Any of the End Times Legions. And sure, that can benefit, but that's still one army.
And one unit.
One unit in that army. Sure, there's a lot more units it can be on.
Yeah.
Rather than the White Lions at that point. But no, it's just one unit in one army.
Mm.
Whereas as Scott said, if you go and play vampire counts, they have multiple units in that army. They can be ethereal.
Yeah, potentially.
Not many other armies can do
Lizard Men, you could have Ethereal Frog.
You could have Ghost Frog.
Ghostland.
The Ghost.
I love Ghostland.
We wouldn't recommend it, but
I don't know. I might run him at some point. We've got to have him on the channel. It'd be hilarious.
When you get yours.
Anyway. Way in the future.
I feel, apart from those two armies, there's really not much else that is affected by it.
Not really.
No.
Kadai destroyers. You wouldn't have to reroll your wounds.
You wouldn't have to reroll. Again, that's just one unit in an army that hardly ever gets played.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
So,
look, if you've got the points for it, it's probably worth it, I would suggest.
I think the only thing that can actually buy it, doesn't actually standardly come with it, is the help it.
Yes. And you can buy things for your characters.
You can buy weapons for your characters.
Which have this rule as well. But, generally, it's probably worth it, but I wouldn't... It'd probably be one of the first things I cut. As long as I had some magical attacks in the army, which I think is generally a good rule for everyone.
Yeah, that's scary. If you got units in the army that come with it, you don't particularly need to buy.
No, probably not.
No,
probably not.
But there you go. But it's just one of those things. Yeah. Don't be scared of magic weapons. And just play around. If you're playing high elves, just play around it.
Yeah, kill everything else.
So surely you can have a bus of like 40, 50 slaves.
Probably.
And you stick them in that unit.
Yeah, it's going to take them a while.
They're going to cut through you in one turn. You'll stun ship 10 probably.
Probably, yeah.
So I wouldn't worry about you. But I said, digress. It's all right.
Yeah, it's middling.
Yeah.
Awesome against vampires, not great against high elves.
No.
That's about it.
Mm.
And that is it. That is it for the Skaven special rules. Got through them relatively quickly.
Because we want to get into the
we are going to get into the big section, the biggest by far section of the deep dive, which will be special characters and unit ratings. So we're back to go through the special characters and unit ratings of the Skaven. First though, we are going to address the rat ogre in the room, and that is generic character profiles. when putting together a system of rating choices in Warhammer that actually has any value, it's incredibly difficult to do this for generic characters, as any regular deep dive viewer will know. Units like the Skaven Warlord, for example, have so many options that undoubtedly the choices you make when you're building your list will define their competitive value. So during this deep dive, we won't be covering generic character choices.
Yeah, it's just, you have, as an older book, you have so many magic items in your army.
Particularly an older book, yeah.
You have so many magic items of this day and age.
Yeah.
This day and age. In this book and age, that you can just make something completely different to everything else.
Yeah, there's so many options. Yeah. But fear not, because we do have a way for you to get a rating on your characters, for all of you guys watching. When you come up with your generic characters build, head over to triplecrownwargaming.com and put the character through the rating system yourself. We've got the whole rating system up there on the website in the link that I sort of pointed you to earlier, back on the deep dives page. And you can get a rating for your character after you've built them for your list and got all of the equipment. Additionally, we've also got the competitive character series. We've got the Skaven Warlord on there, which has got a couple of builds for him.
Gracer on as well.
We do have the Gracer on there.
Gracer's on as well.
A couple of builds for both of them that we like a lot. And you can have a look at those and maybe use those as inspiration as well. Alternatively, our third and final option for getting a rating is drop us over your army list with the character or characters in, and we'll take a look and maybe feature it in a future video as well. Who knows? But with that out of the way, let's divide those army book units into their respective categories and give them their competitive score. And remember, if we feel a unit can be used in multiple categories, we will put it in multiple categories. But first, we are going to start with Battleline Units, and for the Skaven, those are Clan Rats, Skaven Slaves, Storm Vermin, Quick Storm Vermin, Night Runners, Plague Monks, and Giant Rats. So 7, I think, in total. Quite a lot. And that is worth saying as well, because this is such an old book, the Skaven FAQ is quite large.
It's expansive.
It's I think 5 landscape pages of A4, each with 4 columns on those pages.
4 full landscape pages and
then a half.
One A4 page.
Yeah, it's a lot. So we do have it on a laptop to the side, which Max will be checking now and again, just to make sure we don't miss anything that's been covered in an FAQ.
Yeah.
So if you see Max looking to his left over there, that's why. Although it flips it, doesn't it? It'll be right for you, I think, if he's looking to the right.
Yes.
It flips it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you see Max looking off screen,
I'm looking that way.
Yeah,
I'm looking that way. Whatever way that is for you, that's what the laptop
it's left for us. It might be right for you. I don't know. But yeah, that's what he's looking at. Now we can finally start with the first unit, which is Clan Rats. And they score a 9 out of 24.
Respectable.
Not terrible. Not good, but not terrible.
It's the same as a Spear Elf.
It is. That's terrible for the Spear Elf. we get there with a score of 1 for strength and number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 2 for command options, 1 for survivability, and 3 for cost. Now, we've taken the liberty of assuming that you're going to pay for the shields.
I think you should.
I absolutely think you should. They're half a point a model. I don't see why you wouldn't, to be fair. They do have the option for spears as well, but I'd probably stick with a parry save.
Spears, incidentally, are another half point.
Yeah.
So you're only paying a point for 2 upgrades.
Yes.
So,
which you could do, but then obviously you lose the parry save.
You do lose parry save. You get more attacks, but you don't. Clan Rats aren't there for attacking.
No, I think what they're best for is as a wizard bunker.
Yeah.
Maybe 20, 30 max as a wizard bunker.
So a lot of people look, so you take your main battle on as like Clan Rats, but then you got Skaven Slaves, which can come up next, and they just...
You've got Storm Vermin.
You've got Storm Vermin.
Which are more expensive, but they're not expensive.
No, so they're in that sort of weird middle point, aren't they, the Clan Rats?
Which is odd, considering you'd think that they would be a mainstay of Skaven armies. And you do see them a lot. Basically everyone takes Clan Rats in some form.
Take like a unit of 30, 35, just hide everything.
Yeah.
So when you say they're the mainstay unit, because there used to be a rule they had. In the book before this one, they had a rule called mainstay. You couldn't have any more units of anything else that wasn't Clan Rats more than Clan Rats. So if you had 2 units of Clan Rats,
you can have 3 units of Storm Vermin.
You can have 3 units of Storm Vermin. So how many units of Clan Rats you had meant that's how many units.
How many duplicates of everything else you could take. That's quite cool.
So that's what their rule. So I think
that's why everyone has Clan Rats.
I don't think Slaves. Don't think were in the previous book. I can't remember.
Right.
I can't remember if they were in the previous book.
So the Clan Rats sort of fulfilled that.
They
role.
were that. They had the mainstay rule, which kind of hampered you a little bit, but not so. It was a fun little
thematic
rule.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
No, but like we say, everyone realistically, or the majority, let's say, not everyone. There are some people out there who won't, which is fair enough. But most people playing Skaven will take at least a unit of clan rats. Like Max said, maybe around the sort of 30ish mark for a wizard bunker, or as we'll get onto later, if you've got a screaming bell, 50 plus.
Yeah,
You just want to make it big.
I mean, to be honest, 50 clan rats isn't a lot of points.
Well, they 3 points each.
4 points. 4 points. 4.5 points given the shield.
4.5 with the shield.
Yeah.
So you're looking at what, 225 points?
So 50
plus a bit of command. It's not like that. We'll get onto the bell later.
But there's the stat line wise.
There we go. Got that
They're
again.
not awful. They're a man of the empire.
They are. They are.
A higher point of initiative, 1 more point of movement, and a lower leadership.
They've got 1 more point of movement. They've got 5, haven't they? Yeah.
So
I forget Empire only movement 4.
yeah, there's like a man is movement 4. Oh, the leadership does hurt, but you've got strength in numbers.
You've got strength in numbers. You've got characters.
Yeah, it's not that big of an issue for them.
No, not really. They can also take a banner, which is helpful for fortitude missions.
Yeah.
Which our next option can't.
No, because we discussed this.
We did discuss this.
We were trying to figure out what
last week.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Where they couldn't.
What they couldn't take. We knew they couldn't take one of the command options. Turns out it's the banner.
Yeah.
And that is Skaven slaves, our next unit. They come in with a competitive rating, also of 9 out of 24.
Now that really does show a difference for the old spear elf, doesn't it?
It really does.
The Skaven slave is so great.
Awkward. We get there with a score of again 1 for strength and number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 1 for command options this time, 1 for survivability, but 4 for cost. These are what you see the most of, realistically, in competitive Skaven armies.
2 or 3 units of these is not unheard of.
Absolutely not. Really, somewhere around the 40 mark is what you see. They're 2 points a model.
It's ridiculous.
2 points.
Any
They're
points
the cheapest core in the game.
So zombies are 3 points.
3 points. Nobblers are 2.5.
Oh!
I don't really understand why, but Nobblers are 2.5. I mean, it's no points to take big units of these.
They come. The starting unit size is 20, but at 2 points, that's
40 points.
40
oh
points.
no! People pay that for chaff. 5 models,
People pay that.
and that's cheap chaff.
You pay that for 1 ogre.
I pay more than that for 1 ogre.
You pay 42 points for an ogre.
43.
Oh, 43.
1 ogre is worth what? 21.5 Skaven slaves. I mean, I reckon the Skaven slaves have got it. I'll be honest. That's a lot of attacks coming back at that ogre.
It is a lot. Hitting on
4s and 5s. I've got heavy armour, but anyway, we're digressing.
What a way to see it. 1 ogre going to take out these minion Skaven slaves.
Ridiculous. But look, they're for half a point as well. You can give them a parry save, give them that shield.
Give them shield.
Which, I probably would do.
You got the spears option as well, which you probably want to take because again, they're not going to kill anything.
That's the thing. They're not there to kill anything. They are there to give you large, steadfast anvils.
Yeah, because with the general and the strength numbers which they do have, they are at least 10 steadfast.
Until they're dead.
Which is weird because the Skaven slaves, they shouldn't be that courageous. But
no.
They can also take slings. Weirdly, they can also take slings as an upgrade. They can take
I wouldn't bother.
Wouldn't bother because as like
you're only getting 2 rank shooting, and you're going to have 7 ranks.
Do you
know what I mean?
It's 20 shots.
Yeah, what's the what? Ballistic skill 2.
Yeah.
So hitting on probably 7s most of the time.
Hitting on 6 is basically because you're
multi-shotting. 7s if you've moved or long range. 8s if you're there's no point. Don't take it. Just don't take it.
It'd be really funny to catch your opponent out like that.
Oh yeah, I'll stand and shoot. But yeah, don't. They also have
a couple unique
cornered rats.
They have a couple unique special rules. So cornered rats, which Scott first said. This desperate Skaven slaves can be vicious. Should a Skaven slave unit break from combat, all units within D6 inches, friend and foe, immediately take D3 strength 3 hits. Another hit is added to the total roll for each additional rank of 5 more slaves after the first one. The broken unit, including any characters that join them, are then removed just as they've been wiped out in close combat.
Yes.
I'm just making sure.
I think the only thing in the FAQ that changes is it just clears up the wording about ranks.
It's just the wording of another hit is added to the total roll for each additional rank of 5 more slaves after the first one.
Yeah.
So it clears up.
So essentially, your rank bonus, sort of the additional ranks you have, it's not rank bonus.
It's not your rank bonus, yeah.
But so if you are legit 10 steadfast, you've got 6 ranks, and you do break, you're doing quite a lot of hits.
D3 plus 6.
For each model for each unit within D6.
It's strength 3. It's not going to do a lot of damage.
No, it's probably not.
But if those units like say big monsters on like 1 wound,
yeah, might nick a couple of things.
You might get lucky.
Lone characters.
Lone
characters.
characters.
Like that, it's nice for.
Lone wizards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Not bad. They also, their second rule is expendable, which I'll let Max read.
So, all Skaven, except other Skaven slaves, automatically pass panic tests caused by Skaven slaves. Also, and this is the unique part about it, Skaven can voluntarily target ranged attacks at enemy units engaged in close combat with Skaven slaves, but no other friendly troops. As combatants are constantly emotional, successful hits must be randomised between the fighting units. 1 to 3 is friend, 4 to 6 is foe. If multiple units further randomised to determine exactly which one is struck.
Yes. FAQ wise, if you have a character in the Skaven slaves, you can't target them.
Yeah, that's the main one.
Yeah.
There's another one, but clears it all up.
Clears the wording of what they cause panic in and what they don't. Essentially, they cause panic in other Skaven slave units and not any other Skaven unit.
Yeah.
And yeah, like we said, if you are targeting them in combat with shooting, if you have a character in the unit of Skaven slaves, you can't target them voluntarily.
Yeah, it's just, this is probably the rule that means why they're the mainstay, because panic, as I found out recently, is quite big issue for Skaven, as it is.
Well, especially for you.
Yeah. But those are two. The Expendable's a good rule.
It is a good rule. It's what gives them their role as an anvil.
Yeah.
Because especially with their frankly devastating shooting units of the Skaven, you can pin something in place with a big unit of Skaven slaves, be leadership 10 steadfast with a rewrite, you've got a BSB around as well, and just absolutely devastate them.
They've got quite a nice synergy there, because when the unit is destroyed, it usually causes panic tests. But because of Expendable, it won't cause panic tests. There's quite a nice synergy between the two of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it is good. That's why you see them all the time.
Yes. 2 to 3 units like 40-50.
Yeah.
Done.
Dusted. Easily. Yeah, I think that's all we can really say about the Skaven slaves. So let's
take them.
So let's move on to Storm Vermin. Now we've got 2 versions of Storm Vermin. This is the sort of basic version. They come in with a competitive rating of 11 out of 24. Up into the double digits.
Ooh.
We get there with a 2 for strength of attacks, 1 for number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 4 for command options, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. Another unit we're assuming you'll take the shields on for a point.
If you're paying, this is your elite rat.
It is, but they are core.
They are your core elite rat.
Yes.
So you want them. This is going to be the way I look at it. The way I look at the Skaven battle line. The battle line is going to slave clan rats. That middle bit is going to be Storm Vermin.
Yeah.
That's your. It's not your anvil because they are your hammer.
They are really your hammer, yeah.
Unless you want to go big slaves in the middle and then 2 Storm Vermins like that. The way I see any Skaven battle line is unit.
Yes.
3 in the front, 1 at the back.
Yep.
The back one is going to be your bunker.
Yeah.
You got your 2 to either just block up everything and just go from there. The Storm Vermin are probably going to be the centre unit, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's likely going to be, well, potentially not likely, but if you've got a Warlord, he'll probably be in the Storm Vermin.
I think.
Potentially a Chieftain BSB, although he might be sitting in the back with the Brazier.
He might go in the bunker.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people do stick him in the bunker, but then
he's not bad in combat though.
They're not bad, which at the end of the day as well, Storm Vermin, though they're your elite rats, they do sometimes struggle to kill stuff.
They do. They are really good though for their cost, I think. They're 8 points.
Oh, yeah, they're only 8
yeah,
points. Yeah.
I think that's plus 8 points with a shield.
It's 8 points with the shield. So there's 7 points base, 8 points with the shield.
Come with a halberd, make them the strength 5.
Heavy armour.
Heavy armour, so they've got a 4 up against shooting with that shield, 5 up in combat, and they can take a 50-point magic banner.
Yeah, that's pretty
That's
big.
probably their biggest strength, in my opinion, for basic Storm Vermin.
There are 2 units in this entire book that can take a magic banner. And this is one of them.
Yes. And it's the only core one.
It is the only core, yeah, because the other one is special.
The other one's special.
They do have quite, yeah, as Scott said, they can take the magic banner. The Fang Leader can choose a single piece of equipment from the scavenge pile, which is not your magic items. It's a different section of items you can pick multiple units of.
Yeah, which we will go through a bit
later.
later.
But for 8 points, they're your elite rat, but you can take hordes of them.
Yeah, you can take 30, 40 of them.
50 if you really want to go that far.
If you could go. I mean, 50, you're getting up to sort of 400 points, but you could do it.
But the 50 you want, you're probably going to stick a bell in there. If you're taking 50 Storm Vermin, you're going to stick the bell in
probably.
there.
Yeah. We're coming back to the Screaming Bell a lot, but we will. It has got its own little section later. I promise we will get more into it.
Does make the core section pretty
significantly better.
Yeah. But overall, Storm Vermin, they're not bad.
No, they're solid. But I think what makes them a lot better is their upgrade, which is the Quick Storm Vermin.
Oh, yeah.
So these come in with a competitive rating of 13 out of 24.
Lucky for Skaven.
Hey, we get there with a score of 3 for strength of attacks, 1 for number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 4 for command options, 1 for survivability, again we're assuming you've gone with shields, and 3 for cost. So this upgrade you can only do if you take Quick Head Taker, who we will get onto later. It costs 4 points per model.
It's pretty big.
It is relatively expensive, makes them 12 points with a shield and this upgrade.
Still not a lot of
Still not a lot.
points.
But for that, you are getting +1 weapon skill and +1 strength, turning what is a standard core unit really in any other book. It's your elite infantry, but what is a standard core unit in any other book into actual elite infantry.
Weapon skill 5, strength 5 the halberd. Strength 5 is not nothing to sniff
Strength
at.
6 with a halberd.
No, strength 3 base.
Strength.
Strength 3 base.
So strength 4, the normal version of strength 4, sorry, I said that strength
It's
5.
strength 5 with the quick upgrade, because then obviously the halberd
makes them strength 4 basic, and then the halberd gives
and
them
initiative 5 as well. People forget they are initiative 5.
They are quick.
They're not quick vermin are nothing to be sneezed at.
No, they match a lot of other elite infantry, in some cases actually outclassing some elite infantry.
You start looking at like the comparison between these, and the immediate one I've got is great swords, because they're 1 point more than the great sword.
Yeah. And these are core.
These are core. Great sword special again.
Massive.
They are pretty good.
They're very good, yeah. Their biggest weakness really is their lack of attacks. They do only have 1 attack.
The Skaven do have options to do that.
They do.
They have options to give 1 attack.
They've got spells. They've got an item which can do it.
They're not, though. They're no more survivable than another Storm Vermin.
No, they don't get anything on this.
They can, and then when you're pumping up to 12 points a model, the 40-50 units aren't as viable.
No. I think 40 really is probably where you're maxing it out. That's like a 500+ point unit without
ceiling.
a magic banner.
Yeah, that's your ceiling at a point times 5 is 40.
But, maybe not, because you look at the other core and go, actually, it's all so cheap. I can take 2 units of 40 Skaven slaves for, with shields, for 9 to 100 points?
I think it's 100 points, yeah.
Alright, I've got no command. I had a bit of command in, 110, 120 points.
You really don't need command for
Not really,
slaves.
no. Take 2 units of those, 2,500 points, you've got, 425 points that you have to spend on core left.
And if you're taking Queek, who he's not attacks.
No.
Queek is actually
he's not
pretty decent.
Really good.
So taking Queek does not mean that it's like, I have to take Queek.
I have to take Queek to upgrade the vermin. No. Queek is very good.
So the upgrade itself is pretty good.
It is. And that is it for Storm Vermin. I think we'll leave it there for them.
Say for core?
No, we've got 1 more for core. 2 more for core.
2 more for core.
2 more for core. But we're going to go on to Night Runners next. They are back down into the single digits with an 8 out of 24.
So now they are worse than the Spear Off.
Now they are worse than the Spear Off. We get there with a score of 1 for strength of attack, 2 for number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 1 for command options, 0 for survivability, and 1 for cost. And to be fair, it feels like quite a fair score, an 8 out of 24. They're one of the weaker units in the book, if not the weakest unit in the book for me. I don't really think there's a unit that's weaker. At least everything else has a sort of a good
use.
Yeah, it has a use. It might be a very niche use that you're never going to take them for, but it has a use. These guys, I just don't really see what they do.
They are. If you want to take, they're there. If you want to take a Clan Eshin themed army, because it gives you the Clan Eshin core. And what I always forget is that this unit doesn't skirmish.
No,
it's a ranked.
It's a ranked top unit. Yeah,
I just always think they're not a skirmish unit. It's a ranked unit because the picture on their army selection makes it look like they're skirmish.
It does a little bit, yeah.
So, but no, they are ranked up and they have no armor.
No,
they have no arm save.
No.
They have toughness 3.
Yep.
The only save is the champ, who gets a 6-up dodge save or ward save.
Yeah, I mean, they've got lots of issues. For me, the biggest one is their cost. They are 7 points.
Same points as Storm
Vermin. Why would you take them over a Storm Vermin? There's just nothing.
If you want to go Femi,
that's it. Outside of narrative games, I just don't see why you would take them.
In terms of, you might think, I use them to hunt down war machines. You have their upgrade, which is the Gut Runners,
which are much better.
Are so much better than the Night Runners.
Much better. They have a sort of Vanguard-esque move at the start of the game, Slinking Advance.
Slinking Advance, yeah.
Which is basically a 6-inch Vanguard.
Yeah. Immediately after both sides have deployed all their forces, units and Night Runners can make a normal move and not a march or a charge. They must remain more than 12 inches away. So their movement is 6, so it is a 6-inch. It's a 6 Vanguard. They come with 2 iron weapons and throwing stars.
Okay.
So 2 iron weapons means they got 2 attacks. They've got a decent amount of attacks. It's just getting to combat.
What's their minimum size?
10.
It's 10. Okay,
it is 10.
Okay. I thought it was 20.
No, it's not 20. It's
Maybe you could take them in units of 10 for 70 points.
You can take a warp grinder. I wouldn't.
wouldn't.
You can take a warp grinder. You can give them slings.
Nearly doubles the points of them.
Yeah. You can give them slings. Slings are decent, but without the poison.
Then you're making them 8 points. At that point, you're a storm vermin with a shield.
Yeah.
I really don't see why you take them.
They also can't take musicians, which are ranked
banners.
up with banners. But musician for a ranked up unit that wants to shoot. That's
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no swift reforms.
Nah.
Don't take them.
There
you go. Their only benefit is they are marginally quicker at movement 6. Just don't take them.
Yeah.
If you really want slings or shooting in your core, take slaves.
They're a half point cheaper.
Waste the half a point per slave on slings. We're not going to spend any more time on Night Runners.
No,
we're going to move on to a special choice actually, and the other unit which can take a magic banner in the book.
Yeah.
Which is Plague Monks. These come in with a competitive rating of 13 out of 24.
Lucky for Skaven!
Hey, we get there.
That's 2.
That is 2 so far. We get there with the score of 1 for strength of attacks, 3 for number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 4 for command options, 1 for survivability, and 3 for cost. Actually, one of the tougher units in the book.
They're toughness 4.
They are toughness 4.
What about the tougher units in the book? A toughness 4 with no armor save. That's tough.
It is, yeah. With 3 attacks per basic rat. Now, to me, when I look at these, the fact they score the same as well really sort of reinforces that. But these and Quig Vermin, as we're going to call them, Quig upgraded
Quig Vermin,
are basically, they each have sort of the opposite problem. Quig Vermin lack the number of attacks. These have the attacks, but they lack basically any ability to get through armor.
Yeah.
That's where you're going, do I just go for weight of attacks, or do I go for the strength, the sort of more elite strength, but lacking the number of attacks?
7 points. They are, again, the same points as Storm Vermin.
Yep.
So they are cheaper than the Quig Vermin. So they've got that.
They are quite a lot cheaper than Quig Vermin, but they're special, not core.
Double hand weapons with Frenzy gives them the 3 attacks.
Don't have poison, which I didn't realise.
Everyone thinks they have poison. They don't come with poison, so you have to be careful. You can give them poison.
Yeah.
Which I think you probably want to do that, just for continue the weight of number of attacks to get through armor.
Yeah, we've also, with their 3 on their cost in the score, we have, that is because you can take the Plague Banner.
Yes.
Which...
I mean, they can take a banner of 50 points.
Yes.
So you can take any of the generic ones, or you can take the specific
Storm
one.
Banner?
Storm Banner.
I think.
I
think that's a generic.
That's a generic one, yeah. Or you can take the Clan Pestilence special, which is the Plague Banner, we'll talk about later, which you probably always will. If you're taking these guys.
It just elevates the unit to another level.
Yeah. And again, they have the same thing, scurry away, strength in numbers, so they're brave as it is anyway, at least you're 5 standard. They're slower than a Clan Rat. They are initiative 3.
Oh, okay.
Toughness comes at the cost of initiative.
Okay. That's fair enough, I suppose. And with your your spells as well, which again we'll get onto later, Wither is a fantastic spell to sort of help these guys out. Yeah. Not on themselves, obviously, although as the FAQ states, you can do that.
You can task with your own units.
But we'll move on to that and try and think of a niche use for it later. But yeah, dropping your opponent's toughness is key, I think, to making the plague monks.
The strength 3 does not help you in any shape or form. So giving them any sort of edge to get more wounds. You don't pierce armor that well.
No.
You have to drown it.
Yeah, just make them roll lots and lots and lots of dice.
They may only roll like 2 or 3 ones a turn, or in their save throws. Yeah. That's good. And you may lose 10 plague monks, but
you're going to have a lot more plague monks than they've got models with a 1-up save. Yeah, that's where it comes to, and that's going to be a theme really across Skaven units. You are going to lose handfuls of models,
but you have to.
But you've got 3, 4, 5 times as many. So does it actually matter? Probably not.
Plague monks, they're cool as well. So
they are cool. That was my first army with Skaven, and I was going to go with a pestilence themed army.
Yeah,
120 plague monks was the army.
With Skrulk.
Because he makes them core. Again, we'll get onto him later.
Yeah, I mean, it is a shame that they're not core.
It is a shame that they're not.
I mean,
I can understand it.
They're not fighting for space in the special section, if I'm honest.
Not really.
There's not a lot in the special section they got to compete with.
No, not really.
So there is.
You're
There is
probably,
argument.
yeah, you're going to have space for them for sure.
But they are.
They're a solid unit, but they've
just the strength.
It is just the strength, and they're getting through armor. But there are, as we said, there are some things you can do about that.
Yeah.
Finally, though, for Battleline Units, we go back to core with the Giant Rats coming in with a competitive rating of 7 out of 24, the lowest so far. I think it's probably the lowest we'll get in the Skaven deep dive. Or maybe characters? There might be a character that's below that.
No, I don't think there is a
Ooh,
character below
we
that.
might be at the lowest.
It might be at the low end.
We get to that with a score of 1 for strength and number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 0 for command options and survivability, but 4 for cost. The sort of rating here feels a little harsh, particularly if you look at their use in competitive settings. A large unit of these with Squill Gnawtooth, who is, he's not a special character, he's an upgrade for
He is an upgrade, but
he's an upgrade for a Packmaster, but he's
going to be labelled in the special
appears
character.
in the special character section here. But they do have so much potential. Equally, though, they can be pretty rubbish.
It's just when you take them as standard, just with a big unit of Giant Rats with a, say, a Packmaster or a Master Moulder.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, they're not great.
No.
But as the comparison always comes in, they are a man
They're
of
a
the
man of the Empire. They're a 3-point man of the Empire.
with a higher movement.
Yep.
Movement 6 at that point. But no, so they do have that. They have a lot of special rules. They have mixed units, which allows. I don't think they should talk about Packmaster at all throughout this deep dive.
No, they're Packmasters. They're not champions for units of Giant Rats and Rat Ogres. Master Moulders count as champions, which are an upgrade for Packmasters.
Yeah. Is it Master Moulder champion or respects?
Yeah. But Packmasters don't have that same distinction. So, but essentially, a Packmaster will sit at the back of a unit. If you've seen Night Goblin Squig herds with their herders, very similar to that. So, whereas them, you have all the squigs at the front and then herders at the back. This is how it works. You have all of the Giant Rats or Rat Ogres, depending on which unit you're putting them in, at the front to fill out all their ranks, and then at the back are the Packmasters.
Yeah, I mean, Packmasters themselves, so we're talking about Giant Rats. Packmasters get their rules out of the way. Packmasters give a mixed unit special rule, which they confer to the Rat Ogres and Giant Rats they can join. It means basically you have to randomise who you hit and they can't leave those units. So Packmasters and Master Moulders can't leave Giant Rats.
Yep.
Missile hits and impact hits are randomised, weirdly.
That is weird.
Roll a d6 and a 1 to 4 hits a Giant Rat or Rat Ogre. On a 5 to 6 hits Packmaster.
Yeah.
If there is a Master Moulder or any differently equipped beast, then hits must be further randomised to determine exactly which model is hit.
Yeah.
So there's that. Running with a pack, while they're in the units, Packmaster and Master Moulders are immune to fear. However, they're too busy keeping up to ever count their numbers for rank bonuses. So you don't count them towards it. And Master Moulders have Verminous Valour, even though they're champions, not characters.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The leadership 6, so that's pretty handy.
Yeah, that is a bit handy.
Yeah.
The Packmasters also. So in the book, you will see that Rat Ogres and Giant Rats have strength in numbers.
Not in the book, though.
Do they not?
No.
Well, the FAQ takes it away from them, so potentially it's on their army list page. But anyway, they don't have it. Giant Rats and Rat Ogres do not have strength in numbers. However, the Packmasters and Master Moulders do, and they confer that to their unit. However, they are themselves not counted for how many ranks are in it.
It's a weird...
It's an odd thing,
odd,
and
the
interaction of rules. But essentially, if you kill all the Packmasters, the units don't have strength in numbers. If there's a Packmaster alive, they do.
Going back to Giant Rats...
Yes,
because
back to the unit we're actually on.
Yeah, actually on this kind of time. Yeah, they're good. They have Rat Pack, so... you use as we just said, use the leadership and the strength of numbers of the Packmaster.
Yep.
If there are no Packmaster Master Moulders, they move as quickly as possible towards the nearest enemy unit in their line of sight, charging if they can.
Yes, so they become like a weird sort of frenzied missile if you kill all of the Packmasters.
Furry rat style.
A furry rat style, yes.
If they have no visible targets, then they will reform to face the closest foe, which just means they're just going to turn.
Spin on the spot.
Because they can't.
They become next to useless if you kill all the Packmasters, basically.
There's also Wave of Rats, which I'm not going to read this one here because this is completely wrong what Wave of Rats does.
Yeah,
It gives
essentially,
them
fire next rank.
fire next rank.
Yeah.
So they have fire next rank. They do get a lot of attacks going.
They do get a solid number of attacks.
You can get
40
ranks
from a horde?
Yeah.
40 attacks?
And that's
40 Men of the Empire attacks?
And that's before you give like the Squill Gnawtooth upgrades and everything like
Yeah.
that. So overall, you usually see them in the Rat Dart.
You do, although I have seen them with Squirrel Naughty.
The big
in
unit,
a hall
50,
of 50 or so.
With the rat. But no, the main use I've seen is just the rat dart. The rat dart is 5 giant rats and the Packmaster
in 2x3.
2x3.
In a dart.
Tiny.
Yeah, it's like 23 points and it makes a really good redirector.
It's a good redirector, but the only issue with them as a redirector is they can't reform. So
they can't. They're not fast cav.
No,
so they can't sort of.
So you have
quickly.
to. It is hard to get them. You have to.
Yes.
You plan it and how they're going to redirect.
But you know things like dire wolves and things. They're not fast cav. They have to just.
No, they have the vanguard to help them get.
They do.
Get into the position.
They do. Wheel, not pivot.
Yeah,
pivot. I meant wheel. That is true.
But they're good. So you do see them like 2 or 3 units of these.
Yeah,
easy. 23 points.
Easy.
Just be careful because these do cause panic.
They do, as Max found out. But I think in this role, in that battle line role, we are talking about them in a big unit.
The big ranked up unit.
Probably a horde, realistically. To get the most
going back to my scenario, the 3 units up there and the unit there, that
middle unit, that's your giant rats.
That's your giant rats.
Yeah.
These 2 units here, that's all. I said they're going to be buses.
Yeah.
Those units, that's just going to be Skaven slaves.
Yeah, it's going to be buses and slaves.
Or if you're sort of splashing out, clan rats.
Splashing out.
Splashing out, and you might
doubling the cost of them. Yeah, sure.
Get some clan rats. Let's move on from giant rats. We're going too much into this.
Yes, we are going to move on from giant rats. That's it for battle line units actually as well. Yeah, so we're going to move on to the flanking units. There are, I think, 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 6. So we've got Plague Sensor Sparers, Rat Ogres, Doom Wheel, Hellpit Abomination, Doom Flayer, and Warp Grinder teams.
So there are some heavy hitters in this one.
Some heavy hitters, yes. We're going to start off though with the Plague Sensor Sparers. Now they come in with a competitive rating of 13 out of 24.
Lucky Skaven.
Hey. We get to that with a score of 3 for strength of attacks, 3 for number of attacks, 4 for special rules, 1 for manoeuvrability, survivability, and cost. It's not a terrible score, 13 out of 24. It really isn't, and I really want them to be good.
Yeah.
I just really want them to be good, but 1 wound, no save of any kind, realistically.
Because I like their models.
I really like
them. I do
models.
like
they're
their
lovely.
models.
They're old. I think they're all metal.
They are all metal.
I don't think they ever redid them.
Do they still make them anymore?
Probably not. No.
No.
And they're really expensive.
Where's we set them? What are their points cost?
I think they're about 16 points.
They are 16 points.
Yeah.
You know, right? The plague chancer is 13 points. Lucky for Skaven. 29 points.
I love it and I hate it at the same time in equal measure.
But whereas we said the plague monks have like the inverse problems of the storm vermin, these guys sort of help out the problems the plague monks have at a much greater cost.
Yeah. They're basically double the points. They're over double the points.
Double plus 2.
Yeah, they're over double the points of a plague monk.
But rules wise, they've scurry away and strength in numbers. Strength in numbers will never come into effect because they are.
They're skirmishers.
They're skirmish.
Yeah, they are skirmishers.
They have no rank bonus.
They have no rank bonus.
So it's completely pointless why they have
Useless.
that. Scurry away, they do have.
They've got flails. They come with flails.
They come with plague sensors.
Plague sensors, which are flails.
They also come with frenzy and hatred.
Hatred is good. Mm-hmm. They've got 2 attacks each.
2 attacks. They've got 3 attacks each per model. So at strength 5 because of flowers. Let's go with plague sensor first, then before we continue on.
Yeah.
So plague sensor, the dreaded plague sensor, is a weapon that is only borne by a degenerate rat men of the clan Pestilence.
Harsh. This was written by someone from Clan Skyle.
Yeah. A plague sensor is a warp stone weapon, so it's magical.
It's magical.
And counts as a flail with the following additional rules to cover the deadly fog that surrounds such vile weapons. At the beginning of any round of close combat, all models, friend or foe, in base contact with 1 or more models bearing a plague sensor must take a toughness test or suffer a single wound with no armor saves allowed. This means a model need only take a single such toughness test in each round of close combat, regardless of how many number of plague sensors that it might be adjacent to. Remember, all such wounds count for combat resolution. Wounds caused by the fog are resolved before impact hits, issuing challenges and revealing assassins. Nothing has ever been specified like that before.
No.
It's always going at the same time.
It still just says start of combat.
So this goes for anything. So if that chariot charges in at 1 wound, fails the toughness test, it just crumble before it hits.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, it's the fog that surrounds them, so it hits the fog before it hits them.
Well, they just careen off. Anyway, all clan pestilence models, that is plague monks, plague priests, plague sensor bearers, plague furnace, law scroll, and a plague claw catapult, suffer wound only on a 6+.
So, I love that they're not immune to it. It can still kill them.
I mean, they're
just a lot less likely.
They're hardy.
Yeah, they are.
They're not invulnerable.
No.
So, and they have plague disciples as well. So, units of Plague Center Bearers that is within 6 inches of Plague Monk unit may use their rank bonus for the Plague Monks to modify their own leadership. So they do get strengthened over in a roundabout way.
Yeah, okay.
Also, if the Center Bearers are within 12 inches of Plague Furnace, they are stubborn.
Ooh, that's not bad.
No, it's not.
What are they base leadership? Still 5?
That's
a shame.
So you want them following 50 Plague Monks of Plague Furnace.
Yeah. How I would see these, in my mind, is that diagram that Max has used.
The 3 there,
Plague
1
Monks there. With the furnace in the middle. I'd probably still have the slaves, but I'd have them further out.
They'd be further out like that.
And then you'd have maybe...
2 units.
I'd want to say 10, but that is a lot of
2
points.
units of 10, so it's 160 points, it's 320
points. Sorry. And then have them at either side of the Plague Monks in between them and the slaves. That's probably how I see them. And then you want something to hit the Plague Monks, and then you want your Census Bearers to go into the flanks of them. But that's really the best I can see for them.
With them,
but that's a lot of points.
With that, it's a lot of points.
And none of it is core.
None of it's core, and it's not survivable.
No,
so they have the same survivability as a Plague Monk, without the benefit of having the numbers to back it.
Yeah.
So you only got to kill 10 toughness 4 models and no saves.
With 1 wound each.
You've got to have some serious distractions in your army, help eliminations maybe, to really distract from people from shooting the units.
Yeah.
But then they're a one hitter. Once that first round of combat's over.
You have to break something.
As much as I'd like to take them.
Yeah, and like you said, the models are cool. I do really like. They're old, but I do really like the models.
Just seeing like these, but
narrative games, I think they're relegated to. I'm afraid. For me, they're relegated to narrative games. I did an entire Pestilence army, and I didn't have any of them.
Why not?
I say did. Wrote a list for. I got about 80 of the Plague Monks.
Your Plague Monks are going to call all your special sections free, so you play for Plague Center Bearers. Take 1,250 points for Plague Center Bearers. No. Although I say that's just 4 units of 10.
I can't take 4 units.
That's 3 units of 10. There you got some bits and pieces left over.
I can take like 20s.
That's a lot.
Don't. Yeah, for me they're relegated to narrative games.
Sad.
Yes.
So sad.
Moving on to not a lot better. Rat Ogres coming in with a competitive score of 11 out of 24. We get there with a score of 3 for strength of attacks, 4 for number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 1 for manoeuvrability, and 1 for survivability and cost. On paper, they should be really good.
4 attacks a model.
Yeah, monstrous 5. Infantry. Yeah, strength 5.
You get all the rank. You get all the ranks and stuff. So you get to have.
Well, they got 3 attacks each, not 4 attacks.
Frenzy.
Oh, they got frenzy.
They come with frenzy.
Oh, that is very.
So they got 4 attacks apiece. Yeah. So they do have frenzy. The strength.
Decent initiative as well.
Initiative 4.
Yeah, solid.
5 for the Master Bread Rat Roger. Rat Roger.
Rat Roger.
The Rat Roger.
Rat Roll. Rat Roll. The Rat Roger's coming. Scooby Doo's here.
Weapon skill 3 is a bit trash.
Not great, but monstrous infantry generally don't have great weapon skill.
The strength 5 is the standout there. As Scott said, the points cost are 40 points of Rat Ogre.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Toughness 4.
No save of any kind.
No save of any kind.
Yeah.
What you want is you want to take a big unit and take a massive gamble, take a Squirrel Gnawtooth.
Yeah, and to get them regen.
And hope you roll regen.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing Squirrel gives them.
It's even one's fighting extra rank, isn't it?
One's fighting extra rank, one's poisoned.
Poison, yeah. Poison's not great because you've got a decent strength. It's not terrible, but it's not great.
You want the regen.
Fighting extra rank, you're probably not going to have 3 ranks of them.
Oh no, it's +1. It's +1 attack.
Oh, okay. Oh, instead of fighting extra rank.
Yeah.
+1 attack's all right.
But you want the regen.
But you want regen.
You want the regen.
You only get a third of the time, and it's a huge gamble, as Max said.
If you do,
a lot of points.
You can take. I want to go back to it. Take 18 of them. That's
Don't.
my love of hoarding monsters.
Like 800 points. Don't do it.
Yeah, but they say if you are taking a squirrel on the horde of Rat Ogres, you are
huge gambles. Huge gambles for very little payoff. Because actually, it's more than that because you have to pay for some packmasters as well.
Pack consists of 1 packmaster and 2 rat ogres. Add any number of rat ogres can be added to the unit. Packmasters can be added, but no more than 1 per every 2 rat ogres.
You could just take 1.
You can just take 1 packmaster, but if that packmaster then dies,
they are leadership 5 with no strength in numbers.
But their strength leadership 5 the rat mark.
But they get strength in numbers.
No, that's why. That's what happens when you lose the packmaster. Yes, use strength of numbers and leadership. Additionally, a unit of rat ogres begins a friendly turn about at least 1 packmaster master roll molder. They must test for stupidity. So unlike
don't take 1 packmaster.
Unlike the giant rats who just charge.
So,
but the rat ogres, they're frenzy, but they're too stupid
to realise.
So they have to take stupidity at leadership 5.
Yeah.
Yes, you want to take more.
Take more.
You want to take more Packmasters at that
Yes.
point in time. But I just wouldn't take the unit.
Yeah, I wouldn't take the unit. Like you said, it's a real gamble. If you're going to go for a big unit, go for it. Go for Squirrel Gnawtooth as well. And, you know, a third of the time, they're going to be insane because they're going to have regen.
Yeah.
2/3 of the time...
Just look at Trolls. Look at Trolls.
They're basically Trolls.
With a higher initiative.
Yeah. They're initiative 4 Trolls.
At that point in time.
Insane.
Which is terrible.
They're mad. Yeah, they can get over the weapon skill 3. If they were tougher and had a save.
Again,
but all 3 of them, no. It's a no from me.
It's enough from me, dog.
It's a big letdown.
They are quintessential Skaven unit because they have been around for a while.
Yeah, I think they are, like you said, they're very quintessential. I think because they came in Island of Blood.
2 of them did, yeah.
Yeah,
You got 2 Rat Ogres. I think
2 or 3.
2.
Is it 2?
Yeah, it's 2 Rat Ogres and Packmasters. 2 Rat Ogres and 2 Packmasters. Yeah, because you got the prod one
And the whip.
and the whippy one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, very disappointing for Rat Ogres. If you're going to do it, go big, take Squirrel.
Or to say doing a narrative army and a Clan Molder army.
Yeah, maybe. But now on to something much less disappointing, the Doom Wheel. Boasting a pretty impressive competitive score, of 21 out of 24.
That's a big jump.
It's a big jump. It's almost double.
What's more?
Almost double. So we get there with a score of 4 for strength attacks, 4 for number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 3 for maneuverability, 4 for survivability, and 3 for cost. I mean, the zap alone makes this unit highly competitive.
It has 4 Zs.
It does have 4 Zs. It's 3 shots at the strength of an artillery dice, so between 2 and 10. D6 wounds per shot, which you don't have to roll to hit with. They automatically hit the closest unit.
Yeah.
That's not closest enemy unit.
No.
That is closest unit.
Yeah. So it's got. If you see here, it's got
a page.
A page of rules.
A page of rules.
So zap.
Yeah.
Zap. In each friendly shooting phase, even when engaged in close combat, it unleashes 3 bolts of warp line. Sometimes not desirable in the war. You can take a leadership test.
Yep.
Leadership 7.
Not bad.
No,
but obviously no strength in numbers because it's a.
No, so you are just you're on average dice at that point.
Yeah.
So you can take this test to try and stop it. If you fail, you got to fire.
Yeah.
Each warp lightning bolt has an 18-inch range and will strike the nearest unit friend or foe regardless of terrain or line of sight.
Love it.
Roll for each bolt separately, measuring from the Doom Wheel's base, and that's pretty big. Because it means you can kill 3 separate things.
It is, yeah. Especially when they're doing D6 wounds each, no armor saves. It shreds monsters, monstrous infantry or cavalry or anything like that. It really does just shred them.
To work out how powerful the warp line is, roll an artillery dice. You roll a number 2, 4, 6, 8, or 10.
Yep.
Then that is the strength for all the bolts of this turn. Each unsaved wound is multiplied into D6 wounds. To roll a misfire result, somebody's gone Ori. I can never pronounce that. Ori? Arai? Arai, that's how you say it.
Not Ori.
No more shots are fired this turn. He must roll immediately on the Doom Wheel misfire chart.
Ori is a dwarf from The Hobbit.
Oh, yes, isn't it? Ori, Nori, and Dory.
Yeah.
The Doom Wheel misfire chart, do we want to go over it? Or?
Yeah, we'll run through it.
Is it a specific one?
Yes.
So 1 or a 2, disaster. Doom Wheel takes D6 strength 6 hits, and many of the treadmill rats succumb to the toxic leak of power. From now on, you roll 1 least D6 for Doom Wheel's movement. If reduced to 0 dice, Doom Wheel's removed as a casualty. 3 to 5, out of control. You roll scatter dice and move the Doom Wheel with a full random move. It's full random move in a straight line in the direction indicated. No manoeuvring is allowed. If it hits any unit, friend or foe, the Doom Wheel inflicts impact hits as normal and counts as charging if the unit is an enemy. Doom Wheel's already engaged in close combat. Do not move out of control. Ignore this result. So basically don't fire.
Yeah.
And then 6 is burst of speed. For the remainder of the battle, the random movement is increased by 1 additional dice.
So it can go up, it can go down, it can go all around.
Yeah, it has.
It doesn't just kill it though, which is nice.
No.
None of its misfires just kill
it
it.
can.
It could do.
It can kill it.
But it's not just like, oh, I've rolled a 1, it's dead.
In terms of, it has, as we alluded to, it's got random movement 3d6. So quite a good random movement.
It's good. It's also strength and toughness 6.
Yeah.
So even that misfire, it only wins it on a 4.
Our special rules, it has armor save 4+, so it's quite one of the heaviest armoured things in the book.
Yeah.
Next to Stormvermin with shields.
Yeah.
Same arm, same. It's immune psychology, which is very good in the Skaven army.
It is very
means
good.
you don't have to worry about, because I think the two driving it's just got too much to worry about.
They just don't notice what's going
Just
on.
like us running away. It's immune psychology. Impact hits D6 plus 1.
Lots of impact hits at a very good strength 6. Like
Large target and terror. So it causes terror as well. So
doesn't get much out of the terror.
no, because you don't charge, do you?
You don't charge because you're a random mover.
Odd.
It's written for a different.
Is there?
No,
did we
there's
see
nothing
anything
in
in
there.
it? No.
No. It's still you know I mean it's immune psych, so it wouldn't even take fear checks. The terror does nothing.
It does nothing.
I'll be honest. It does absolutely nothing.
The terror. It does nothing.
um,
Rolling Doom. Rolling Doom is random movement.
yeah.
That entire rule
it's
is random movement.
3d6.
The last bit says like the Doom will flee and pursue 3d6. Random movement.
Yeah.
Lost control. It can take. Everyone forgets this one. Lost
Oh,
control.
when it takes a wound.
So lost control. It also says this: at the end of any phase in which an unengaged Doom will takes a wound, the Skaven player must take a lost control test. Roll d6 for each wound suffered in that phase. On a roll of 1, the Doom will goes immediately out of control, as detailed in the Doom 5 misfire. Doom will. I keep saying Doom 5.
You do keep saying Doom 5.
Doom will misfire chart, which is the random movement. You go the full distance.
Yeah. Roll a scatter dice and go that far.
If it's in combat or fleeing, doesn't even take a lost control test. It's a part is fixated on the task at hand. And the paragraph after that you ignore because it's like every other random movement doesn't leave the board if it rolls off of it.
Yeah.
So that's its movement. Then we have grinding down the foe.
Yeah.
So it does d6 plus 1 impact hits, as we said. In case of hitting friendly units, resolve impact hits immediately after contact and move the Doom wheel back an inch. So you can do it as we described, but you don't stay in combat. In combat, the Doom will use an attack profile for the crew, representing the Warlock Engineer striking blows, as well as some of the swarming rats who power the treadmill. The Warlock Engineer.
It's just a treadmill.
It's 2d6 attacks. Strength 2.
Yeah.
Not really much. Doom itself does a grind attack at the beginning of each round of combat in which it did not charge. The grind attack represents the giant wheel spinning in place to crush its foes. The grind attack does D3 automatic strength 6 hits against one enemy unit in base contact, distributed as per shooting.
So it does its big impact hits when it charges, and then it does sort of mini impact hits every turn after that, as it just literally tries to run over what it's fighting.
So
it is so good.
Like any other chariot,
Very
it
good.
wants to continually charge.
It does, yeah. But
then-
it's not horrendous in a grind.
No, it's not.
It's not stubborn, which it does need to worry about.
It's not going to be wounded by a lot. The toughness 6. It's
for a bump
pretty
save,
tough.
It is good. It's got 5 wounds as well.
And it can still shoot the zaps.
You can still shoot.
So what
that.
you want to do, you want to charge.
To be fair, they're not great against ranked up units.
They're not, but when you charge a monster, and if you don't kill the monster in your turn, fine. Then it's stuck in combat. Then you get to your next turn. You might just kill the shooting again.
Yeah.
You want to do it there again.
Yeah,
so chariots, monsters, any of that sort of nature are
Monstrous Imp as well.
monster infantry.
Or Monstrous Cav particularly, because they generally have good armour.
Yeah, they're all quite terrified of this thing.
Yeah.
So you want, but this, and you can't get away from it easily because it's random movement 3d6.
Yeah, exactly.
I can just turn and just go that way.
Yep.
You're not getting away from
Can't
it.
flee from it.
Can't flee for it. You can fly over me. Fine, I'll just turn around and charge your bum.
Yeah.
Uh,
Can get railroaded though.
Can
So
get
be
railroad, which is a big issue, but then you have the zap. You have the zap
You have the zap.
to stop the railroad, which actually is
help.
more than anything else, apart from the steam tank has.
Yeah.
Any other
yeah.
randoms like that, they can be
There's
railroaded.
really nothing they can
No.
do about it. Yeah, very good. It does require some sort of careful thinking about its placement with the zap. But generally, just keep slaves next to it.
Signature
You
slave.
don't care if it kills 3 slaves, you've got like 40 of them.
And it's 150 points.
Yeah.
You can take 2 and not harm your everything else at all.
Yeah.
In what you can take. It's mad.
It's really good.
Model's awesome as well.
It is.
It's just a giant hamster.
It is a giant hamster. Continuing on our theme of horrors, we are on to the Hellpit Abomination. Coming in with a well-deserved competitive rating of 22 out of 24.
Whoa,
Hits it to the post.
We beat the Doom Wheel.
We did. That comes from a perfect 4 for strength and number of attacks and special rules. 3 for maneuverability, 4 for survivability, and 3 for cost. I don't think any of us can speak highly enough of this unit, despite what happened in Max's recent battle report.
We're not going to spoil it, but I can say for certain that They're not as good as everyone says. Really not as good.
You're not as good.
I jest. I've used these against James of Tomb Kings once, and
You have. It won you the game.
One help it wiped the entire army out, which is quite mad. John's game.
John's game on the live stream. James' brother on the live stream from Derby against Rob did basically the same thing against Tomb Kings.
Yeah. Right.
Look, honestly, it's probably the strongest unit in the book.
Without a doubt, shoots it. You can't doesn't shoot, so it doesn't shoot.
No.
So Warhammer can take the cake that way, but everything else it does amazingly. It has a raft of special rules.
It does. I think, to be honest, a competitive Skaven army without any of these, you have to have a very good reason to not be taking any of them. Probably 2 of them.
You can take 2 of them because they are 235 points.
Yes.
They can take Warp Zone Spikes, which is the only thing they can buy in magical attacks.
Yep.
Gives it Magic Res 1.
Oh, so you give it Magic Res?
So you get Magic Res 1 and all of his attacks.
Didn't know that.
And all of his attacks count as being made by Warp Zone Weapon. 15 points.
I probably wouldn't.
No.
Because I can probably spend those 15 points on something else. Not because I think the magical attacks is bad. The Magic Res 1 won't do anything, really. You've got a 4-up regen, so it's only for flaming magical attacks. Or, magical missiles. And the magical attacks...
It's double-edged sword.
It's for when you go against... I know we've said at the start, it's 1 unit in 1 book. But really, you've only got hell pits to go into a unit like White Lion with the Banner of the World Dragon that will actually do anything.
And a hell pit into a White Lion unit will tear it apart.
It will, yeah, it should do. It should really hurt. It will probably die in return.
Yeah,
but could do a lot of damage before it dies. So
damage-wise, as I said, rules-wise, its impact it's D6 because why not? Because it's not a chariot, but it still has impact it's D6.
Yeah.
It's random movement as well, 3D6. You can't flee from it. You can't get away. You can turn it. You can twist it. You can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah.
Weapon skill 3. Strength 6, toughness 5, 6 wounds. Initiative 4. Pretty good for a monster.
Pretty good, yeah.
Its large target has regenerate, so it just has that natural 4 regeneration. It's stubborn.
So good.
And it causes terror. So,
again, doesn't really get much from the terror, but does mean it doesn't have to worry about fear checks. Because it's not immune to psych.
No, it's not immune to psych, as I found.
So it will never have to worry about a fear check. And also the weapon skill 3, it gets around that with its special attacks. Because 2 of them don't roll to hit.
No. Right, movement wise, it has Shambling Horror. So Shambling Horror, it does the whole host of the random movement stuff.
Yep.
But if it rolls a triple, don't roll on the table. Don't move it. You have to roll on the Berserk Abomination table. So 1 means that the beast does not move this turn.
Not good.
It's really not good.
But at least it doesn't hurt it.
No. 2 to 5 is Blind Fury. Model moves a full distance roll, however, it must do so in a random direction determined by a scatter dice. And from the second sentence onwards, you ignore that because it will talk about taking off the board. But you
Which
can't.
Random movers can't do.
And that's from the FAQ.
Which is from the FAQ.
Yeah.
So they stop an inch away.
So you basically just go the full distance in the random direction.
Yes.
And then the Fluid Injection, which is number 6. The Hellbent Abomination moves the direction nominated using the triple already rolled and will increase its strength by 1 for the remainder of the game. So strength 7.
Oh my.
Further Berserk Abomination rolls of a 6 will not increase the beast profile, but will instead immediately inflict D6 wounds on it.
Oh dear. And that's just straight up wounds. You'll get regen against it, but that's not. You don't roll to wound.
No, that's just
D6
straight
wounds.
up wounds.
Terrifying. Get it once, never again.
So it's a chance you roll
rolling a triple and then a 6 twice. Very unlikely.
The paragraph underneath the table you ignore. They talk about going off the board. So they go
and
from
when
there.
it hits units and things.
Yeah. Special special close combat attacks. So like a giant, it has special close combat attacks, but better.
Yes, so it's got 3 results in it.
3 results.
Feed, Flailing Fists, and Avalanche of Flesh. You just roll a d3 to determine which one it does.
D6. Oh, D3, yeah. You are D, yeah.
D6 and half it.
Yeah, so it's 1 to 2 is Feed, 3 to 4 is Flaming Fist, 5 to 6 is Avalanche of Flesh.
Yeah.
So Feed is everyone in base contact suffers a strength, single strength 6 hit, with no arm saves allowed. That's good.
He is good.
Each unsaved wound is multiplied to D3 wounds.
There we go.
So, good against monstrous infantry and good against monstrous cav.
Characters?
Characters, if you're facing impromptu unit characters.
Just one character. Is that strength 6 hit?
I mean, they can't look at Sarah.
Nope.
Because it's not shooting.
Yeah, it's combat.
Yeah, I suppose that's pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, Ariel, hello.
But then again, it's like it's just ranked up units.
Yes, it's alright.
I've seen it where people
chariots. It's also very good against chariots.
I've seen it once used where a help it's charged a building it's got them feed. And because everyone counts its base contact with
10
it.
strength 6 hits.
Just, oh.
Oh my. That's hilarious.
Imagine an ogre unit in a building and you get feed against this 10 strength 6 hits, malt wounds D3. Just
oh my.
Awful.
Yeah, terrifying.
The second result is Flailing Fists. The Help It Abomination makes 3d6 attacks. So these do have to roll to hit.
These are the one where you roll to hit. But you could get a lot of them, so...
Yep.
Not the end of the world.
Any enemy unit that suffers one or more unstable wounds from the Flailing Fist attack suffers -1 to hits for the remainder of the close combat phase. That's pretty good. You're on initiative 4.
It is, but yeah, you are on initiative 4, so you have to be going before something, before what's going to attack.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's initiative 3. There's a lot of the Empire, they're all their
Yeah.
base stuff's initiative 3.
Yeah.
Always Strikes Last stuff.
Yeah.
They're all getting -1 too.
Elves, it's not going to help you against because they are going to go first. Even the ASL.
Even with the great
elves,
weapons,
they're going before you.
Yeah, it's not great there. What I don't understand though is that the description of it, so this represents the horrors of the creature's underbelly and the grim pulped remains of comrades trapped in the pallid folds of necrotic flesh. That feels like that rule should be in this one.
Yes, it does actually, yeah.
Even though they've written that if you summon one or more unstable flaming fists,
Yeah.
I feel like that should be in the Avalanche of Flesh because it's
Maybe.
that's what I'm getting from that. But
yeah, maybe. But it's not.
It's not there. Avalanche of Flesh, on the other hand, is every model in base contact with the Abominations must pass an initiative test or suffer an automatic strength 6 hit.
And this is friend or foe.
Friend or foe. Additionally, the Help Abomination inflicts 2d6 automatic hits distributed as per shooting against a single model in base contact.
A single unit.
In base, yeah, single
Not
unit.
a single model.
No.
A single unit. That's probably the best one.
Yeah, because okay, everyone's gonna take initiative test. It's not bad.
Even if they pass it, you're like, yeah, it's 2d6 automatic strength 6 hits.
And if you've charged with the impact hits,
that's 3d6 automatic strength 6 hits. And it's got a thunderstomp. That's 4d6 automatic strength 6 hits.
Thunderstorms, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it's monster.
Ooh. It's good.
Avalanche of Flesh is by far the best result against basically anything you're ever going to fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you do get the charge and you get the Avalanche Flesh with the thing, that's just...
It's only really if you're getting charged by multiple units that maybe you don't want Avalanche of Flesh. But then, it still does the initiative checks on everyone in base contact.
That one,
So
if you are getting multi-charge, you do want feed.
Probably,
It depends on what you're fighting, to be honest.
Yeah.
But then that's his attacks, and then, he's down to 1 wound. I think I can kill it this turn. Maybe not.
Maybe not, because it is too horrible to die.
It's too horrible to die. So as the Help It Abomination twitches out its last shuddering death throes, there is a chance that unholy and unnatural metabolism restarts one or more of the foul beast's many hearts. So as soon as the Help It loses last wound, remove the model and place a marker. A coin will do. To mark a death spot. At the end of the turn, roll d6 and check the too horrible to die chart. If any of the Help It Abomination's wounds were lost to flaming attacks, the beast is dead, and no roll on the chart is allowed. So avoid flaming attacks.
Yeah, so it's not the last wound, it's just any wound done to it.
Which you want to avoid flaming attacks because of regen, so anyway.
Yeah, you do want to avoid them anyway if you can.
So, the table. 1 to 3, dead.
Oh dear.
The Help It Abomination is dead.
Dead.
Never to return. 4 to 5 is the Rat to Merge. D3 rat swarms form a single unit placed anywhere within 3 inches of the slain Help It Abomination marker, representing the rats emerging from the beast's writhing death throes. Swarms must be placed at least 1 inch away from any enemy units. If that's not possible, then any swarms not placed are considered destroyed. The rat swarms can be placed in any direction and can act as normal in the next friendly turn.
It's alright, yes. Probably some redirectors, that's all really you're going to use it for.
Not as good as number 6.
Not as good as number 6.
Number 6, it's alive! See, it has the exclamation point as well.
It does.
So, place the model anywhere within 3 inches of the slain Help It Abomination marker, at least 1 inch directly away from all enemy units. Roll a d6 to see how many wounds the creature has recovered.
So it can literally come back on 4 wounds.
John almost did it on 4 wounds.
He did, he could put it back on 5.
5
it's
wounds.
so annoying as an opponent. To be like, yes, I've finally killed it, and then they roll that 6, and you're like, no.
And you want a 6.
I've got to do it again.
But when is that, the end of the turn, or...
Phase, probably.
At the end of the turn, roll a d6. So you do give, if he does come back alive, you do give your opponent a chance to deal with it.
Well, no, not potentially. If I kill it in my combat phase.
Oh, yeah.
If it rolls at the end of the turn, and then you just go, awesome, I'll put it here, and I'll charge you next turn. I'm 3 inches away.
Put it there, facing it. Oh, it doesn't matter facing, you can just turn it as anyway. So you can point it, put any... Oh,
and you go, I'm like 3 inches away. I can literally roll anything, and I'll get in.
What can you do about it?
Kill it with flaming. That's what you do.
You have to kill it.
You kill it with flaming. You wound it with flaming and then kill it.
So you don't need to kill it with flaming, just have to wound it.
Flaming does help, obviously, because it gets rid of the regen, but...
And you think that's just 1. two.
You can have 2 of them.
Take 2.
Almost always take 2.
Take 2 and like some other bits and rare is a very competitive slot for Skaven.
Yeah.
It's uber competitive.
It really is. It's mad. They're also leadership 8, which is one of the highest sort of base leaderships in the book.
Next to like beneath the swarms and what's his name? Not Bonebreaker. It's the
Bone Ripper.
Bone Ripper.
He's 10.
Yeah, so the swarms.
And the Swarm's 10.
Swarm's 10 as well.
Hilarious.
But
He's leadership 8 and stubborn, which means you don't care if you just throw him into a big ranked up unit. He's always going to be tested on 8 if he loses. There's no guarantee he'll lose.
Also doesn't care about General's leadership because the General's leadership are lower than his.
Yeah.
Because he can't use strength in numbers.
No.
He's got the highest.
Yeah. So he is sort of the fire and forget missile with Skaven.
The only thing you really risk want near him is a BSB.
Yeah, you do want to BSB.
You want to BSB.
You want to BSB.
I want to BSB.
All the time.
That was a mistake I made.
But they're so good.
Take 2.
Yeah.
And
take 2.
You'll never regret it.
No.
We've talked about him quite a lot.
We have talked about him quite a lot, but he deserves it. He is a 22 out of a 24, and he deserves every single point of it.
Yeah.
Moving on to something scoring half of those points is the Doomflayer with a competitive score of 11. We get to that with a score of 2 for strength of attacks, 4 for number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 1 for maneuverability, 2 for survivability, and 1 for cost. His 2 points for survivability come from his conditional save from the parent unit and that armour save from attacks from the front.
Yeah, because this is the first time we're speaking. This is one of the weapon teams.
It is one of the weapons teams.
It's one of the,
we're treating them as sort of their own unit rather than just an upgrade to a unit, which is how you have to buy them.
They can leave the unit. They can move on by themselves.
Yeah, well, some of them can, not all of them.
Only one can't.
Yeah.
So, but no, you can. They can. So you might as well treat them as separate units. They can go off by themselves.
But you buy them as an upgrade for.
You can't buy them separately.
No.
You can't buy just multiple. It's, I suppose because if you had to buy them separately, they'd probably be special. You only get 3 maximum. But at this point in time, you can just take multiple units of storm vermin.
Or clan rats.
Or clan rats.
Clan rats can take them, I think.
They can take some. I don't know if they can take the Doom Flare.
I don't think any of them can take all of them. Storm vermin can take any of them.
No, they can't take the Walk Grinder.
Oh, no.
They can take them all apart from the Walk Grinder.
Yeah. But yeah, you get a selection, depending on which unit you are, you get a selection as to which weapons teams you can take.
The Doom Flare is also the cheapest weapons team.
Oh, is it?
At 55 points.
That's not cheap though, is it?
It's not cheap.
But yeah.
It's 1 wound, even though it's got multiple Skaven on it.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense. He's just generally really underwhelming. He doesn't do anything outside of combat.
No. He doesn't cause panic though.
No, if he dies, he doesn't cause panic.
They don't cause panic.
He's toughness 3, 1 wound, as Max said. He's got a 3 up armour from attacks from the front.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 5 up against other attacks.
5 from the flanks. If you take the front, you're fighting a giant spinning ball of blades.
Yes. I just don't think he ever actually gets there.
No, he doesn't, because as you say, it's toughness 3 with 3 up armor, so it's not bad. But
you can have a whole unit of Skaven slaves for his points.
That's terrifying. That's mad.
You can have like 25 Skaven slaves, 22 or something with shields. Yeah.
Attacks wise, he does have a special way of attacking in combat. He doesn't just attack with 2 Skavens.
Whirling Death.
Whirling Death. Yeah. So he does have
rule.
Impact hits D3.
Mm-hmm.
So he has that going for it. And he does have Whirling Death, as Scott said. So Whirling Death attacks occur at the initiative of the Skaven crew. So that is initiative 4, 3. That is rubbish. They do not use the attack profile of the weapon team in close combat, but they instead roll an artillery dice to determine the number of attacks Doomflayer gets. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Is the number of automatic hits the target suffers allocated as per shooting.
Okay.
His strength 4, I say damage 1, everything's damage 1 apart from alt wounds, so that's the hangover.
That's a hangover, isn't it?
But it does have -2 to your arm save.
So it's effectively armor strength 4 and piercing.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I don't know.
Yeah, because
you have to use that.
Didn't come off of the save before. It's strength 4 armor piercing. You take a 2
you
off.
You take 2 off it. If you roll a misfire though, it has its own Doomflayer mishap chart. In the turn in which Doomflayer charges, it does both impact hits and its Whirling Death attack. Why would that ever be in contention?
I don't know.
No. Anyway, Doomflayer mishap chart on a 1 to 2. Bablam. Place
Bablam.
Bablam. Bablam.
Bablam. Yeah. Bablam.
So if you're on 1 or 2, place a large round template sent over the weapons team. Any model touched by a template must take a strength 4 hit with -2 to your armor save. Then remove the Doomflayer from play.
That just explains.
It's just a mini.
In a whirl of blades.
3 to 5 is zap. This time with 5 Z's.
5.
5 Z's. What?
5
one
Zs.
lowercase one though.
Someone just hit the keyboard one more time accidentally.
The Doomflayer and all models in base contact with take a single strength 4 hit with -2 armor save. Use Doomflayer's side armor so it doesn't get any armor save. Why would you be that petty to say you got to use its side armor so it doesn't get an armor
So
save?
it's what, toughness 3?
Toughness 3. You probably
So
get
3's to kill it.
It's going to kill itself.
Hilarious.
But anyone in base contact, so basically does is well in death, just in a less amount possibly.
Yeah, probably, because you're only going to... It's on a, what, cavalry-based weapons teams?
Yes.
So you're probably going to have 3 models in base contact, tops.
Yeah. And then 6 is power failure. So the Doomflayer may not attack this in any way this turn as the panic crew scramble to restart the engine destruction. Basically, you stall it.
Yeah, they stall it. As it matters, they stall it.
It's like stalling on a hill climb, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly, I think I'd just rather get the first result and just explode.
That's what you do want, isn't
Yeah.
it? Roll a dice and just hope it's just destroy, just complete devastation. You are probably getting large round template in base contact. You get a lot of models.
Should do.
Against like 20 mil bases.
Yeah, you probably get 8,
Oh, imagine stuff
10 maybe.
on execs, witch elves,
Yeah.
goblins, men of the empire,
White Lions.
white lions, other Skaven.
White Lions got 5 up save, I suppose.
It's usually expert shooting.
It's not magical.
It's not magical. 5 saves. So you got yeah.
Any empire.
It is a mini nuke. You just want to go in and just. If you're on a 2, then you are rubbish.
Yeah.
But you want it to blow up, or you want it to get 10 attacks.
Yeah, and for 55 points, he's not worth the risk.
No, we've seen one of them, Callum Hyam out there, who has painted one up. It does look very.
It's a nice model.
It's a cool model.
Lovely model. Don't take it.
No.
Looks great on the shelf.
Tell you what, you're not going to take though. Is the next one.
Is the next one, which is the Warp Grinder team.
Even worse.
Yes, it is coming in with a rating of 8. 8 out of 24. Back to the single figures. So this scores a 2 for strength attacks, 2 for number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 1 for maneuverability, 1 for survivability, and 1 for cost. They're probably the worst weapons team in the book.
They are, and they can only be taken by 2 units.
Yes, which are the Night Runners.
Night Runners and Gutter Runners.
And Gutter Runners.
They're the only things that can
they
take
are 60 points.
Yeah.
60 points too many.
So if you attach them to Night Runners, that's 130 points too many.
Yes. You're not going to take Night Runners anyway, let's be fair.
If you take it for Walk Grinder.
Yeah, like essentially what they do, they let you sort of arrive from reserve somewhere on the board.
Yeah.
You put a marker down, I think it's at the start of the game, during deployment.
During deployment before scouts, place a tunnel marker anywhere on the battlefield. A coin will do. Starting from turn 2, at the beginning of every friendly turn, roll d6 on a 4+ Walk Grinder arrives. If the unit fails to turn up during the game, treat them as a Walk Grinder as a casualty. When the team emerges, roll a scatter dice and the artillery dice. So it's like...
So they don't even come up where the marker is.
No, it's pretty much is Deep Strike from old 40k.
Yeah.
Where 4+ you turn up and you got scatter off.
Yeah, similar.
So you roll the artillery dice and scatter dice. If you roll narrow, move the number of inches indicated by artillery dice. Yada yada yada. Once final position established, place the Warp Grinder and its parent unit so both can touch the marker. If the marker is under a friendly unit or impassable terrain, place it next to the closest edge of the unit/terrain. They may face any direction the emerging units can act normally this turn. If the marker is underneath an enemy unit when the Warp Grinder arrives and a parent unit, the Warp Grinder and its parent unit are considered to have charged. Place the attacking Skaven to the front of the enemy unit.
You don't even get the choice.
To the front. That is. So when you see this unit coming up from the ground, you'd imagine, it's going to be flank or rear, possibly. No, I've got enough time to prepare.
To reform my lines.
To reform my lines. No, you don't reform. The unit doesn't reform. The unit coming up has to reform into your front. Which means spear units have time to get their spears ready.
Yep.
I mean, what is going on with
It's
it?
rubbish.
If you're on a misfire, you're a misfire chart. Speaking of rubbish, Warp Grinder mishap table. On a 1 to a 2, cave-in. The weapons team and its parent unit are instantly killed.
Fantastic.
Just the defeat of this man's
Third of the time it's dead.
3 to 5, partial collapse. Some of the models may claw their way topside, although the Warp Grinder is removed the casualty. So you lose the Warp Grinder. That's dead. Make a strength test for each model in the parent unit. If the test is passed, its place is normal. Models that have failed are removed as casualties. Any models that survive may not move or charge on this turn after they emerge from partial collapse. If the models emerge into close combat, they count as weapon skill 1 and always strikes last, regardless of charging or initiative.
So the only units that can take this are strength 3.
Yep.
So half your unit's going to die.
Yep, and if it gets in combat, it's going to die anyway.
Yep, the Warp Grinder dies straight out.
And then we have number 6. Should have taken that left turn. Should have turned left to Albuquerque, really.
Yeah.
Other cartoons are available.
Should have turned left and gone back to Skaven Blight.
Your opponent places the marker anywhere on the table, and this is where the weapons team and its parent unit emerge. They cannot move or charge in its turn. They emerge and are too busy blaming each other for the error.
Now, I do want you to quickly check the FAQ, because I definitely read something about their mishap chart. So while Max is doing that, I will wax lyrical about how rubbish Warp Grinder teams are.
Talk about how attacks close combat though, because I haven't talked about that.
Okay, well I'll steal the book off you.
There you go.
Because it's in the book. So
this works so well.
The Warp Grinder in close combat. Although not designed for combat, the Warp Grinder can still mete out damage with its close-ranged or powered blasts. The Warp Grinder fights in close combat using the crew's initiative, but not their attack profile. The Warp Grinder is a Warp Zone weapon that inflicts D3, Strength 4 automatic hits in close combat phase. So it's going to be Initiative 3 for the rats, which I will just double check.
Initiative 3, yeah.
Initiative 3 for the rats, yeah. D3, Strength 4 automatic hits. It's okay. The risk of not turning up alone is bad enough. You only actually roll to turn up, roll to sort of the scatter and whatever half the time anyway from turn 2. And then if you misfire, you've got a chance of it just dying.
In terms of its deployment, it's got an additional paragraph deploying via tunnel.
Okay.
So, if it is impossible to deploy the unit for any reason, then the Skaven remain underground and must follow the same procedure to see if they arrive in the next turn.
Right.
Note that you must roll to see if the marker scatters each time the Skaven try to emerge, which may result in scattering several times.
So, but then this defeats that point, because to be impossible to deploy is either impossible terrain or a unit. The only other way is if you go off the board.
Well, no, because it only says if the marker is under a friendly or enemy unit. If you're, say, in between the enemy unit and the board edge, for instance, or 2 enemy units or 2 units, you can't be placed touching the marker, so it's technically it's super niche.
So you have to keep the original marker where it is.
No, you scatter it, and then if you can't turn up, you scatter it from its new position. You can end up miles away from where you wanted to be.
Really did not take a right turn there, did you? It's rubbish. Don't take it.
It's awful. It's such a waste of 60 points. Look, night runners, you're not going to take anyway. If you do, it's a narrative game, and maybe you'd take it. Maybe. Gutter runners, you probably will take. However, they've got scout, which is this, but just a million times better.
Just don't take this thing.
No, just please, don't take it. Please. On that note,
where are we going now?
we're going to move on to ranged units. We're going to get away from the weapon, well, for some weapons teams.
Which has more entries than anything else.
It does. I think it was 8. We've got Night Runners again.
10, I think.
We've got Warp Lodgers Arrows. We've got Poison Wind Globadiers, the Warp Lightning Cannon, the Plague Claw Catapult, Poison Wind Mortar, Rattling Gun, and the Warp Fire Thrower. 8.
Okay. Where are we starting?
We're going to start with Night Runners again. Coming in
do we have to?
again, I think, with a competitive rating of 7 out of 24. I think that's what they scored before.
8? It's going to be right about it.
Oh, it's going to be back, isn't it?
Yeah.
Silly me. They scored... Not that one. They scored 8! So they're worse in chat.
They're worse in chat.
In range,
Shooting,
sorry. Yeah, hilarious. Although, not surprising. They get 1 for their range, for their threat range, 1 for strength of shot, 1 for accuracy, 2 for versatility, 0 for survivability, and 2 for cost. This versatility score is assuming you're taking slings. I just wouldn't take them. I mean, they're okay.
Everything
as a ranged unit, they're ranged core.
Everything we spoke about in Battleline for these guys
applies here.
And we did speak about slings in Battleline as well.
We did.
We shot ourselves in the foot with that one.
We did.
Just don't. If you want core shooting, just take slings on your Skaven slaves.
Yeah.
But again, as another thing, just don't do that either.
Just don't take slings on your Skaven slaves either.
Don't take night runners.
Yeah, don't. Except that your core is not going to shoot, unless you take some shooting weapons teams.
You have.
Which are not terrible.
You have so many better shooting units out there.
You do. And
this is the worst of a lot of them.
By far.
I don't think there's anything much more we can say about them.
Not really, so we'll move on. Warlock Jazals.
Better.
Not bad. Coming in with a competitive rating of 11 out of 24. So we get to this with a score of 2 for threat range, 3 for strength of shot, 1 for accuracy, 2 for versatility, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost.
2 for threat range?
2 for threat range.
Should be 3 for threat range.
No, it's -1 because they can't move and shoot.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Their biggest letdown really is their ballistic skill. It's only 3.
Yeah, 4 for the sharpshooter, the champ.
It's 3 for the unit.
3 for the unit.
36-inch range, which is good. Strength 6 with effectively armor piercing. So
You've
you're
got to
taking
change the
4
strength
off of-
6 arm piercing, didn't
It did, yeah, in the FAQ. So you're taking 4 off of their armor. They've got a 4-up save from their Pavis.
Pavis?
Yeah.
Pavis? How are you saying that word?
The big shield.
Big shield. They have 2 attacks apiece because there's 2 rats, but you only have 1 wound.
I don't understand.
They're good. They have unstable ammunition as well.
They do. Do you want to go through how that works?
So they're also not warp stone weaponry.
Oh, they're not?
No.
Oh, wow.
No.
Nice.
I'll double check the armor list, but I'm pretty
They
sure
are warp lock Giselles. Never mind.
They fire a bullet of warpstone, but it's not warpstone weaponry.
Interesting, so not magical.
No. Anytime so, they are warpstone enhanced rifles of any kind are the most reliable weapons developed by Clan Skyer. They're almost safe. So why are they even given the unstable? I don't understand that one. Anytime a weapon that uses unstable ammunition scores a result of a 1 or it's to hit roll, roll another dice. On the following roll of a 1, the gun misfires and the fire will suffer a hit using the gun's strength and modifier. A roll of 2+ on the second dice roll means there was no malfunction, it was just a lousy shot. So, you could kill yourself as well.
You could, there's a chance. It's quite unlikely. You need a 1 followed by a 1.
Even though they're almost safe.
Almost.
Almost safe. That's
safe.
the almost.
Yeah. That's safe to Skaven. Only a 1 in 36 chance of killing yourself every time you fire the gun.
But they're good at killing knights. They're good at killing heavy.
They've got good armor penetration.
They're good against
Basically.
high armor, low
models.
models.
Yeah.
Which I won't shoot my monstrous cav. They don't have the numbers to take down the models. You can maybe kill 1 if you're lucky.
Yeah, but you've got no other shooting really that'll kill monstrous cav bar. Maybe
a
warp lightning cannon. If you're lucky, you're gonna get relatively lucky to get more than 1 with it.
I think they're better at shooting knights.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They're shooting 1 wound.
Yeah, 1 wound.
Generally lower toughness as well, so you're probably on 2s. I think they're fairly pointed at 20 points.
You can get 5 for 100, which isn't
It's
bad.
not bad. It's not bad. I'd probably take slightly bigger units though. To be fair, I'd probably go 8s or 10s.
That's a lot of points at 10.
It is, but it's potentially a lot of shots, like a lot of damage.
It's just a business skill. You have no way to buff that business skill.
No, that is very true.
That's the main issue. But again, that's the main issue. A lot of ballistic skill based shooting in the game.
Yeah, that's
unless you're a wood elf,
or a tomb king,
or a tomb king.
Yeah.
But they're okay. They have their uses if you want to try them out. I think
they do. I think
cool.
they can work, but they're not a sort of plug and play for every Skaven.
It's a sniper. It's a sniper unit.
Basically.
In a game that doesn't particularly have a lot of sniper units.
No. They look cool as well.
They do look cool.
They do look very cool. Moving on then to Poison Wing Globadiers. They've got a competitive rating of 10 out of 24.
Another weapons team as well.
This is another weapons team, yeah. So we get there with... no, it isn't. This is the unit.
Oh, the actual Globadiers.
Not the mortar. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think it was the
Poison Wing
mortar.
Globadiers. No.
Sorry, not the weapons.
Not the weapons team. The unit. So we get there with 1 for threat range, 2 for strength of shot, 1 for accuracy, 4 for versatility, 0 for survivability, and 2 for cost. They wound anything on a 4-up with no armor saves.
Yeah, that's
scary.
That's their Poison Wing Globe. So that's their main bit. Again, their ability skill really hampers them.
It does.
Ability skill 3.
They're only 10 points though.
Only 10 points?
Yeah.
Is that what you got there?
Yeah, that's what I've got here. I'm hoping they're only 10 points.
Let's have a look.
Oh.
10 points more.
Hey.
They actually have an upper unit cap as well.
Oh, do they?
15.
15. Yeah, I knew that, weirdly. Just as you said that, I was like, yeah, it's 15.
They have an upper unit cap, so they are 150 points for 10.
Yeah, I think the reason you don't see them is because they have no survivability.
No, the top 3 no armor.
Yeah, and they don't have like a decent range. I think they're 12, maybe 18 range.
Please, 8.
The
globes are thrown as per Warhammer rules with a maximum range of 8 inches.
Oh.
So,
no.
right, yeah, the Poison Wing Globes, they're 8-inch range throwing weapons. They are warp stone weapons, so they are magical.
Yeah.
Each globe that hits wounds the target on a roll of 4+, no arm saves allowed. On an unmodified roll to hit of a 1, the globadier has shattered the fragile sphere before throwing and must roll to wound himself. Because they're protective gear, globadiers suffer a wound from a Poison Wing Globe on a 5+.
It's not that good that it's even a 6. It's just only slightly harder to win.
They're wearing gas masks, so that helps a lot. They have a lot of special rules as well. They have a lot out there. So they volley from the back. If the Globadiers are themselves in combat, which is a terrible position for them to be in.
Yes.
Models in the base contact with the foe fight with their hand weapons, but unengaged models can lob missiles into their own unit's melee.
Hilarious.
When the skirmishing unit forms up to fight close combat, unengaged models, even those in the rear ranks, are allowed to fire into their own combat during the shooting phase. Shots must still be in range during the shooting. They must still be in range from the enemy. All shots taken without line of sight to the targets have a -1 penalty to hit. All units in close combat are randomised as per the life is cheap rule. So when you know you're going to be charged, then would you just reform into one
one wide?
It's one wide. Because they can all shoot as long as they're in range. You basically would measure how far 8 inches, and that's how many range you can put yourself into.
About 9, maybe 10.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, they're dead anyway, so you might as well.
Yeah.
They're better at throwing their globes than they are in combat.
By a margin. And then they have life is cheap, as I said. So Poison Globadiers are allowed to fight into combat. Any combat.
Hilarious.
Not just Skaven.
Not just Skaven, it's anything.
Provided the Globadiers are not in base contact with a foe, they can target enemy units within range and line of sight, even if that unit is engaged in close combat. As combatants are consistently in motion, or constantly in motion, all successful hits must be randomised between the fighting units: 1 to 3 friend, 4 to 6 foe. If there are multiple friendly or enemy units, further randomised to determine exactly which one is struck.
Yes.
Like expendable from the Skaven Slaves, but this time anything's expendable.
Yes, basically.
Your help is expendable.
Yeah.
Your Rat-Ogs are expendable.
Don't shoot into a combat with a helper.
No, because it will mess it up.
It will. The champion can also take a Doom Sphere or a Doom Globe.
Death Globe.
Death Globe.
I believe. Bombardier may... The Bombardier.
That's the unit champ name, Bombardier. Hilarious.
Bombardier, he may purchase a Death Globe.
A Death Globe.
25 points. So this is...
So it's expensive.
It's a magic item as well. So I think... What was it? Multiple units can take... No, it wasn't this one, was it? It was the...
Yes, they can. So if you have multiple units of Poison Wing Globadiers, multiple champions can all take a Death Globe.
I thought it was a
You can only take one each. Yeah, it was Weeping Blade as well for Gut Runners. There was 2 or 3 different items that were like that.
Death Globe.
Max is just going to confirm in the FAQ.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. They've got the one for the Weeping Blade. Brass or Shock Pro Electric, Brass or Dim Rocket, Electric. It's not bad. It might be in there. I'll look
In between.
You can search in there, can't you? Give me the book. I'll explain what it does.
Yeah,
You
go for
search.
the Death Globe.
So, a Death Globe. It's 25 points, as Max said. It is one use only. A character equipped with such a weapon can throw it in any shooting phase. The Death Globe is thrown just as the brass orb, see above. Any model touched by the template suffers a wound on the result of a 4 with no armor save. So it's the same sort of attack, except it's a template. So,
No, Death Globe, no.
is it not on there?
No.
I thought it was. I'm
Just got,
sure I saw it.
Just got a pick of. It's just got a pickup in the Life is Cheap rule. We'll have a proper look.
In between.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
But yeah, essentially, you place the small round template with its centre within 8 of the character. You scatter the template as you would for a stone thrower. That's how you fire it. And you can also fire that into combat. Now, their rule specifies that if you throw it in the FAQ, if you throw the Death Globe into combat, it is the models that end up under the template that are hit. You do not randomise. Seems weird, considering the rule suggests that you do randomise, but you know,
Going back
whatever.
to the Poison Globadiers on target, they're not great.
No, I think
The skirmishers as well, but they do
they are
skirmish.
skirmisher. I think if they could take a warp grinder, actually that would be the place for it.
Yes.
It's still a bit random, but you maybe would take the chance because it would get them within 8. It would mean that they were, you know, they're going to be out of arc of sight.
Yeah. I don't think I would anyway.
It would be a lot of points. You would be investing quite a lot of points, but I think that's maybe where you could see a warp grinder team and where it may be useful.
As we said earlier on, the special section for the Skaven isn't competitive.
No, not
There's not
really.
a lot competing for space in the special section. You
Not
could
really.
take some.
You could take some, yeah. Minimum unit size 5.
5 is minimum.
50 points for a
50
small
points.
unit.
15 maximum. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would, but you could. You may well have the points, but really, I think their lack of decent ballistic skill, their lack of any survivability, and their really short range.
They have heavy armour. They do have, sorry, no, they don't have no armour, they have heavy armour. So they have 5 armour save.
Yeah, they're skirmish. It helps them against range, I suppose.
Yeah.
But that 8-inch range, they're going to take a lot of shooting before they get there.
If they even get there.
If they get there. I just think that means you don't see them, and
No.
and you very rarely see them in competitive play.
Yes.
Moving on to something you see a lot more regularly though is the Warp Lightning Cannon with a competitive
All
rating of
over-
17.
All over the shop in terms
We
of...
are all over the
I
shop.
don't know.
With a 17 out of 24. So almost getting to that magical 18.
It's good, but...
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's as is everything Skaven, it's very random.
Yeah.
We get to the 17 though with a 3 in threat range, accuracy, versatility, survivability and cost. Couldn't say that word for a second. And a 2 in the strength of the shot. Now, the strength is an artillery dice. You roll an artillery dice for the bounce, effectively. It shoots like a normal cannon, and the bounce determines the strength as well. We just decided to take the average, which is 5, which places it in the bracket to score 2 points. Now, it can't technically score a
you can't
5,
roll a 5, yeah.
but you score between 2 and 10,
Yeah.
with a misfire in there as well for technically 0. It doesn't shoot. We took sort of a middle-ish, which was 5, which scores it a 2.
Yeah, so it's the second artillery dice, which is the strength of the strength of the cannon shot.
Yeah. So it's the bounce.
Yeah.
So you place the shot, roll an artillery dice. That's where you actually shoot, and then the bounce, which is the second artillery dice, is sort of the line that it hits, and it determines the strength of the shot.
Regardless of what the strength is, it all ignores armor saves.
It does.
You don't get
Yep.
an armor save regardless of what the strength of the shot is.
It's always multiple points D6.
Always multiple points D6, and it actually lands with a blast template.
It does. It places the small template at the end of its shot, which is also multiple points D6, ignoring armor save.
Which is terrifying for ogres and monstrous cav units.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, it is. The downside though, with it being, you could aim it at that big unit of ogres or an artillery piece or a monster, whatever, and then you roll a 2, and it might hit them, but you're strength 2.
what you want is strength 6, realistically.
Well, no, you want 10.
You want 10. You want 6 or above.
Yeah, but then that makes it even harder to actually make it hit, because you go, oh well, I'll go sort of 10 from the back like I normally do, so it probably hits, but then I can't overshoot. But
what you want,
the template's going to end off way over there. When I'm aiming for a unit, do I go right? Well, actually, I'll go sort of 18 from the back and just hope I roll big.
that's
So hard to get that template.
That's what if you're shooting a unit, that's where you're gonna have to go. If you're going for a single model, then you just fire as a regular cannon. Who cares?
Yeah. And you just hope you roll big on the bounce.
Who cares? It's just a regular cannon. It can't fire grape shot. You can't.
No,
you
it can't fire grape shot.
You can't grape shot lightning bolts.
No, that's not how that works.
It has its own misfire chart.
As always.
Always and the misfire chart is devastating as it is for Skaven. 1 to 2, meltdown just dies.
Brilliant.
You wonder suspiciously if it was really a malfunction or if you're being double crossed. 3 to 5 is energy overload. You roll a scatter dice and turn the cannon's face direction. Resolve the shot at maximum strength. And it travels along the ground in a straight line 46 inches before terminating in a large round template.
Terrifying.
Oh my word. You have to get incredibly lucky to get that any sort of decent work for you.
Yeah, normally what it does is it spins and it hits your other Warp Lightning Cannon and then kills it.
Or you help it.
Or a Help It, or a Doom Wheel.
Yeah,
Or
anything important.
lands on your Storm Vermin.
Yeah, and then 6 is Sputter and Fizzle. The cannon cannot fight its turn, but it can shoot as normal next turn. Surely the Horned Rat is watching over you. Yeah. I think this is the only War Machine also... Oh, they got rid of its 4th wing, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. So
Yeah.
it's FAQ'd that it's just got 3 crew that each have 1 attack.
Yep, so you don't get 4 wounds on this thing.
No,
You only have 3 wounds.
like a normal artillery piece. The big bonus though is that it's so cheap. It is 90 points.
It's cheaper than a cannon.
It's one of the, if not the cheapest cannons in the game.
There's only 3 types of cannons in the game, isn't there?
Dwarf cannon, skull cannon, ogre cannon, empire cannon, this.
5 cannons.
Well, that's 5.
Yeah, 5 cannons.
It's cheaper than all of them. I don't think a dwarf cannon's
No,
cheaper.
an Empire Great Cannon is 120.
120.
So I think a Dwarf Cannon will be 120 as well.
No,
If-
dwarf cannons are short range.
No, they're regular cannons. You're thinking of the previous edition.
Are they?
Yeah, they used to be. They did have short
But
range.
they are 48.
No, I could be wrong. I mean, 48 is the length of the board, so who cares? So
Anyway,
yeah.
they are one of, if not the cheapest cannons in the game.
And it said they're not bad. You can take 2 Doom Wheels, 2 Help Hits, and still be able to take Warp Lightning Cannon. They're that cheap.
Can you? No.
I took 2 Help Hits and Warp Lightning Cannon in the previous game.
Yeah, you can't take 2 help
Oh,
hits, 2
no,
doom wheels
no,
and a
no,
warp lightning. You
not-
can take either
Yeah.
2 help hits
That's it.
or
You
2
can't-
doom
you
wheels
can't take-
and a warp lightning.
You can't take 5
Jeez.
5 selections are rare.
But yeah, you can take 2 of the monsters / chariots and a warp lightning cannon. If you take doom wheels, you might be able to get 2 in.
300
300.
easy.
Yeah,
480
easy.
points.
Yeah.
We'd like
You
150.
take Plague Clock Harbour as well.
You could.
Yeah, very, very good. and very cheap. Definitely worth having. I would suggest. I'd probably take 2. If you're going to take 1, take 2.
Depends.
That would be mine.
Depends if you go to double help it.
If you can't afford it,
if you can't afford it.
But otherwise, I think take 2 because one's going to go mad.
It comes down to the fact of how many help bits you want to take in your army.
Yes.
If you're taking no help bits, then you probably want to take like 2 Doom Walls, 2 Warlines, and a Plague Claw. You might as well fit it in.
Yeah.
If you take 2 help bits, then you are have to choose what you want to take.
Yes. Yeah,
but
you are.
Regardless, it's good cannon. Can kill itself, but any cannon can.
Actually, are you having to choose? They're 235, 470. You've got
180 points.
85 points. You can take 2 help hits, 2 warp lightning cannons.
184. Can you? 475 plus 100 is 575 plus 80 points at that point. No, you can't.
No, you can take 1. Yeah,
you can take 1.
Sorry. Yeah, apologies. Yeah.
Maths. But no, you probably would. You're going to take 1 at least.
I would say you can take 1 in all of your games most of the time, and if you're not taking 2 help hits, I think you should take 2. That is my analysis.
That's Scott's hot take.
Hot take.
Moving on now.
The Duke's hot take is take 2 if you're not taking 2 help hits. Moving on to the other bit of artillery, the Plague Claw Catapult.
Which I quite like.
I do quite like. After your brother started using them 2 summers ago.
You mean start using them? You use them like a couple of times and stop playing fantasy again?
Yeah, that. But they come in with a competitive rating of 15 out of 24, which is not bad.
No.
Very solid score. We get there with a 3 for threat range, a 1 for strength of shot, but as we'll find out, that doesn't matter too much.
Nope.
2 for accuracy, 3 for versatility, 3 for survivability, and 3 for cost. I really like these. It's a large blast, not a small blast.
It's a stone for a large blast. Yeah.
It's no armor saves, and against particular armies or even units, that's cripplingly good. It is only strength 2,
but you throw enough dice. The average toughness in the game is 3.
Yeah.
For a lot of the armies,
yeah.
The average toughness is 3. So strength 2.
Under a large blast, you're hitting a lot of stuff.
And ranked in, if you're finding like 20 mil bases.
20?
20 hits?
If you're really deep, it can be more. But
you could hit
if you're sort of 4 deep, you can probably get about 18 or 20.
They're 100 points as well. They're not
expensive.
They're 10 more points than a warp lightning cannon, even though warp lightning cannon.
Yeah.
Even though warp lightning cannon is very technical, whereas a Plague Claw just chucks a bunch of goo at you.
It does chuck a bunch of goo at you. Yeah.
Also, it's worth noting that the Plague Claw Catapult and the warp lightning cannon are both toughness 6.
They are, whereas obviously normal war machines toughness 7. So we will get on to why later.
Why that's important. But the Plague Claw is good.
It is. Now, if only you could combine it with a spell that, I don't know, maybe reduced your toughness.
Maybe there's something that's going to come up later on today.
Maybe.
We'll have to go through it.
Yeah, really good. Big fan.
I'm surprised you don't see more. I am honestly shocked you don't see more.
Yeah, I am actually. But I think that's probably because people don't have the models for it. Because I know they do one now, don't they? Which is the combined kit.
The Warp Lightning Cannon. When this book came out, the kit didn't exist.
Yeah.
Did it?
That kit certainly wouldn't
No, it wouldn't exist because the book still has the old one in it. If you had the new one, that wouldn't be in the book. So they came out when the Hellpit came out. Which didn't come out of the book. It came out a year or... It came out 8th.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like...
Because Skaven was the last book in 7th, wasn't it?
That was released. It was out Beastman's. I can't remember which one. It's probably a Skaven.
Yeah.
But no, it came out about maybe a year and a half after the book came out. So...
I think that's possibly why. It's just because people who have had Skaven armies for, a long time, they then maybe, I don't know, didn't get around to it, whatever, but they wouldn't have had those models in their collections. No,
so
I think that's why.
But they are good. I said, I'm surprised I don't see more.
I think it's just that 10 points. I think it's the fact it's that extra 10 points over a warp lightning cannon. And people look at cannon, they see the word cannon, as much as it doesn't fire exactly like a normal cannon, and think, they're so reliable. And it is relatively.
People want their artillery to be able to take out single entity bombs.
Monsters.
Too much total.
Monsters. They want to take out big single models like monsters.
Yeah,
and this doesn't.
It doesn't.
It's no multiple wounds. It's good for units, but your units are pretty good for units.
Yeah, again, I misfire shot.
Yeah.
1 or 2, twang, it dies. Twang. Plague Claw collapses. Just doesn't snap. Just
completely collapses.
The war machine is destroyed and removed from battle. 3 to 5 suspiciously off target. The opposing player may reposition the template anywhere within 3 to 6 inches of the intended target position.
Oh dear.
And then 6 accident, an acolyte falls into the pot. Plague Claw cannot fight its turn. So it's actually not that.
It'd be nice if you got +1 to win next turn though. for the extra sort of
the acidity.
virulence of the poison and goo that they fling at you.
But yeah, but I quite like them. I
do like them a lot.
The fact it's large template.
Yeah, you hit a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You go up against Bretonians, Empire Knights,
Other stuff out
elves,
there.
any
Knights.
elves. Not even knights, just elves.
It's not Warp Zone either.
Not magical.
So you can target Dragon Princes.
Ooh, yeah, terrifying. You got 6-up ward.
You got
Good luck with that.
Unless they're taking like the buff.
Unless they buff it high. Yeah.
Yeah, but so that's pretty. Is it?
White line.
Oh no, play Claw Counterpart is Warp Zone weapon.
Oh, Max, you got my hopes up and everything.
Missed one word. So it is magical.
So it is magical. I don't really understand why, but
because everything's Warp Zone, isn't it?
yeah. I don't know if we mentioned the Warp Lightning Cannon is also magical. I can't remember if we mentioned it, but it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean,
it definitely is. It's got warp in its name.
Stranger things happened.
I suppose all objects ours on.
Nope.
It is, Max.
Hold
It
tight.
is.
What I can is move fire and fire the same as the cameras in the one rulebook.
Definitely is.
I'll have to have a look at the FAQ for that one.
Seriously, is it not in there?
Just be a single command per character's detail.
Yeah. I'm sure it's thrilling viewing for you, but I'm absolutely sure it is a warp stone weapon.
Oh, I've got nothing here to say it's Warp Stone.
Really? There we go. It is a warp stone weapon.
Right at the end.
Woo.
It is.
It is a warp stone weapon.
Yeah, okay, so they're both Warp Stones.
Yes. So, okay, again, like we said when we went over warp stone weapons, it's one unit, but it's not good against.
One unit, one army.
Yeah.
Pick something else.
Yeah, shoot something else. But that is it for the artillery. We're going to move into the weapons teams. Now we have 3 weapons teams.
Which is the rest
coming
of
up, which is the rest of them, I think. First one, though, is the Poison Wind Mortar. So this comes in with a competitive score of 11 out of 24. And we get there with a score of 2 for threat range, 1 for strength of shot, 2 for accuracy, 3 for versatility, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. Now this is a small blast, which has got 24-inch range, fire it like a stone thrower. 5 up, wounds anything, with no armor saves allowed. And that's a 4 up under the hull.
Yeah, so if you're on the hull, it's 4 up to wound it, 5 up to everything else. Protected gear, they're going to suffer a wound if they're only touched by template somehow. They're going to suffer a wound on a 5+ as well.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the only move and fire. Sorry, it's the only move and fire weapons team.
Okay.
Which is why he'll do like things they can move and fire the weapon.
Yeah. I know James thinks these are best attached to Storm Vermin. He's written he had a list which is not exactly the same as one we'll look at earlier, but similar, where you basically just hide them out of line of sight.
Yeah. Poison Wind Mortar can fire any visible target or weapons team or if the weapons team is within 3 inches of its parent unit, it can use their line of sight to fire. So
you can hide the Poison Wind Mortar out of line of sight.
If one
little Storm Vermin within
peeking around the corner,
like the other end of the unit, can just see around the corner.
He's there. Get him!
Hilarious.
But yeah, so
they do lack survivability though.
As does every weapons.
All weapons teams do.
But no, that's a 6 to 24 inches. That's a minimum range.
Yeah.
Save none. No.
Not even heavy armor.
On the weapon, just save none.
Oh, okay.
None.
Just none. No save. None.
Again, own misfire chart. Thump. 1 and 2. Thump.
Is it dead?
Place the last round template sent to the weapons team. Models touched by the blast are wounded on a 4+, no arm saves that. The Poison Wind Mortar is removed.
So yes.
3 to 5 wildly off target. The opponent can place a template anywhere he likes in 3 to 6 inches. The intended position. Resolve hits as normal. 6 is clogged. The fire mechanism is clogged with grime, filth, or even a crew member's errant tail. No firing. How do you not notice your tail's inside this tube?
I love the idea that their towers are sort of weirdly sentient. They don't really know what their towers are doing.
It's an errant tail.
It's just it's like a bit like a snake. Just have a look in here.
No firing may take place this turn.
Yeah.
So I mean, is it? I think it might be the cheapest one.
It's 65 points.
Okay, no.
The cheapest is the
Doom Flare
and
Rattling Gun.
50. Oh, they're 50 as well.
They're 55. They're both 55.
Oh, 55. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I know people like take it because
not the most expensive, but not cheap.
A lot of people take it because it also came in Island Blood.
It did.
It came in Island Blood, so it was that going through.
So people have generally 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah.
Or however many Island of Bloods you bought. It was a good kit, so a lot of people bought a lot of them.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Overall, it's okay in the right sort of list, I think. On to the Rattling Guns with a competitive score of 12 out of 24.
Skaven go Burt.
Skaven go Burt. We get there with a 1 for threat range, 2 for strength of attacks, or strength of shots, 2 for accuracy, 4 for versatility, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. They're not a terrible choice, as we said. They're the joint cheapest weapons team with the Doomflayer.
In my opinion, also the coolest. It's
They're quite cool.
It's a minigun.
Yeah, it's a Skaven with a minigun. It's an 18-inch range, D6 shots at strength 4, armor piercing. They ignore long range and multiple shot. Very good.
Yep.
Downside though is their ballistic skill.
Skill 3 as normal.
Yeah.
It is move or fire.
It is move or fire, so it essentially means unless there's sort of cover, because the other penalties they ignore, they just always hit on a 4.
Yeah, because high rate of fire does not suffer penalties to multiple shots. Essentially, the infernal weapon team does not suffer penalties for firing targets over half range to represent the sheer weight of bullets. As Scott said, it fires weirdly. Like I say,
it does. D6. It's D6 shots, but they have their sort of funky firing.
So
mechanic.
It can pivot on the spot though to face a target it intends to shoot.
Oh, okay.
So you can just place it and just pivot as much as you want.
Interesting.
So it's got that going for it. It is Warpstone weapon, naturally. To fire the gun, nominate a visible target and determine how many shots to fire. To do so, you roll a d6. This is the number of shots fired. You can now decide whether to stop or to roll a second dice. The result is the second dice is added to the first dice and total amount of shots that are fired. You can now stop to choose to continue firing. Repeating the same process. If you roll a double, any duplicate of one of the numbers previously rolled, if you wanted an explanation of what double is.
What double
is. The Rattling Gun has suffered a misfire. Roll immediately on the Rattling Gun misfire chart above right. I don't think they do that above right.
Brilliant.
No further dice may be rolled. If the firing is completed without a misfire and hit the target is within range, roll to hit with all shots.
Okay.
So
is there a limit to how many dice you can roll per Rattling Gun?
No, you can continue.
You can just keep rolling until you roll a double. So you could roll up to 6 if you're lucky.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That is the amount of dice, total amount of dice you can roll.
Yeah.
Is 6.
Yeah, because otherwise you're going to roll a double.
Yeah, but
Interesting.
If you wanted to die, I suppose you can just roll 7 dice.
Yeah, guarantee it misfires. Ooh, interesting.
Well, no, there is no. I don't know why you would do that though. The misfire chart though is 1 and 2 is blam, no shots fired and the weapon team is dead.
Oh, that's a bit boring.
Yeah.
I'd like it to explode or something.
No, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't have the explosion. 3 to 5 spins wildly. Roll a scatter dice. All the shots, including the ones we rolled with the last dice, the one that caused a misfire, are fired in the direction shown by the arrow. The barrage of bullets must roll to hit the first unit in the path, friend or foe.
Ooh, so for me actually there is a niche scenario. If your parents' unit dead, or if it's you're mainly surrounded, you go, yeah, chances are I'll hit something good. I'll throw like 12 dice at it.
You can't throw 12. You won't be able to throw 12 because you have to throw 1 at a time.
Oh, and as soon as you roll a double,
it might misfire on the
second. I suppose. But I'd just keep rolling.
You would just keep rolling.
7.
You would just march your 10 inches straight into the middle and just like, ah!
Yeah.
And number 6, this is brrrt. It literally is brrrt.
It literally is brrrt.
Skaven go brrrt. So brrrt. The weapon fires all shots at the intended target, but does so at strength 2 with -1 save modifier.
Yeah, that's not good. You want 3 to 5.
Its save modifier is 2, so it is strength 4 and piercing. Naturally.
Yeah.
So
and you get sort of the armor piercing on the strength 2 ones.
This is the gambling man's weapons team.
It is.
And I think
I think you're probably looking at between 2 and 3d6.
If you don't,
I think I'd always roll 2.
Oh, you roll
I'd
it. So
always roll
the
2.
chance you roll a double are
slim.
But then you depends.
But never know.
How bold. It depends how bold
It depends what you're shooting. If you're shooting chaff, 2's probably enough. Or you see what you're right. If you roll a 1 and a 2, you're like, I need to roll more.
You say it's enough, but then you've still got hit. You still got hit with
True.
it. So you'd be skill 3.
True.
And you haven't moved. You're probably going to be at a long range.
You ignore long range and multi shot.
There you go. Fair point.
So that's what I mean. You hit on 4s basically all the time.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. But I think I'd always go 2. There is no doubt in my mind that I wouldn't roll 2.
You would just stop at 1.
I'd probably 80% of the time I'd probably roll 3.
How bold are you?
I probably wouldn't roll more than 3.
You feeling lucky bunk?
I don't think I'd roll more than 3. Ever.
It feels last turn. And
yeah, okay. If you absolutely have to kill something that's got like, I don't know, 6 wins left, say, if there's 6 models in the unit you've got to kill, and I rolled a 1, a 2 and a 3, Yes, I'd roll a fourth dice.
Yeah, you roll a fourth dice. Or if you get lucky,
You know.
Or if you roll a fourth dice, it hasn't rolled double. Do you want the fifth?
Yeah, that's where it gets risky. But I think, it's only niche scenarios that I'd ever roll 4 dice.
Yeah. I do want to see more of them.
Again, I think it comes down to models. People just don't have them.
Yeah, they were only sold in metal,
Mm.
which is a shame.
Quite cool models.
Where is it? Yeah, I
There's
think
a picture in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Isn't there? Somewhere.
There
As
it
he
is.
flicks through the book.
Yeah,
Quite a cool model.
I like it.
Yeah, but as we said, people just don't have them,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Move on to the last one
But
then.
potentially, actually, with the Stormfiends kit out now, with their Gatling guns, you've got options for converting.
Yeah, but you only have one set of those Gatling guns in it, and
they're the ones you want to use.
The Stormfiends want to take them. Want to take the Gatling guns. Yeah.
But yeah, not a lot else to say on the Rattling guns. Okay, in the right
Yeah.
sort of list, and you will see them a lot later in a list as we go through.
Yeah.
What Fire Throwers though are the last weapons team and the last range team. actually.
Iconic.
They are. They come in with a 13 out of 24.
Flag of Skaven.
Hey. We get to this with a 1 for threat range, a 3 for strength of shot and accuracy and versatility, 1 for survivability and 2 for cost. These are the most expensive weapons team at 70 points.
Yeah,
and
they
they're
are.
essentially a flame cannon. They're strength 5, D3 wounds, -2 to your save, so no armor piercing or anything funky, just a -2 from being strength 5. They're not bad for output.
No.
Toughness 3, they've got a 4 up save, I've got here. Have they got a better save than all the other weapons teams?
No, Wolf. Why would they? No.
No. They've got a 5 up save. James has written the cheat sheet wrong. He's
not.
not here, so we can blame him.
Yeah, he's a fire thrower, so it doesn't have the 12-inch place, then
No.
roll 2 dice.
No.
It does have the Rattling guns. You can pivot,
Okay.
so you can does
Interesting.
does
Is
have
it move or fire?
move or fire again.
Okay. Yeah.
So it is
Okay.
remarkably. It's probably a short range. Oh, you say a short range,
So up to 18.
which is the max
Really,
range
maximum.
which is the max range for
Okay,
the
Rattling
Rattling gun.
Yeah. Doesn't roll TLC because it's template, which helps. It is 1 wound though for 70 points. I just think it's too much of a risk for what it is. I don't think flame cannons are very good anyway.
No.
I think I'd take the risk on the Rattling gun because it's probably more hits
Well,
because of the randomness.
this
of
one
the
it
flame
does.
cannon.
If you do take a wound or casualty from it, you must take a panic test.
Yeah, okay.
And also, I forgot to mention that both the Warp Fire Thrower and the Rattling Cannon can stand and shoot as if it was charged. They can both stand and
Okay.
shoot. So the Rattling Gun should have been able to stand and shoot as is anyway.
Yeah.
The Warp Fire Thrower, there might have been some contention where it could stand and shoot, but it can.
Okay. Is that only if it's charged or if it's parent units?
The Warp Fire Thrower can stand and
If
shoot
it is
if it is charged.
Okay, fine.
And
Yeah,
then,
it would be nice if it could do it if the parent unit was
Yeah.
charged.
but then,
Right.
own misfire chart. We're going to go through it as we've gone through
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they have fun.
They each have their own misfire chart.
And they're all different. They're all different
are,
misfires. So 1 and 2 is Woomph. Place the large round template over the weapon team and resolve hits as normal. So this is where you want this one. So large round template, you just chuck it in, and then just strength 5 multiples D3.
Yeah, it gets charged. You do the stand and shoot. Hopefully roll. Decent and hit it.
Where would you? No, because the standard shoot you do at the max range, don't you?
You do it as soon as the charge is declared. So if the unit is like
If it's
7
near,
inches from you,
Yeah.
you're probably going to hit something.
yeah.
Let's roll lane.
That's that. Fuel leak. Highly explosive fuel leak ignites. Immediately roll 2d6 inches and the scatter dice to determine the direction the team runs before exploding.
I love that they don't drop the equipment and run. They run with it.
I mean,
thinking they're going to run away from the explosion.
This dude's under a whale of a time.
Yeah.
He drops that, but
Yeah.
it's the guy carrying the backpack that's dragging the thing with him.
The guy at the front's like, "No, I'm out." The guy behind's like, "I'm following you," and just drags this
Yeah.
this bomb basically with them.
They will
Hilarious.
stop if they touch a unit, friend or foe, or impassable terrain. After movement, the device explodes exactly like the Woomph, but result above.
So you move them 2d6 and
To be
then do
honest.
the whole large blast.
So if you misfire 5 out of 6 times, it's dead.
Yeah.
It's actually the most.
No, because it doesn't kill it. You've still got to roll to wound.
No, the weapon team.
Oh, it's destroyed.
And
Yeah,
then
no,
then the team destroyed in the lurid mushroom cloud that it has created.
Hilarious.
So actually, it's probably the worst reliable weapons.
Least reliable weapons team. Yeah.
No, not just piece of artillery has a misfire shot. Misfire.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
It dies 5 out of 6 times.
5 out of 6 times. Does it actually survive on 6? We haven't read it yet.
The 6th roll is.
Yep. Okay.
That's his wording.
With a disappointing.
With a
fizzle.
disappointing fizzle, the warp fire thrower fails to fire. That's a tongue twist. The warp fire thrower fails to fire. but does not explode.
Oi!
The crew may not fire this turn. For the rest of the battle, the warped weapons team smells stronger than Musk of Fear, though. I don't think they had to put in the does not explode.
Yeah.
Everything else explodes.
Otherwise, you just assume it does. So it's the most likely to kill itself when it misfires of basically anything that rolls an artillery dice.
In the game.
In the game, let alone the book. It's the most expensive weapons team.
Came out in plastic though, white in the blood.
It did. I wouldn't take it though.
As
much as it scores the best here, I wouldn't take it.
If it hits, it can cause a lot of damage.
It can, on the right target.
Ranked up units are good.
It should hit a fair amount.
Monster infantry units are good.
Really good, yeah. Or monstrous cav.
Monstrous cav. The only thing you don't want to shoot at is is monsters.
Single
or chariots.
Models.
Yeah.
I mean, chariots is not bad because they probably only have 4 wounds, so you're getting rid of most of their wounds probably.
So let's get very lucky.
Yeah.
Moving on?
Yeah, I think we'll move on. That's all of the ranged units actually.
Ooh.
Yeah. We've got through most of the army. Now we're going to move on to chaff. Just 3 units here. We've got giant rats, rat swarms, and gutter runners.
We're starting with giant rats.
Yeah. Just before we move on to giant rats, lots of other units could be employed as chaff. Really, in a Skaven army.
Anything.
And people do it. Almost anything. Yeah. Don't do it with your storm vermin. It's probably a waste of points.
You could do it. Storm vermin if push comes to shove.
Exactly. If push comes to shove, you can do it. But I don't think you take them as a chaff.
No.
But these 3 are what we feel are the best sort of dedicated chaff units.
Yeah.
And as Max said, we're going to start with giant rats, who come in with a competitive rating of 11 in the chaff roll. We get this with a 1 for maneuverability, a 1 for number of attacks, a 1 for special rules, 4 for slots, they are core, 0 for survivability, and 4 for cost. We sort of discussed these earlier in the battle line roll. You can, and we sort of touched on this actually quite a lot. You can take these in sort of minimal units.
Yeah.
To make for what is probably the cheapest chaff in the game. It's 32 points, I think it is. 23 points. Sorry, 23 points.
The rat dies 23 points.
Mad.
I don't think anything actually comes close to against that.
Really? 21 a single saber tusk.
There you go.
But he is special.
Whereas this is core.
core?
I believe they don't count towards your core though.
I don't think that's still a thing.
Or did they get rid of it in the FAQ?
You look through that, glance through that, and I will wax lyrical about the rat dart.
Anything we spoke about earlier on with giant rats.
Yeah, it's a 6 wound, 23 point bit of chaff. As we said, you run them sort of 2x3, Packmaster at the back. They do have their weaknesses, like we said. If the Packmaster does die, then they have to charge, or they just pivot. They can't, be helpful in any way, basically. So do your best to keep the Packmaster alive, although that's not necessarily easy. Even at a score of 11, though, which isn't the best score, you do see these a lot in competitive lists. In multiples, to be honest, 2, maybe 3 or more, which is why they're a minus if you just absolutely spam them in the Triple Crown pack.
Nothing here.
No?
No, not I can see. I just don't think they can towards it. Well, I did see in here though is that because they are war beasts, technically they have swift strike. But the FAQ there, the Packmaster in there does not have swift strike.
No, so he slows them down. So if he dies and they have to charge, they do it. Bless me. They do it with swift stride. Yeah. Shame they don't get to use it with a Packmaster. It'd be nice if they gave him.
How quick is that Packmaster?
Well, he keeps up with giant rats.
Yeah.
Evidently he does not. He slows them down.
No.
So yeah, very solid chaff, the giant rats, especially being from core. Moving on though to gutter runners.
We're going gutter runners next.
Yeah, we are going gutter runners next. With a 13 out of 24. So we get there with a score.
Lucky with Skaven.
Thanks, Max. We get there with a 3 for maneuverability, 3 for number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 2 for slot, 1 for survivability, and 3 for cost.
I think these are some of the best units in the book.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they're really good, especially for their points. We're looking at poison attacks and slings on these guys.
Which I think is how you should take them.
Absolutely. Lots of threat against anything. Basically, war machines, they're really good because they've got poison attacks.
Lots of shots as well.
Lots of shots. 2 attacks each because they've got additional hand weapons.
And all poison in combat as well.
All poison in combat as well, thanks to their poison attacks. Cheap enough, I think.
They do get a bit pricey once you have added all the upgrades onto them.
They do.
Gutter runners start at 12.
Slings are a point?
Slings are a point, but poison is 5. So you're looking at 7, no. 18 points a model.
90 points for a unit of 5.
Yeah.
I think that's workable.
I used to take
One war machine, you'll get your points back.
I'd always take units of 6.
Yeah, okay, so 109.
Yeah, I'd take units of 6.
You're still probably getting your points back.
Yeah,
for
from
a
the
war machine.
Unless you find other Skaven war machines, but then.
Or Bretonians, trebuchets are only 90. Yeah, you know, probably one war machine, they'll get their points back.
But then
I like 2 units of these as well.
They can take the Death Runner. The champion can take smoke bombs.
He can.
And they can take weeping blades, and this
They
is
can take weeping blades. Now, again, this is a magic item in the book, in the Skaven book, and it gives you poison attacks and multiple units D3.
Yep.
And every unit of Gutter Runner, every Gutter Runner unit champion rather, is it Death Runner?
Death Runner, yeah.
Every Death Runner in the army can take this, despite it being a magic weapon, which is good, but it does become pricey.
Yeah, it means that your Death Runner is 42 points.
Yeah, what, 30 points for the Weeping Blade?
Yes.
Yeah, so they do become pricey, and to be honest, I don't think it's worth it.
So we have put them in chaff here because they do the chaff role particularly well because they scout and skirmish, as Scott said.
Yeah, they do scout as well.
They have sneaky infiltrators. I've never seen it being used, to be honest. I don't even know what it does.
I think they can basically ambush.
So sneaky infiltrators, when deployed as sneaky infiltrators, the gut runners are not set up not setting up at the beginning of the game or as scouts. Instead, starting from turn 2, at the beginning of every friendly turn, roll a dice on 4+. The gut runners arrive. Successive turns get +1 to them. In the move phase in which they arrive, the gut runners can move to the battlefield from any table edge and treat exactly as the unit from returning pursuing an enemy off the board. So it is ambushers, but you have a choice to do it.
Yeah.
So better.
But
to be honest, you have scout, so
yeah, I don't know why you'd ever use it.
in case your opponent does fill up the board.
Yeah, it's very unlikely though.
Because
to be honest, I probably still wouldn't use it, just on the off chance they don't turn up.
No. Well, so if they do manage to fill up the entire board, you do then have a choice before you deploy them as scout. You can say, I'm going to go sneaky infiltrators.
You do have the choice, and because it's a choice, it is significantly better than just having ambushes.
They can also take snare nets if they want.
Oh, can they? What's that?
Exactly, what's that? Snare nets count as a shield.
Ooh.
A net that counts as a shield.
Interesting.
Any models in base concept, one or more gutter runners, armed with snare nets, suffer minus 1 weapon skill initiative.
Oh, okay. You'd lose the additional attack though.
You would, yes.
But
But
you don't, because
you run
wouldn't get the additional ammo.
5-man unit with snare nets. Snare nets they're free.
Oh, okay.
They replace one hand weapon with a snare net.
Yeah.
So you take some snare nets. You just have like a little debuffing unit that's tied to like your quick vermin
Maybe.
or your help hits to make them go before.
Maybe.
It's niche.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't. And the fact I didn't even know they existed shows you how often nobody takes that.
They also come with dodge.
They do. They've got a 6-up ward. They're basically all Night Runner unit champions.
Yes.
That's what they are.
Then they have the Death Runner.
They have the Death Runner, which is sort of their champ. They've all got a 6-up ward, which is why they got their 1 point for survivability.
Champ has the 5-up as well.
Yeah, his is slightly better.
They also do have Bliss Skill 4. I don't know if you mentioned all Bliss Skill 4 as well.
Oh, I did not. That is good.
They all have Bliss Skill 4, so
slings.
better than Night Runner. So they are quite good at hitting with their slings.
They are literally a Night Runner unit champion.
Yeah.
They're exactly the same stats.
Better weapon skill.
Oh, they're 1 better weapon skill.
1 better weapon skill, 1 better leadership. Their leadership 7.
That is good.
That is good.
Actually, because they won't get anything from strength in numbers.
No, and that is
good.
That is the highest base leadership you can get.
For a unit.
For a unit, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's a help or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I think we both.
I think overall they're the best chaff in the book. I think giant rats are better at redirecting because they're cheaper.
You want these guys to kill the war machines, go hunt the war machines, and then do your chaffing.
Yes.
They're not a redirecting chaff. They are quintessentially the chaff.
They're a war machine hunting chaff for sure. But can absolutely 100-ish points can absolutely be used as redirectors.
Can take maximum units is 15 though. Another unit's got max cap.
Yeah, I don't think they ever take more than
6, 7,
8 at a push. 8's absolute maximum because then they are just getting too expensive. Yeah. Moving on now to our final chaff unit, which is Rat Swarms, with a competitive rating of 13 out of 24.
Thank you for Skaven.
Took you a while. We get there with a score of 1 for manoeuvrability, a 4 for number of attacks, 2 for special rules, 3 for slot, 0 for for survivability, and 3 for cost. They're a good choice in a pinch. 5 wounds, 25 points of base. They're a swarm, hence the name. They're not terrible. They are leadership 10, hilarious. Yeah. But because they're a swarm, they are unbreakable, unstable.
Yeah, because they get a squish, which is the unstable. But they are weapon skill 3. So a bit higher than most swarms are.
Yes.
Strength 2, toughness 2 is not great. Don't block line of sight.
That's good.
They actually they're all small.
That is good, actually.
Just don't block line of sight.
Small.
What I do want to say is that if you do have access to Laura Shadow, legally ever chosen, then you can give Occam's Mind Razor. Just strength.
Oh dear.
Strength 10. One of these days, I'm going to do it.
You need to stop.
One of these days, I'm going to do it. I want to have a big unit of these and just give them Occam's.
Big unit of those, and just the only thing from Warriors that you're taking is a level 4 on Sinesh. Level 4 Castle Lord on Castles for Lord on Sinesh.
What's the next?
On Shadow.
Why not both? Could you imagine though? Do you want to do you want that? Weapon skill 3, you can debuff the weapon skill. Don't debuff toughness because you're strength 10 at that point. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
Anyway, moving on. That is it for Chaff. We have one more battlefield role before we hit the special characters, which is support units. So we have 2 support units up for debate. These are the Screaming Bell, which we have talked about quite a lot and touched on, and the Plague Furnace. Now, a point worth mentioning, these aren't units in their own right.
No.
They are both character mounts. And they work in a similar way to the Cauldron of Blood, although slightly worse. They essentially have to be deployed in a unit.
Yeah, Cauldron of Blood can leave it, can't it?
They can never leave the unit. If the unit dies around them, they can't move.
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Lots of negatives. And they can only be pushed by certain units as well. So the Screaming Bell can only join a unit of Clan Rats or Storm Vermin.
Yep.
And the Plague Furnace can only join units of Plague Monks.
Yes.
So, moving on first to the... Should we do Screaming Bell or should we do Plague Furnace? Should we work our way up? Or
let's work our way
up.
up.
Work our way up. We'll go with the Plague Furnace. I say fall off a cliff. That is a bit harsh. The Plague Furnace does score 13 out of 24.
Thank you, Skaven.
Thanks, Max. We get there with a 1 for manoeuvrability, 4 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 1 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 1 for cost. James and John rather have never really used the Plague Furnace. They've had Skaven between them for a while.
I don't think they own one, do they?
I don't know. Maybe.
You own one.
I own one. I might own 2. I definitely own 1.
Yeah.
You look at it in comparison to the Screaming Bell, which we'll look at, and it does just feel underwhelming.
It does. So, right. So it's got push in the battle. So this is a rule shared by both the Plague Furnace and the Screaming Bell.
Yep.
This is how this thing moves.
Yes.
It is pushed obviously by the unit it's with, and this one can only join Plague Monks. I think he said. I know. A single player can be deployed in each unit of Plague Monks.
Yep.
Yeah, so there you go. So moving it wise, so the Screaming Bell is joined by the unit the Screaming Bell joins can march, charge, and pursues normally as long as it has 10 models.
And when Max says Screaming Bell, he means Plague Furnace.
Yep.
It's because they're rules on the same page as the Screaming Bell.
For every model in the unit drops below 10, the unit deducts 1 from its move.
Ooh,
so there are 9 Skaven in a unit, it would have movement of 4, 8 would have movement of 3. If you reduce to 5 or less models, it cannot move.
Interesting.
So it does slow down because it's not like the Cauldron of Blood, which moves magically. This one has to.
It's physically pushed.
It's just physically pushed by something, which is pretty
hilarious.
mad. Difficult terrain and obstacles. The Screaming Bell passes over difficult or very difficult terrain. Has it been FAQ'd?
This has been FAQ'd. Both the Screaming Bell and the Plague Furnace are treated as chariots when it comes to terrain.
So D6 wounds.
Yeah. Roll a 1. If you fail a terrain test, D6 wins.
I won't bother reading the rest of that rule then.
Nope. I wouldn't.
Shoots at the Screaming Bell or Plague Furnace, which it still has this one. Notes, however, the high strength hits will not ring the sensor. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah. Right, enemy shooting can choose to target either the unit pushing the Screaming Bell or Plague Furnace, or the Screaming Bell itself. So you can just decide to shoot it.
I didn't know that.
So
I thought obviously you could pretend like. So I didn't realise with like bows and things. You could say,
I mean it's so big.
Or the furnace. It is.
But then so is Cauldron of Blood.
Yeah.
It is.
The Cauldron's just significantly better.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hits against the unit are resolved as normal, but hits against the Plague Furnace are randomised. Hitting the Screaming Bell on a what?
Plague Furnace.
Plague Furnace on a 1-5, or the Plague Priest that is with on a 5-6 or a 6. Just a 6.
Just a 6.
Yeah. Yeah, just a 6.
Okay.
And attacking the Plague Furnace. Plague Furnace can be attacked in the same way as the Screaming Bell on page 43, with the following exception. Unlike a Grey Seer on a Screaming Bell, a Plague Priest cannot avoid challenges when mounted on a Plague Furnace. He is too fume-addled to climb away. So you can attack it in close combat.
Yeah, and as that sort of hinted to, the Gracier on Screaming Bell can run away, but we'll get into that more. When
second.
you look at the Screaming Bell,
when you attack the Plague Furnace, you attack the crew, which is weapon skill 3.
yeah, not great.
No. So that's the continuing over rules,
Yeah.
the overlapping rules, as it were.
So what it does, well, it gives the unit is in Unbreakable and Magic Resistance 2.
Very nice.
Yeah, very good, very good. It doesn't really add anything else to the unit though, or indeed the army. It doesn't really have any other synergy.
If anything, it actively hurts the units pushing
It can actively hurt the unit that it's pushing. It's got, is it something fog?
That's one of it. So
Enshrouding fog or something?
it's got Fuming Close Combat. So that's where Enshrouded by Fog comes into it.
Yeah, Enshrouding.
Fuming Close Combat, it does D6 impact ticks, as Scott said.
Yes.
Plague Monk, Crew, and Plague Priest can fight anyone base contact with the Plague Furnace. Plague Monks can fight close combat and still swing the Great Censer. Models in base contact can choose to attack the Plague Furnace or the Plague Priest mounted upon it. Attacks against the Plague Furnace must roll to hit against Plague Monk's Crew as weapon skill, as I said before. Base Plague Furnace means that some extrapolation must be done to work out the rank bonus of the Plague Monk unit. Not really.
Not really. You count it as being filled with rank and file for the rank bonus.
Yeah. Plague Furnace can make the following warp zone weapon close combat attack. So it
Magical.
is magical. Enshrouded by Fog, in the close combat phase, the Plague Furnace becomes wreathed in a deadly fog. At the start of any round of close combat, any unit's friend or foe touching the Plague Furnace does D6 automatic hits distributed as per shooting. This includes the unit pushing the Plague Furnace, but not the Plague Priest riding it. Each model must pass a toughness test or suffer a single wound, no arm saves allowed. The Enshrouded by Fog only works on a 6 on the Plague Monks pushing it.
Unit, yeah, the unit is pushing
The Plague Priest has a Plague Censer. This is now Pestilent Blessing rule.
Yes.
Separate, so this is another separate rule.
So many rules.
It's confusing. So, if the Plague Priest has a Plague Censer, to work out the models affected, treat the base of the entire Plague Furnace as being the Plague Priest's base.
So the Plague Sensors we went over earlier in
Yeah.
the Plague Sensors Bearers unit, they're the flowers that you have to do a toughness test for if you're in base contact with them. So anyone in base contact with the whole furnace counts as being in base contact if the Plague Priest has been upgraded to have a Plague Sensor.
So if you note that the Great Censer and the Plague Censer are different enough that a model effectively must take 2 toughness tests.
Yes.
So you have to take 1 toughness for by Frog and another toughness test for the Plague Censer.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. That's a lot.
Yes.
Right, so then its second attack in combat is Wrecker. In your own player turn, the chain holding the mighty swinging Great Censer can be let loose. Let loose. The attack happens last in any round of close combat the Plague Furnace is involved in, even after great weapons have struck. The Wrecker attack causes an artillery dice worth a strength 5 hits against a single enemy unit in base contact when the front arc of the Plague Furnace. All hits distributed as per shooting and count towards combat resolution. A roll of a misfire means something's gone wrong. A roll on the Plague Furnace mishap chart below. This attack is done in addition to the Enshrouded by Fog attack. They automatic hits?
Hits?
Hits, yeah.
That's
They automatic hits. You don't have to roll against it. It's
That's
a giant wrecking ball.
Yeah, that's literally sort of swinging through your unit.
You're not avoiding it.
No.
So the mishap chart has 1 and 2 is Crunch. The Plague Furnace suffers D3 wounds, and the unit pushing it takes D6 automatic hits at strength 5.
Oh dear.
So it doesn't kill itself
No.
in one turn.
No.
It is tough as 6 with 6 wounds.
Yeah, it doesn't have a save though.
Doesn't have a save.
No save at all.
Apart from Magic Res.
Yeah, it's only got its magic was big issue.
3 to 5 is Bilious Cloud, not Bilious, Bilious.
Bilious.
Immediately work out the special Enshrouded by Fog attack that causes 2d6 hits on the unit pushing the Plague Furnace only.
Ah. It was so close to being good.
There it is, rubbish.
You do only die on a 6 though.
Yeah, you do only die on
Because it's an
6.
Enshrouded by Fog attack.
So you're going to maybe lose
maybe 2.
if you roll the max amount of hits.
Probably 1, maybe 2.
And number 6 is Maddening Fumes. The unit pushing the Plague Furnace makes an additional 4 round of close combat attacks against any foe in base contact. Following these extra attacks, the unit pushing the Plague Engine suffers D6 casualties. Any casualties caused by this extra round of close combat attacks count towards combat res. Why?
Nice that you get an extra round of attacks.
Yeah, and you do get a lot because they're a frenzied horde. You probably have to. You're going to take an horde unless you bus it.
Yeah, you don't have to take them in a horde.
You can bus it.
You
can
have one guy either side of the furnace.
Works better for the Scream Bell than it does for
which we will discuss why in a sec.
So close combat, it can do a lot of work.
It can. It's toughness 6, which is good, and 6 wins, like you said. It doesn't have a save.
No save of any kind.
So it can, and you know, if people have played it before, know exactly how it works. likely will just die before he gets to combat. Because they'll just shoot it.
Yeah, and you can shoot handguns.
Yeah,
Handguns,
you
bows.
can shoot spells at it. Alright, it's got a 5-up ward save against it from its magic res, but everything's going to be targeting that Plague Furnace.
Can the spells target separately?
Did it just say we're shooting?
Enemy can choose to target either the unit pushing the screen belt or the screen belt itself. And that comes under shooting.
Interesting.
They'll have to talk about that one.
But it does say in the FAQ the Screaming Bell / Plague Furnace is treated as a separate unit to the unit pushing it. For the purposes of effects that hit the closest unit or that hit all units. So I would suggest
I'd say
probably should.
I think
be able to
you
be
probably
hit
have to do
separately.
magic.
Yeah.
Which doesn't help. It does have magic res 2 against the magic though.
It does.
So that does help.
magic res.
It also has a shooting attack. Everyone forgets that you own one.
I've never used it. Just I own one.
It has a shooting attack, billowing death.
Ooh.
Plague monster, the attacks happen in any friendly shooting phase and cannot be made if the unit pushing the plague furnace is in combat.
Okay.
In the shooting phase, place the flame template with a wide end touching the front of the plague furnace's base.
Oh yeah, I remember this now. Yeah, because it's weird. It's like a backwards.
It's a reverse flame
template.
template.
Yeah.
The entire template must remain in the arc site of the plague furnace. Any models touched by the template must pass a toughness test or suffer a single wound, no arm saves allowed, just if they were in base contact with plague sensor. It is a 1% weapon. So rubbish.
Pretty rubbish, because you've got to get close enough that an 8-inch flamer template that's getting narrower is going to hit something, but not be in combat.
The way you got to think about it, it's like all those spells that give you the flame template, but you have to be able to manoeuvrable enough to use it.
Yeah.
This is this on an even less manoeuvrable model.
Yeah, absolutely less. Yeah, you're very unlikely to use it. I mean, potentially okay for clearing chaff.
Yeah.
For your frenzied unit, if you pass the test, then you can, swing the.
They got a chance. They can pass toughness.
Yeah,
test.
they could just pass toughness test.
Overall, this thing's really only going to be taken for unbreakable.
Yes.
That's the main reason you take this, to give yourself an unbreakable.
It is a mount we should have said for a plague priest who is a hero level clan pestilence wizard. So he's only going to be level 2.
Yeah, and it's not cheap. 150. I'd say
It's
so.
only 150
150
points,
points.
which compared to the Screaming Bell, which I think is 250.
200.
200. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Better than I thought. 50 points cheaper though, but you do lose a lot of its rules.
Yeah.
Just to sort of stick with the Plague Furnace quickly, it makes that character a lot of points. Now obviously you can kill the furnace without killing the character, and then your character is still holding up all those points and he just drops into the unit, but then it's, you've lost all the benefits of the Plague Furnace, which is why you're paying all the points for it, and it's just not survivable enough.
It's a very cool model though.
It is a cool model, and to be honest, I do think despite it being not survivable enough, despite it being a 4 for survivability, I think the fact you can target it separately and it doesn't have a save, I think it means it's not a super competitive unit. However, you do still see it.
With the Twin Towers list.
The Twin Towers list, 1 unit with a bell, 1 unit with a Plague Furnace, you do still see it.
Yeah.
And it is a tough list to break down, it really is, because that, I think, gets around it because it saturates your enemy with targets. It's like, do I kill the bell, which is doing all of this damage? Do I bother killing the target in the Plague Furnace, which, isn't actually doing anything until it gets to combat?
When the Plague Furnace then get in combat and he's just messed you up a little bit.
And then you go, oh no, it's toughness test, no, it's this, and it's impact hits. And so it can work in that list. I think if you just take in 1, though, on its own, it doesn't work. I even think if you took 2, which you could possibly just afford.
No, you can. It's 250 for one, for a box standard Plague Priest on one. So you can get one.
So you can get a couple.
125 points to spend. Get yourself a standard bearer as well.
You could, yeah, you could. You could get yourself a couple. I think even in that list though, it doesn't work because neither of them are a threat until they get to combat.
Yeah.
So they do just get targeted and they do just get killed.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because, as Max said, it's a nice model. Yeah. But
we
are going to move on to the Screaming Bell, which scores a very, very good 20 out of 24. The third score into the 20s for this deep dive. Ooh. So we get that with a 1 for manoeuvrability, a 4 for special rules, 4 for synergy, 4 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 3 for cost. Possibly the most recognisably Skaven unit model, whatever you want to call it, in the game.
It's probably one of the coolest things looking as well in the game.
It is cool. Very cool. It's fantastic mount. It's not really a unit. 200 points, as Max said. But that in that 200 points, which I think is huge, includes giving the Greyseer who rides it a 4 wall save.
Yeah, it comes with...
And magic res 2.
Yeah, it comes with all respect. It causes fear. Did the Plague Furnace cause fear?
Ooh. Maybe not. No.
No. Wow.
Wow, it doesn't even cause fear.
No, it doesn't cause terror or fear.
Shocking.
Wow, that's pretty... that's bad.
That is bad.
So,
Anyway.
The Great Screen Bell does cause fear.
Yeah.
Has impact 6d6 as per normal, because
Yeah.
it's Chariot. Large target, magic res 2. Makes the unit pushing it unbreakable as normal, however, neither can voluntarily leave the Screen Belt, the Greyseer or the unit pushing it.
Yep.
But the protection of Horn Rat, that's where the big difference.
Yes.
It gives the Bell itself and the Greyseer a 4 ward save.
Yeah.
So not only does it give it saves 90 points. In essence.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
Because you're giving it to the Bell and the Greyseer.
Yeah.
But I mean, even just sort of the buffs you give to the Greyseer, you're saving 75 points. He's got a 4 wall save for 45 and magic res 2 for 30.
Yeah. Mad.
And that's a combination he wouldn't be able to take because you can't take both items. They're both talismans.
Yeah, both.
It's huge, and it leaves your talisman slot open for something else. I mean, maybe you don't take a talisman.
It's odd that you don't see... I'll say it's not odd you don't see these more often, but...
You do see them quite often.
Yeah. It also has above the masses.
Mm.
The special above the masses. It gives... It adds 1 to his armor save, normally given a 6 armor save.
Brilliant.
Does that let him take magic armor?
No, because it's not armour, it's a mount.
Upsetting.
Otherwise, Bretonian prophetesses and damsels could take armour.
And every wizard can take a mount.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Empire wizards, and yeah.
Elf wizards.
Basically every wizard bar like ogres, who can, because they can take an Iron Fist.
Yeah. The Greyseer then, this is the big one, the Greyseer can cast spells in a 360-degree arc, measuring spells from any point at the Screen Bell's base.
Yeah, it's huge.
From his vantage point, the Greyseer can draw in line of sight for spells over the heads of the unit pushing the Screen Bell.
Good.
And he can use Verminous Valor to refuse a challenge, but is not removed to the back of the unit. Instead, he clambers higher atop the bell. The Greyseer is not moved, but cannot fight or be attacked through the duration of that engagement.
So they can still attack the Bell, they just can't attack the Greyseer.
Yeah.
Very, very good. It gives him an 18-inch inspiring presence as well,
Yeah,
because it's a large target, which is very good. And you're only effectively paying 125 points for that. That Unbreakable and that 18-inch inspiring presence, and the 360 arc, and all the things that the Bell does when it rings. I mean,
And we're not talking about, we haven't even spoken about ringing the bell though.
No, and you do this, is it the start of friendly magic phases?
In his magic phase, immediately,
so it's not even at the start.
Immediately after generating power dice.
It is at the start.
Yeah.
So you can roll between 1 and 3 dice, but the first ring has to be 1 dice.
Yeah, for the first soul, only single dice can be rolled, but in subsequent rounds, up to 3 dice may be rolled. The Screen Bell will ring out a sequence if it's struck with enough force, though. Any shooting attack, I'm assuming, of strength 5 or higher hits and wounds Screen Bell, it will ring. Immediately roll a d6 and apply the results. Roll once per phase, regardless of the number of hits.
Yeah.
So you can out sequence ring it. So
Yeah.
hit him spells or a cannon or anything like that.
Yeah.
Successfully wound. Is that after the ward save or before the ward save?
No, successfully wound is before.
It hits strength high hits and wounds the Screen Bell. So you ring it and you pass the ward save. So you get a free ring of the bell.
Yeah.
Good. Are we going to go through all the results?
How many results are there? Yeah, we'll quickly go through all
We'll
of
go
them.
through results.
Yeah.
We'll try not to stop to do much of this. So, roll a 1. It's only if you roll 1 dice. Not yet in stride. The Erato strains on the task. No effects. 2 to 4. The unit pushing the bell means it moves d6 extra inches. If it brings them into base contact of the enemy, it counts as a charge.
Very good.
Very good. 5 to 8. All friendly Skaven within 24 inches of the bell can reroll failed leadership tests, including break tests until the end of the current player turn.
24-inch BSB.
Yep.
Very good.
9 to 10. Scorch. The bell itself, not the Greyseer, immediately casts Scorch special rule. We'll talk about it later on. Scorch is quite a good spell, to be honest.
Very good spell when you cast it for free.
Yep. Bound power levels 5.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got to stop it on 5 then. 11 to 12 is deafening peels. All models with a toughness 7 or more on the battlefield immediately suffer D3 wounds. Roll a D6 for each building within 18 inches of the bell. Each collapses on a roll of 5. Models inside a collapsed building are treated as the same as per the Crack Skull special rule. It's Crack Skull spell, on page 78. So I'll start with this one because this is important. Why the
artillery is only toughness 6.
why the script with the Warp Cannon and the Plague Claw are important. They are toughness 6.
Yes.
They're not affected by the Screaming Bell.
They're not. Neither is the Screaming Bell itself or the Plague Furnace, which are also toughness 6.
Yeah.
There is nothing in the Skaven book that is toughness 7.
No.
They're all.
The only thing
management.
that could possibly be is the Exalted Vermin Lord. from.
I'm not sure they are.
I don't.
I think they're specifically 6, so they're not hit by this.
Like strength 7, toughness 6. I have to double check it. But anyway, so we'll talk about crack school later on. Anyway.
Yes, we will.
13, like it was Skaven.
The
All enemy units within 24 inches of the bell take D3 strength 4 hits as per shooting. Additionally, if the unit pushing the screen bell is in close combat, it can attack all of its models in the next close combat phase, regardless of which ones are in base contact. Treat them all as if they're in base contact of any foe. Which is where we're going to change. This has been
FAQ'd. So you essentially ignore that last sentence. It's changed to every model can make a supporting attack.
So you can't stick it in a frenzied unit and then get everyone
everyone making 2 or more attacks.
And get like 5 or 3 attacks per model.
Yeah, you can't do that unfortunately. But still, making all of your supporting attacks, very good.
For a 50 rat horse?
Yeah, very
still
good.
a lot. Right, and then 14 to 16, Wall of Unholy Sound. All friendly models within 12 inches of the screen bell gain a +1 attack until the end of the player turn. Roll D6 for each building for 24 inches. Each collapse is on a 4+ this time. C definitely appeals, so you then will do as per crack skull.
Yeah.
If it does collapse. 17 is Avalanche of Energy. All friendly models within 24 inches of the bell gain +1 attack and reroll failed hits and 2 wound rolls until the end of the player turn.
Very good.
Any friendly Skaven unit within 12 inches of the screen bell and not in close combat can immediately move an extra D6 inches. If it moves in close contact with the enemy, resolves as a charge. That is insane.
Really, really good.
And 18 is Apocalyptic Doom.
666, baby.
666, the screen bell's destroyed.
Oh. Oh dear.
666, baby. All models within 4d6 inches take a strength 4 hit to no arm saves allowed. Yeah. So
that's terrifying.
The doubles and the triples, they do have a certain special effect themselves.
Yeah, extra effects.
So double, if any doubles are rolled, a backlash of magic reverberates through the screen bell. Apply the following effects in addition to the result on the chart. The unit pushing the screen bell immediately takes D6 strength 4 hits. So that's your roll a double. It's not bad.
Not terrible.
Probably like 40-50 models.
Yeah, you got a lot.
Right. If a triple is rolled, apart from a 666, apply the following effects in addition to the result on the chart. The unit pushing the bell immediately suffers 2d6 strength 5 hits, marginally worse, and the Gracie in the screen bell itself suffer a single strength 5 hits.
Okay.
Which will then ring the bell again.
It will? No, it's not a missile.
It's
more missiles.
If a missile strength 5 or higher,
it's not a missile.
It's not a missile.
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Get 2 for the price of 1 for that
You
one.
can't ring the bell twice.
So pretty much all those results.
There's no bad result there.
18 is obviously bad. You lose a screen bell. But if you're in the middle of your army, the opponent's army,
everyone takes a strength 4 hit, no arm saves. I'll take it. I mean, you don't want it turn 1 or 2 because you can't do it turn 1 because you can only roll 1 dice.
Maybe just get turn 2 and just kill.
That would be terrible. That would be horrendous.
Just kill your entire unit pushing the unit because
that's Skaven, baby.
Killing on 3s.
Yeah.
In a storm vermin unit.
Yeah.
The screen bell's good.
It is very, very good. Yeah.
You don't see them often because I think people prefer to take the Gracie and a Warlord.
Or double Gracie.
Or double Gracie.
That's the other
I've
thing
never
you've seen.
seen someone use double Gracie.
Have you not?
No, I've never
Why
seen
not?
it being do. Do?
Never seen it be do.
I've never seen it be do, but I've written a list myself with double Gracie.
Yeah, I think double Gracie is very powerful.
I do like the idea of double Gracie.
Yeah. And to be honest, I think that's probably its biggest downside. Yes, it's random. Everything Skaven's random. But, like, the chances of it being randomly bad are minimal.
Yeah.
Really, it's 18. Even doubles you don't care about. Alright, D6 strength 4 hits. Oh,
A
no.
triple's pretty awful. But
yeah, it's worse.
Who
Sure.
cares?
But the chances of rolling a triple are very low.
you say you roll this at the start of the magic phase, so
Yeah, it's not like it takes up power dice
it
or
doesn't
anything.
take power dice from it. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It's very, very good. And even if the bell's effects do nothing, alright, you've still got a 4-up ward on it and your Grace here. You've still got Magic Res 2 on that unit. You've still got Unbreakable.
Still got 369 sight.
Still got 369 sight. You've still got a Rat Ogre on the back of it punching you in the face.
It's a bear rat ogre as well, strength 5. Oh no, that's strength 5.
No, it's strength 5, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a rat ogre.
It's just a Rat Ogre. But it's a Rat Ogre that's unbreakable. And that can't be attacked back because you have to attack the bell.
Obviously, having a whale of a time there. Ah!
He looks like he's having a lot of fun on the back of the bell. Yeah, it's really good. It's fantastic. And I think I'd take my sort of choices for Skaven Lord slots at 2,500 points. So he's got 625. I think choice 1 would be double Grace here. I think choice 2 would be Grey Seer on Bell, and choice 3 would be Grey Seer and Warlord.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not the choice a lot of people go for.
No, it isn't. It isn't. But I think making that unit, and I don't know if I'd put the Bell in Clan Rats or Storm Vermin. I don't know. I think I'd probably put it in Clan Rats. But it's not. It is absolutely not bad in Storm Vermin. It really isn't.
I think you would put in Storm Vermin, in my opinion. I
Yeah.
I'd put in Storm Vermin. Because that's your big front and centre unit. You kind of want the Screamers to get in combat for the impact hits.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you want it in the biggest combat threat you got.
Yeah.
And I think, it would
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
go into them for me.
But I think in either it can absolutely work, and I've seen it in Clan Rats a lot.
Yeah. Like 50.
To be honest, I've probably seen it in Clan Rats more than I've seen it in Storm Vermin. Because you don't get as many Storm Vermin.
No, you used to like 50, 60 Clan Rats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it in 80.
It can only join Clan Rats or Storm Vermin.
Yeah,
as well.
you can't join it to Slaves. It can't join Plague Monks, which is a bit of a shame. If you want to do sort of Pestilency themed army.
That's what the Plague Furnace is for.
Yeah, but that's only on heroes. If Skrulk could take a Plague Furnace, that'd be quite cool.
That would be cool.
It would. But we're not on Skrulk. We're on the Screaming Bell. It's really, really good. I think we both think it's really good.
Yes.
I don't think there's anyone out there that thinks it's bad.
Unless you don't like randomness, but why are you playing Skaven?
Yeah, you're playing the wrong army. And even if you don't like randomness, it is the least badly random thing in the Skaven army.
It's not a Warp Fighter.
It's not a Warp Fighter. It's not even a Warp Lightning Cannon.
No.
Which can turn around and kill your other Warp Lightning Cannon, or help it, or your Screaming Bell.
But no, I do. It is good.
It's very good. It's very good, and that is it for support units. They're both mounts, but we're going to call them units.
Is that it for units?
It is. It is.
Ah! Blessed be the Horned Rat!
We are about to move on to special characters, but before we do, as always at this time, it sounds good to take a little bit of a break. You've stuck with us through this. Who knows how long it's been? Time has lost all meaning in the dens below Skaven Blight
in the Under Empire.
In the Under Empire. We are going to take a break. We suggest you do too. Grab yourself a Coke.
Other beers are available.
Took a little bit of time, but thanks for
coming in the end.
And we will be back with you soon to go through the special characters of the Skaven. So, you're back with us as we go through the special characters for the Skaven. We have 8 in total, 7 special characters and one that's a sort of unit upgrade that we're treating as a character.
Mm-hmm. One of not many.
One of not many, no. We have Deathmaster Snitch, Tretch Cravendale.
No.
It's Cravendale.
Not
It's the milk.
It's not Craven. It's Craven Tail.
Cravendale, the milk. Other milk is available. Squill Gnawteeth, Lord Skrulk, Thanquol Bone Ripper, Ikit Claw, Throt the Unclean, and Quick Head Taker. So, we are going to start with the heroes and the Master Assassin that is Deathmaster Snitch. He comes out with a competitive rating of 14 out of 24, which is from a 4 for output and special rules, 0 for synergy. He does absolutely nothing for your army.
He's a killer, not a leader.
He is. He's actually got that rule.
Yeah.
He's a 1 for risks. He has to get into combat. 4 for survivability and a 1 for cost. He is so expensive.
270 points.
For someone that can't be your general. At leadership 8, is he?
Leadership 8.
So he's got the best leadership that you're going to have.
Yeah, don't.
But can't be your general.
Killer, not a leader is. Assassins are character models. Units in Skaven army cannot ever use assassin leadership. An assassin can never be chosen as your army general either.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Rubbish. So even the unit he's in
Can't use leadership.
can't use his
Because
leadership.
the unit he's in doesn't know he's there.
But he does when he's revealed.
Yeah, but they're too scared of him. They squirt the musk of fear.
It's so upsetting.
This is the thing with him. He doesn't particularly know where he wants to be. Because he has the same rules for Skaven Assassins, which is hidden, so he can start in a unit. And
Yeah.
all
Same rule as all assassins.
All assassins have that sort of
Yeah.
special rule. They start in a unit and they can reveal themselves at the beginning of any turn.
Yeah.
Or any phase, sorry.
Any phase.
Any phase they want. I'm thinking a turn because of the item they usually take.
Yeah.
Other rules he has, always strikes first. Very good.
Very good.
Initiative 10.
But all assassins have that. And the initiative 10 is very good because he
Initiative 10 is
rolls
very
against
good.
everyone.
He has Sneaky Infiltrator, which is the...
Is that the Gutter Runner?
Gutter Runner one. So his Slinking Advance is the Night Runner one.
Yeah, okay.
And he has Scout as well, so you can Scout. Weapon skill 8 with Strength 4 and 6 attacks.
Okay, yeah. So he's scary when he gets into combat.
He comes armed with a Weaving Blade. Sorry, he comes armed with 3 Weaving Blades.
Yeah.
These extra hand and tail weapons are already factored into his attacks profile. So that's why
he's got 6.
So Weaving Blades, as we
attacks.
said, are poisoned and multiple is D3.
Yeah.
So terrifying output.
Very good.
What
Yeah,
he can
yeah. He will very likely just kill a character.
do. Mm-hmm.
What is his strength?
A 4.
So he does struggle to get through the armour.
But you got the poison to hopefully help out there.
Yeah, so just hit him with weight of attacks. And realistically, one gets through and they're in trouble with the D3 wounds.
Dodge, he has 4 ward save that all assassins have.
Yeah.
And his most unique item he has is the Cloak of Shadows.
Yes.
This is the item where he gets confused of actually where he wants to be,
Mm.
in my opinion. So, Cloak of Shadows, Snicks, while wearing the cloak, Snickage cannot ever be seen and therefore charge shots out or target specifically by spells. Unless the attacking unit first rolls a d6 result of 4+.
Okay.
If the test is failed, the unit may still announce a charge, shoot, attack, or spell casting elsewhere. The presence of an undetected Snicks won't prevent enemy units from marching, charging, or shooting other targets. Just move Snicks out of the way with the minimum amount of movement should he be in the path of an enemy charge.
Oh,
So you can
okay.
just move through him.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's not so much you move through him, but he moves out of the way. Interesting.
If Snicks is in a unit or engaged in close combat, the cloak has no effect.
Yeah.
That's the bit. So
maybe people who do take him do make that mistake of actually hiding him in a unit when he should just maybe scout on his own.
Just scout by himself.
Do you know what I would do actually if I was going to take him? Yeah, and I wouldn't, but if I was going to take him, it would be in a narrative game. But I would scout him within 3 inches of gutter runners, because anything that hits him, he gets a look out.
So they got to roll 4+ to see you first.
Yep.
Then
hit and wound you. Then hit you. Then 4+ look out says it onto a gutter runner.
Then wound you.
Then wound you, which you've got a 4-up wall against.
There's a lot of 4-ups in there.
A lot of 4-ups. They're very unlikely to hurt him. Now you've got to have a chunk of gutter runners because you need 5. There can't be a champion in there. They have to be 5 rank and file. And as soon as they're not 5, he doesn't get the lookout set.
You're going to be doing that. You're going to be looking up the bigger units, like 10, 15 gutter runners.
Maybe sort of 10 gutter runners. Yeah.
It could be good. It's
good.
There's it's just, I mean, he's so many points. That's where his big letdown is, I think. He's just too many points for what essentially.
He is too many points.
Well, essentially, an assassin can do the same, but at a higher strength as to boot.
Yeah, so a standard assassin with a weeping blade
And a
potion of strength,
which
is 100 points less.
Is that yeah, it's.
You do get 2 more weapon skill, so he's up to weapon skill.
He's up to 8.
8, and 3 more attacks.
Yep.
But that's not worth 100 points. I mean,
No, it's not.
3 attacks, if you
7.
go by the main rulebook, is
60.
60 points. I think that's probably a bit too much for 3 attacks. At strength 4, to be honest. But, you know, we move. We'll call it 60 points. 2 weapon skill from 6 to 8.
Gold sigil, that's not a gold sigil sword, is it?
No, gold Fencer's Blades is weapon skill 10,
yeah.
which is 35, and that's to make you straight up to weapon skill 10.
Yeah,
To go up those 2, if it was 3 to 5, it'd make a big difference. 6 to 8, I probably wouldn't pay more than 15.
No,
20 absolute tops for it. And that's an assassin with the potion of strength, that standard assassin, which Snitch can't have.
No, and the potion of strength one can take out pretty much.
He will go into a character and just kill it. He'll probably go into a demon prince and give it a run for his money. He wins you on a 2.
Yeah, he does. Win on 2. He's going
All multiple wins D3.
going before Demon Prince.
Yep. It doesn't quite ignore all your armour. If you got a 1-up save.
7. It's -5.
So you got 5.
No, -4, sorry.
4. So you got 5 up.
5 up, 5 up.
He's only got to get 2 through.
It's rough, it's hard,
Yeah.
but it's not impossible.
No.
The chance of dying by assassin are never nil.
They are low, but they are never nil. And Snitch just won't, because he won't win you and he won't get 3
No, he
armour.
won't win. He'll go for the armour. That's the issue.
That's his big issue, is the fact that if he ignored armour,
Yeah.
then I can see an argument for him at 270
No, I
points.
think
Because that's how much he cost. 270
I mean,
points.
when I see the fact that we go, oh, he's actually not bad. Thinking into it, he's not great compared to a regular assassin.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. If he could go through armour, if he could punch through armour, which, to be fair, I think he probably should do. He's an assassin. He's meant to, you know, kill these protected, probably heavily armoured.
In the book, he says he takes out dwarf lords like nothing else.
Yeah.
He doesn't, though.
He doesn't.
He just
They got 1-up save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've got his model, use him as a regular assassin.
Yeah.
Or use the new Deathmaster model, to be honest. That's come out.
Yeah, which is very nice.
At the time of filming, that's recently come out.
Yeah, very nice. We're going to move on from the overcosted Snitch to the overcosted Tretch Cravendale. Coming in with a competitive rating of 10 out of 24. We get this from a score of 1 for output. Sorry, our cheat sheet has got a line where the toner didn't really work very well.
You really look
and
like...
it just completely blocked out the word output.
You
but
really
it
look
does
like
say output.
you just couldn't... You need a pair of glasses.
Yeah, it does say output. 1 for output, 2 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 1 for risk. Again, he needs to be in combat. 3 for survivability, and 1 for cost.
He's less points.
He is less points.
145 points.
He's still a lot of points, though. He does have a 4 ward save. That is a big win for 145 points.
Yeah, he has a lucky skull helm. The skull of a defeated rival. That's a good luck charm.
It also gives him 1 free reroll once per game, but it is only for him, so it's a hit, wound, armor, or ward save, or a leadership test, or his special rule.
It says he gets 1 reroll per game. He gets to reroll a dice roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
This reroll can be used on one of his to hit, to wound, armor, ward save, leadership, or stay here. I'll get help rolls.
Yeah, and that stay here, I'll get help is his special rule.
That makes it sound like it's not a dice rolling rolls.
No, it's one of those. Yeah, but it's only for him
to reroll a dice roll.
Yeah, a dice roll from this list.
Makes you think, I get to reroll some other dice. No, that's fine.
Just for this.
But no,
he does have that stay here, I'll get help, which I'll get Max to read through.
Tretch has an uncanny ability to leave a unit at the most opportune time. Once per friendly turn, at the start of any phase, Tretch can leave a unit and reposition himself in the front rank of a friendly unit of clan rats or storm vermin within 3d6 inches. If the roll is not great enough to reach such a unit, then Tretch Craventail has scurried off. His name is Tretch Craventail, if anyone hadn't realised. Then Tretch Craventail has scurried off the battlefield and treated as a casualty.
Bad. Very bad. So, yeah, you want to make sure your units are quite close together if you're going to use that.
No, yeah, but then it's like he used him to hit something in... What you want to do? Because his other special rules, he's got Tretch Raiders.
Yes.
Which is Tretch is an expert attacking disadvantaged foes, a master of hacking down enemies that aren't looking. When Tretch is in combat, he and any unit of clan rats or storm vermin he joins reroll all failed to hit rolls when attacking the flank or rear. So what I can see this being used for is that he managed to get into his unit into the flank or something, wins the combat, they don't run away, they reform to face him, he uses say I'll get help to go into the next unit to then charge into the flank again. Yeah. Because it's at the start of any phase. Yeah. So you can do it before the charge has been declared then.
Well, yeah, you do it at the start of... So if you charge in your turn into the flank of a unit, do your attack, then in their turn,
you've got to wait.
Before they attack...
They got to try and kill him, yeah.
Is it at the start of a friendly phase or just any phase?
Once per friendly turn.
Okay, so yeah, you've got 1 turn...
To survive.
He's got a 4 at ward.
Yeah.
With a potential reroll, so he probably should.
Maybe he's got 5 toughness 4.
Yeah, he should probably be okay. Yeah. And then at the start of your turn, before the charge is declared, you go boop.
I'll move here and I'll get my rolls again.
Yeah.
It's not awful. Yeah,
it's not awful. It does take a bit of planning though.
He has 2 hand weapons in Tailblade though as well, which is
okay. A couple of extra attacks.
Awful. Overall, he's just meh. He doesn't particularly do much.
Yeah.
It's sometimes hard to get the big ranked up units in the flank and rears as well.
Yes, it is. You need stuff. It's helpful when like your enemy's frenzied, you can put them out of position. But realistically, you'd need probably 3 units to seriously pull that off. Yeah. Because you'd need to go, right, I've got 1 as an anvil that gets charged. Then Tretch's unit charges in the flank. Then I'm assuming they've killed the anvil because it's probably slaves. Then they've turned around and they've attacked that. Then Tretch's got to go into another unit. It's a lot of sort of ifs and buts.
It's a lot of manoeuvrability, and if he doesn't reach the units, he's dead.
Does he have to move into an unengaged unit?
No. For any unit of clan rats or somewhere with 3 to 6 inches.
Interesting. So actually, if you just had 2 units into 1 unit, 1 in the flank, 1 in the front, you could always position him whichever way the enemy turned. You could just position him.
You do it before the charge is done or whatever, not.
Yeah. And then, but like for an ongoing combat, I mean, you just position it into a unit that's in the flank.
Not as hard as it could have been, but it's still not easy.
And yeah, and for 145 points, I think there are better better things you can spend those points on. Yeah. For me,
more slaves. No, that's not
a chieftain. I just think a decked out chieftain would be better, to be honest. The rerolls are very good, but as we say, too situational, I think.
Yeah. Where we go next?
We are going into Squill Gnawtooth.
We spoke about me. It's not me. It's me more. We spoke about a lot.
Max Wordswell.
We spoke about a lot so far.
There we go. Got that sentence out there. Yep. He comes out with a competitive rating of 9 out of 24. Not quite the lowest in the book. We get this with a score of 1 for output, 2 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 1 for risk, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. So here's an upgrade for any unit that can take a Packmaster, so that's Giant Rats or Rat Ogres.
Yeah.
And basically he's another model that adds a random factor to your army. At the start of the game, you roll a dice to bestow a bonus upon whatever unit is attached to. On a 1 or a 2, they gain regeneration, the best one. For Rat Ogres, definitely. Arguably the best for Giant Rats.
Yep.
3 to 4 is poison attacks. Not great on Rat Ogres, good for Giant Rats. 5 or 6 is +1 attack. Okay on both.
Helps out with. I know it doesn't help out with the Giant Rats because only fighting additional ranks. It's not. You don't get.
Yeah, you don't get it from the front rank.
It's probably better on Rat Ogres.
Probably, yes. To make them, because you make the most of their strength.
Yeah.
Regeneration by far is the best rule there.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people just say like 50 Giant Rats and like regen because that unit ain't moving.
Yeah, exactly.
How's that regen like? What if you chop a rat in half? Does it just grow into 2 new rats?
That's terrifying. Like worms.
Like worms. Like pink Horus.
It's like a Hydra. You cut one head off and more heads regrow to take its place.
Oh man, can you imagine you cut one off and all of a sudden too many
There's
too many of the Empire there.
But quicker.
Oh my word. Anyway.
Yeah.
He's 100 points.
He is 100 points.
That's a unit of slaves.
Yeah. Do you have to buy a Packmaster and then I imagine you do, and then upgrade it to Squeal?
To do 1 unit of Giant Rats or Rat Ogres in the army can upgrade a Packmaster to Squeal in order to. So you have to take a Packmaster anyway.
Who is
8 points.
So he's 108 points.
He's 108 points. He does have bits and pieces. He has a Verminous Bodyguard.
Yep.
He's always accompanied by a small host of rats and his loyal wolf rat, Gutsnagger. Any enemy in base contact with Squeal at the start of any combat must immediately take D6 plus 2 strength 2 hits, distributed per shooting. Will never come into effect because he's always at the back of a unit, because he's a Packmaster.
Yes, because he's not a champion, he's not anything fun.
He's got Verminous Valor as well, so why would he get into challenges?
Yeah.
It's just weird.
Oh, maybe he counts as a champion then. Does it say that on his thing?
He's treated as a champion in all
So
respects.
he would have to go in the front rank.
Okay.
But still, those extra hits aren't great.
No.
It just means he can be attacked and he's going to die because he doesn't have save.
Unless he has regen.
Well, I don't know.
Do not affect. Oh.
The pack creatures have the regeneration special rule.
No, the effects the entire pack, but do not affect Squeal Packmaster. He has no save. He's got 6 arm saves. He's got light armor
with 2 wounds.
2 wounds.
Toughness
4. Nothing. He does come with the Warp Lash, which is a whip.
Ooh, cheeky.
What does the whip do again?
It means you can attack over 2 ranks, I think it is.
But he's in front rank.
But he's in the front rank, so it doesn't matter.
And he also ignores arm saves. He ignores arm saves, and each unsaved wound is multiplied into 2.
It's not bad, but on a 2 attack strength 4 dude,
He can kill an ogre in more combat.
he could kill an ogre. He could kill an ogre hero.
Woo! Imagine they killing the bruiser.
Yeah,
He's okay.
You take him to give giant rats or rat ogres regen,
Yeah, and even that's a 1 in 3 chance.
and then he doesn't get the regen. He has to go in the front rank. I'll be honest, I just wouldn't take him,
No, I probably wouldn't.
and therefore I wouldn't take rat ogres. I might take giant rats. I wouldn't take rat ogres.
Mixed unit, does he? I'm seeing.
Shooting on only hits him on a 5 or a 6.
Yeah, that's full, because that means Master Molders have to go in the front rank as well.
They do, but
Yeah.
Packmasters don't because they're not champions.
No, they're not champions. That's interesting.
It is.
Anyway, moving on.
Moving on, we are going to have a look at the Clan Pestilence leader. Yeah, I couldn't see the name. Who is Lord Skrolk, coming out with a competitive rating of 14 out of 24. I know, so close. We get this with a score of 3 for output, 2 for special rules, 3 for synergy, 3 for risk, 2 for survivability, and 1 for cost. He makes Plague Monk core. That is his sort of buff.
That's the only
for the
reason you
army.
take him.
It is the only reason you take him, but it is a very good buff. To be fair.
Yeah, it does let you take a lot of Plague Monks.
Yeah.
Now, but 470 points.
He is a lot of points. He has no save of any kind. He is -1 to be hit, and his basic attacks.
He is -1 to be hit.
His basic attacks can remove models from play.
All models in base con. Yeah.
Special
All
rod thing.
Yeah. So toughness 5, 3 wounds. It's not awful.
No.
He causes terror.
Which is alright.
He's a scary rat.
He is a scary rat.
He has 5 attacks of Frenzy. Aura of Pestilence, as Scott said. Any model in base contact with Lord Scroll suffer from -1 to their hit rolls. It's not as Good.
Oh, yeah, that is worse than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was just -1 to hit him.
Nope.
Yeah, that is rubbish.
-1 to if you're in base contact.
Yeah, that's not good.
All Clan Pestilence models, Plague Monks, Priests, Centre Bearers, and Plague Furnace and Plague Core Catapults are immune to such effects. So
if he's fighting other Skaven, they don't care.
other Pestilence Skaven.
Yeah, specifically other Pestilence Skaven. Nice.
He has the Rod of Corruption, which is a flail. Models hit by the rod must pass a single toughness test regardless of the number of hits or instantly decay and die. No saves of any kind allowed. A roll of 6 is always considered a failure. If the victim lives, roll to wound as normal. So that is terrifying.
It is terrifying. He's strength 6 with his flail.
He's strength 6 on the
First
round of
round of
combat.
He's weapon skill 6.
His weapon skill 6.
It's not bad.
He's not awful.
Considering he is effectively a Gracier, he is a wizard. However, he is only a level 3 wizard.
On the Law of Plague.
Not terrible. Plague's pretty good.
It's not as good as Ruin.
I think it's got its options. I think when you're going mass Plague Monks, having Wither is very good.
Yeah.
And Blessed with Filth.
He can substitute one spell for Pestilent Breath.
Yeah, don't bother, it's rubbish.
He also has one item left. He has a Liber Bubonicus. So once per friendly magic magic phase, Lord Skrulk can bestow an unholy blessing. This is a bound spell, power level 6. One of the highest power bound spell I've heard of.
Yeah.
Pick a single enemy unit within 24 inches of Lord Skrulk and successfully roll a d6 to see the effect. Number 1 is Squeaking Squealing Nonsense, no effect. 2 to 4, a Withering Pox. Each model in the unit suffers a strength 1 hit, no arm saves allowed. 5 to 6, Death Plague. Each model in the unit suffers a strength 2 hit, no arm saves allowed.
Is that one use only?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's once per phase.
It's not one of your hated one use only.
It's not that bad.
It's
It's all right. I don't hate it for being one use only because it's not. But
I hate it for the strength.
yeah, it's not very good. I mean, it gets better combined with Wither. It does get better. Why is he not a level 4 wizard?
Because level 4 wizards are reserved only for Graces.
Gracier.
Because even the other Lord level wizard character, he get glory than level 3 as well.
Yeah, but
Just
all right, fine. I could live with him being a level 3 if his Rod of Corruption or even the Liber Bubonicus gave him +1 to cast and dispel. Forget the spell the Liber Bubonicus gives him.
Yeah, I feel just
forget it.
It feels like if you +1 to cast Law of Plague spells.
Or that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're losing out on the +1 to dispel, which is annoying, but you could probably live with it. But for 470 points,
Yeah, he's 2 points for you.
I'm not getting a combat character.
He is your combat character.
So I'm not getting a combat character because he isn't one. He's got no save.
Yeah.
And I'm not getting a top tier wizard. Oh, not even a top tier wizard. A basic wizard that basically every army can take.
Only take him if you're planning on taking mass Plague Monks.
I only take me narrative games.
Or that.
I love Clan Pestilence, and one day I'm sure I will do the actual army again.
You have a Skaven army now.
I've got the start of it, but I will do it as all. I'll do all Clan Pestilence. I'll do a Clan Pestilence army, and I'll have him, and it will probably see play on the War Council, or whatever it's called by that time, because it could be years in the future. But he is not competitive, unfortunately.
No, he's really
too
not.
many. If you could take a Gracier with him, yes,
Yes, they'd be playing a large game for that one though.
very large game.
Lee, let's move on before we ever fit over this guy.
Yeah. Okay. On to Thanquol and Bone Ripper then.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Coming in with a competitive rating of 16 out of 24. So we get there with a 4 for output, 2 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 3 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 1 for cost. Now, this is a sort of complicated unit. So this isn't Thanquol and Bone Ripper from the End Times, who are sort of a model with Thanquol mounted on Bone Ripper. These are 2 separate models. Thanquol is separate from Bone Ripper. It's, for me, overall, it's a big negative. You need to keep Bone Ripper within 12 inches of him, of Thanquol, or he just shuts down. He doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Bodyguard of Thanquol. Bone Ripper is specially modified Rat Ogre constructed to guard the Gracier. Bone Ripper must be within 12 inches of Thanquol. If at the start of any friendly turn, Bone Ripper is not within 12 inches of his master, then he is programmed to shut down. While shut down, Bone Ripper cannot move in combat. He'll be automatically hit and he will not strike back. If the game ends while Bone Ripper is shut down, he counts as a casualty. If Thanquol is slain or flees off the table, Bone Ripper is removed as a casualty as well. Chances are you have to kill both to actually get the points for the 2 of them.
No, you don't. You have to kill Thanquol because then Bone Ripper's removed as a casualty.
Yeah. Just don't target Bone Ripper. Because even if you don't target him, he's not great.
No, he's just a rat ogre who's on his own because he can't join units.
He's a rat ogre that has the same amount of attacks because he doesn't have frenzy, but he has
But
a
he's
4th
just got
attack.
an extra attack.
He has toughness 5. He is unbreakable
Yeah, okay.
because you know he's dead.
Yeah, he is. He's sort of necrotic.
And he comes with a warp fire thrower.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
once per game, this can be fired as a warp fire thrower. Means he can't move
Yeah.
because he is doesn't mean he get a standard shoot though.
Yeah, it's true. True. Not bad.
It's not.
To be honest, I'd use it for standard shoot as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bother.
I think if you're taking 2 of them, you're taking them for Thanquol.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
who-
The thing is, right, Skitter Leap, which we'll get onto, is a very good spell for Skaven. Very good. You Skitter Leap Thanquol, Bone Ripper shuts down. Because he's probably going to be more than 12 inches away from him now.
You Skitter Leap Bone Ripper shuts down.
Like, alright, you could Skitter Leap Bone Ripper closer to Thanquol.
Yeah, but
sure.
by that point he's already shut down at that point, so you've lost out for a turn.
Yes,
Yeah.
but Skitter Leap is the signature for Graces, isn't it, on Rune?
Not for Thanquol.
Is it not for Thanquol?
No, if Gracie. Thanquol's a Gracie, and therefore level 4 wizard uses spells from the Skaven spells of Ruin and Plague in any combination. Thanquol may choose to substitute any one of his spells to Dreaded 13th. So he can't even take a...
He could roll it though.
He
Because he
could
does
roll.
know 5 spells. That's another thing with Thanquol. He does know an
He
additional
has the
spell.
Staff, the Horned Rats,
Yeah.
so he knows 5 spells instead of 4.
So he's relatively likely to roll it or roll a double and choose it.
Yeah.
So you could Skitter Leap himself and then Skitter Leap Bone Ripper, I guess. But that's 2 spells.
Yeah. Yes, but yeah, it does have... Thanquol himself isn't awful. I
No,
think.
he's a Grace here.
He's a Gracie, so... yeah, exact same as a Gracie. Initiative 6.
Ooh.
So he also has a Warp Amulet, so he gets to heal himself.
Mm-hmm.
As long as he has a single wound remaining, at the beginning of each turn, Thanquol can use the amulet to heal himself, and on a roll of 5+, he regains a wound.
Not bad. He's also got 4 up save.
Does have a 4 ward save.
Yeah.
Thanquol also starts with D6 plus 2 Warp Zone tokens.
Yes.
Whereas most Graces come with D3.
Yeah, he comes with a lot.
He comes with a lot of them.
That ward save, though, does come at a slight cost. For every wound he saves, another friendly Skaven within 6 takes a wound instead.
Yeah.
So there's, basically no negative to attacking Thanquol in combat. Because you either wound him, or he saves it, and you just wound a rat instead.
Just basically continue attacking. He just kills his own unit.
Just kills his own unit, yeah.
He was also addicted to Warpstone.
He was?
Addicted to Warpstone. Thanquol is addicted to Warpstone and has been known to liberally use the raw chaos matter. While it has unhinged his sanity, it does also have his advantages. So when casting a spell, if Thanquol rolls a 1 of any power dice generated by a Warpstone token, if you roll a 1 when you take a Warpstone token, I believe you take a wound with no armor saves allowed.
Yeah.
It was the Gracie page to be on that one.
I think you have to. I think it's on a 1 to 4. That might be magic mushrooms.
No,
from,
now I'm going back the other way instead of magic items. Warpstone tokens. Is that going to tell me?
Yeah, it will do.
Oh, there you go. For any of the Warpstone generated dice that rolls a 1, the wizard suffers a wound, no arm saves allowed.
Oh, okay. So yeah, straight up.
Yep, straight up like that. But then Thanquol gets he can re-roll the dice. If the second result will still cause a wound on a roll of a 1 or a 2,
Ooh.
and cannot be rolled. So he gets a chance to have like a 3+ to ignore it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it will be
effectively.
3.
Yeah.
But he cannot re-roll the second one. So there's that. So he does get to use a lot of Warpstone tokens. You could just leave it. He gets like the full 8 Warpstone tokens. You leave him 1 dice and you go on a 6 dice spell. Just kill Thanquol.
Let's just hope I don't roll ones. I think he's what 450 points.
Yeah, for 2 of
for him
them.
and Bone Ripper.
Yeah.
I just think that's way too much for you're paying a massive Bone Ripper tax. Massive Bone Ripper tax. Now it is worth saying, technically, Bone Ripper is a character, therefore he has to be your general because he is leadership 10. We don't think that's what Games Workshop intended in any way. So we are going to, at the time of recording, we haven't added it yet, but we are going to, and this is how we'll play it at events from this point, we are going to say that Bone Ripper can never be your army's general. Thanquol can if he's the highest leadership. Bone Ripper cannot.
Yeah.
That's definitely not what GW
Yeah,
intended.
I mean-
They did not intend for you to have a leadership 10 bubble.
Yeah, at least 10 bubble has to be within 12 inches of his master.
Yeah.
Because, the general is...
It's some guy who's actually subservient to this other dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Overall, I think he's better slightly than... He's better than a regular Gracie because of the extra spell and more Warpstone tokens.
Yes.
But
That's the thing. I think if you could take him without Bone Ripper,
Like an extra, 100 points less?
well, a Rat Ogre's what?
40.
40. Bone Ripper's got an extra toughness.
And the Warp Fire Thrower.
And a Warp Fire Thrower, which, alright, the Warp Fire Thrower team is 70. You're not going to pay all of that. You'd probably pay 40 comfortably for it, though. Although I suppose it's one use.
You are looking around 90, 100 points or so.
Something like that. 350, I'd probably consider Thanquol.
I think you would. It comes with 4 ward save.
Yeah. And 5 spells.
And 5
and 2d6 plus 2 Wolf Sign tokens.
D6 plus 2.
D6 plus 2, not 2d6.
I think I'd consider it if Bone Ripper wasn't there.
Yeah.
I think, to be honest, I think everyone would.
I think it's in most Skaven lists. So yeah, good if you could take him without Bone Ripper. But you can't, so not very good.
Trash.
Moving on. Ikit Claw comes next, with a competitive rating of 14 out of 24. You get there with a score of 3 for output, 1 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 3 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 1 for cost. He's another wizard. And to be honest, I think his best items probably his Iron Frame.
Oh, the Storm Demon's alright.
Yeah, I think it's probably the Iron Frame. It gives him +3 strength, a 3-up armor save, and a 5-up ward save.
Yeah, and
very good.
And he can fire a Warp Fire projector housing a device. It works exactly like Warp Fire Thrower, except he can reroll the artillery dice.
Very nice. Is it one use only?
Once per game, yeah.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad.
No, but you are paying 395 points for him.
Yeah, it's a lot.
He
is, combined with his halberd, he is an impressive strength 6.
Yeah, he is strength 6 to halberd, a Storm Demon.
Yeah.
Storm Demon, yeah, it's a magic halberd that ignores armor saves. Additionally, Storm Demon can project bolts of dark lightning from his tip.
Yeah.
Bound spell, power level 5, successfully cast. Storm Demon blast a magic missile with range 24, strength 5 that causes an artillery dice worth of hits. If you roll a misfire, no shots fired, but instead roll on the chart below. Woo!
Oh, stop giving me misfire chance!
1 to 2 is Zuck. Ikit Claw in every model in base contact with a strength 5 hit.
Ouch.
3 to 5, Disruption. Ikit may not cast spells the rest of the Skaven magic phase while he sorts out his power cables.
Oh, that's fine, you do it last.
Yeah, it's like
it's the last thing you do. Lovely.
6, full power. Ikit may immediately add D3 power dice to the pool for current magic phase. So you want him to go first, though?
No, you don't. You want him to go last. You then add D3 dice and can cast a spell that an opponent thought you couldn't cast.
Yeah, but you can't cast any spells, though. And you're getting a grace.
Yeah, you can. Because it's only on a 3 to 5
yeah.
So always do that last.
Yeah.
For me, it's the last thing you do all the time.
But again,
was it cast on a 5?
5 plus.
Leave 2 dice for it?
Yeah.
I'd probably leave 2 dice for it.
I mean, again, it comes down to the fact he's level 3 wizard, though.
He is only level 3, and he is nearly 400 points. 395 points.
You're not getting a grace here with him. And
No.
you want a grace here.
They are very good. And it's hard to see a Skaven army without a level 4 Gracer. Very hard.
Yeah. He is the rat in the iron frame, though, so...
He is the rat in the iron frame. But, yeah, I mean, he's got a 3-up, 5-up, which is not bad. Survivability stuff is 4 as well, isn't it?
Times 4. His strength, though, makes him want to be in combat, with ignoring arm save.
Yeah.
But when he's in combat, he's rubbish. So he has 2 attacks.
Yeah, strength 6 is good. 2 attacks, not good.
Weapon skill 5's alright.
It's alright.
Initiative 3, not alright.
Yeah, not great. He's quite slow, actually, for a Skaven.
And yeah, I mean, it's the iron frame, mate, slow him down.
Yeah,
I
suppose it does.
He is also crippled, so... His
Yeah,
new model...
hence the iron frame.
His new model, lovely.
Yeah.
The new model what he is in this book.
Yeah. Not this one.
The old...
I love his banner in the old one.
Yeah, they didn't come with the, they can come with the model.
No.
You had to make that yourself.
Yeah. But yeah, the new one. Nice.
The new one, very nice.
Moving on though, back to the book. Throt the Unclean next.
Keep getting worse.
Yeah, he is getting worse. This is the joint lowest score in the book, I think. He comes out with a competitive rating of just 8.
No, 7 was the lowest.
Was 7 lowest?
We
get some
giant rats in... No,
Night Runners.
Night Runners in Chaff.
Yeah, okay. So almost the lowest then.
Night Runners in shooting, sorry.
Yeah, 8 out of 24. So we get there with a lot of 1s. 1 for output, 1 for special rules, 1 for synergy, 1 for risk, 3 for survivability, and a 1 for cost.
How many points is he? They're all 20 points is anyway.
He is...
Do you want to guess how many points?
210?
225.
225. Oh. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. He sort of works similar to Squeal in that he buffs giant rats, splash rat ogres.
He doesn't.
Does he not?
No.
I thought it was a sort of Packmaster, Master Molder character
He is.
thing.
If Throt the Unclean is in your army, then you can count giant rats towards your core.
Oh, right, okay.
And then you can take up to 2 units of rat ogres as core choices as well.
Okay,
So he doesn't buff them.
he doesn't buff them on the table, but he lets you take them as core.
Yeah.
Not bad.
He has master. In terms of buffing, he does a master controller. Counts as a pack master for the purpose of leading giant rats and rat ogres. So you go to the back. Would he? No.
What's that?
He counts as a pack master
Yeah,
for
he
the
would.
purposes of leading giant rats. He's a character though.
No, he wouldn't.
He goes. To
He
the
counts it as in you only hit him on a 5 and a 6,
Yeah.
and you use his leadership and all that sort of stuff.
In addition, any unit of giant rats or rat ogres within 12 inches may use Throt's leadership even when he's not the army general.
Yeah, leadership 7, it does make them better.
Yeah. He has ravening hunger. After marching or a round of combat, after break test, a Throt must pass a leadership test or consume a single model for his own unit.
So he
Owning
eats
player's
the
choice.
entire rat ogre.
Yes, this means. Even says it. Yes, this means he might eat an entire rat ogre. They put an exclamation point as if that's a good thing. And if it's funny, that's 40 points.
Yes.
Throt must still test even if he's pursuing or fleeing an enemy. If Throt breaks and flees, he automatically fails the leadership test and eats a single model on the run.
Oh. I'll tell you what he eats first if you're in a rat ogre unit. Packmasters.
Yeah.
He eats the 8-point Packmasters.
If he fails his test while fighting alone, Throt takes a single wound, no regeneration allowed.
Yeah, he comes with regen.
That's kind of base regen. He also causes fear.
Just don't take him.
To be honest, if you take, I would take him.
Why?
For the rat ogres in core. So that means you can then put all the points value of those rat ogres are taking, they're now counting towards your core selection.
Yeah, but you don't. Skaven don't really struggle to fill out their core because, like I said, their special slot isn't.
They're
competitive.
not. I'm just trying to make use of the rat ogres.
Okay, but their special slot isn't competitive, so take rat ogres out special. Like, as in, it's not got all bad choice. You got gutter runners in there, very good.
Yeah.
Potentially poison wing globadiers, maybe, but you've got the points in special.
Yeah. I mean,
and you fill out your rare.
You do fill out the rare.
You spend an alright amount on characters, especially if you spam sort of level 1 Warlock Engineers, or if you have an Assassin, or 2 Graces, or a Bell, or something like that. So you're going to run out of points.
You are going to run out of points. He does come, he does come with 2 magic items though. Creature Killer and Whip of Domination. Creature Killer, he has Killing Blow. Additionally, against larger than man-sized creatures, each unsaved wound caused by these attacks is multiplied into D3.
Yeah, so that's FAQ to be
monstrous
infantry, cav, monstrous beasts, monsters. It's multiple points D3.
He's not a bad guy. He's not a bad.
No, it's not bad.
Against those sort of things.
He's got 4 attacks at strength 4.
Yes.
Yeah, he's web skill 6, which is good. Initiative 6, which is very good.
He fights with both a blade and the Whip of Domination. They've already been included into his attacks profile as well.
Yeah, okay.
So he's getting additional attacks. The Whip of Domination, though, is in his third hand. Throt brandishes a whip.
Third hand.
He does alongside his 4 attacks, Throt makes a single additional attack with the Whip of Domination. This weapon counts as a normal whip. Doesn't matter because he's in the front rank.
Yes, he is.
But any enemy that takes an unsaved wound from the Whip of Domination suffers a -2 penalty to its leadership for the rest of the player turn.
Okay.
So
if you can get it off and they lose the combat after you've done a win with it, they're more likely to break. That's good.
Yeah.
But then he has to take a leadership test or eat a rat ogre when he pursues them.
Eats a rat ogre. Do you reckon he butters bread and makes a rat ogre sandwich? Honestly, just don't take him.
No. Don't kill your own rat
Again,
ogres.
unless you're going from
They're easy enough to kill. Your opponent won't need help.
Unless you're going to mould a themed army.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Again, narrative play.
Yeah.
He's fun. And it will be funny in narrative if he eats like 6 rat ogres in a game.
Just don't take him.
But no, not competitive.
Are we going to the best one here? So
We are finally to the best one here.
Okay.
The one that you do see and should a lot of the time take in competitive play. His Quick Head Taker. He has got a competitive rating of 13 out of 24.
Lucky for Skaven.
Hey.
Last 13 as well. We got
It
here.
is, it'll be
Oh
the
no,
last
we
13.
might get some magic laws.
No, might be.
We won't, but
No. So this 13 is made up of a 4 for output, a 1 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 1 for risk, 2 for survivability, and 3 for cost. The number was didn't get toned. He's a very, very good choice. He grants you access to those Queek vermin that we looked at earlier, who also scored a 13 actually, I think. Which is
all lucky.
nice, yeah. Which is a huge benefit of taking him. probably enough of a benefit, to be honest, to take him if he wasn't so good in combat. But he really isn't a tax for that upgrade. He's got a really good stat line, really good magic armor, really good weapons. Yeah, I mean, there's just not really a downside.
Unless you're tooled up to take him on, you are in for a bit of a hurt. So trophy heads, he must issue and accept challenges.
Probably his only downside.
Yeah, in a challenge, Queek fights with the fury of the deeply conceited, and has ones of both his to hit and to wound rolls. He has extreme distrust, so he doesn't fully trust Graces, and so he will not join a unit that has a Gracie or is pushing a Screaming Bell, and that applies to his Queek Vermin as well.
Yes.
So his Queek Vermin, you can't have Queek Vermin pushing a Screaming Bell.
No.
Which would be pretty good.
Well, no, you can, as long as he's not in the unit.
No, you can't. This bodyguard unit may never be joined by Grace or push the Screaming Bell.
Oh, I thought
they have it in well, so they can't push it.
So no, you can't do that.
Magic weapons, as Scott was saying, or magic items, sorry. He has Dwarf Gouger.
Yeah.
These attacks, he has, adds to attacks, so he attacks another weapon as well. It's 6 attacks at that point. No armed slaves are allowed from any of Queek's attacks, and Queek always wounds dwarves on a 2+. This is not modified in a challenge.
Yes.
So, where that comes in, so if he's in a challenge, again saying this, toughness 2.
Yeah, so generally, if he's in a challenge, he gets, is it +1 to hit and wound, or just
+1 to hit and wound?
+1 to hit and wound, if he's in a challenge. If he is in a challenge with a dwarf, he still gets +1 to hit. However, the wounding on a 2 isn't affected by his +1 to hit to wound in a challenge.
Doesn't automatically wound dwarves.
He doesn't generally automatically wound dwarves. However, he can automatically wound in a challenge
Toughness
because
2.
he is strength 4.
Yeah.
So if they are toughness 2 in a challenge, then he will wound them on a 2 anyway. He's not using Dwarf Gouger's ability to do that, and then he gets the +1, which means he automatically wins. Complicated.
Yeah, and he has Warp Shard armor. So he given the 3-up armor save, and for each successful armor saves he makes, the armor inflicts a strength 5 hit against the enemy that struck the blow.
Yeah, it's the strength 5. That's actually pretty scary.
It's terrible. It's pretty crazy.
It's good for sort of knocking back like the rank and file troops that might throw some attacks in if he's not in a challenge.
Just sitting there taking it. Ah!
Yeah, and 3-up save's good for Skaven.
Yeah.
Very good. He doesn't have a ward save.
That's his own.
Which
That's one of his
really
own
is
downsides.
probably his biggest. That and they're having to issue and accept challenges.
Overall, he's pretty damn good.
He is very good, and he's 215 points.
Yeah, I don't know why he's the cheapest.
He's by far the cheapest as well. Well, apart from Throp, but you know, no one takes him.
No, he's cheaper than Frog.
Yeah, I know.
By
only
far.
by 10 points.
Yeah.
But he's so like you can comfortably have a Gracie with him. You might be able to have a Gracie on a belt with him. 440.
440
No,
plus
not
215. No.
Not quite a Gracie on a belt at 2,500.
You can get Gracie.
But a fully tooled up Gracie.
Yeah. He does also. I thought I mentioned he does also hate dwarves, orcs, and goblins.
Oh, he hates orcs and goblins as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
They're all fine for character 8 picks, aren't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, he hates them all.
So he's got weapon skill 7.
Initiative 7. 6 attacks.
6 attacks. Strength 4, which you're like, not great, but ignores armour.
+1 to win if you accept the
+1 to
challenge.
win in the challenge. Always wins dwarves on a 2, ignoring their armour.
He's a beast.
He is a beast. He can, you know, unless they've got a really good ward save, he could relatively comfortably kill a dwarf lord in a challenge. Because a lot of the time they rely on their toughness and their armour save.
Yeah, but
which he goes, I win on 2s, I ignore your armour.
And sometimes they just don't take their war save because they are relying that much on their toughness and armour.
Exactly.
So,
especially if I've not seen anyone do it, but it is funny. Take the master rune of I'm toughness 10.
Brass Master and Adamant, I think
Something
it is.
like that, yeah. And, you know, I've got like a 2-up save, I'm toughness 10, you're not going to kill me. And then Queek's like, 2.
So you could do it, even they do take the shield bearer as well. They got 6 wounds. I got 6 stacks. I hate you. +1 to it.
Yeah.
Probably
what 3s with a reroll?
Yeah, Dwarf Lords are 3. Weapons are 7.
3s with a
hit,
reroll.
reroll.
2s to wound.
With a no reroll.
No reroll. Yeah, I mean it's unlikely to kill him, but it's possible. But especially to be fair, you don't see Dwarf Lords. You do see Thanes as generals. He will tear a Thane apart. Or even a Rune Lord with the extra sort of runing items, they just haven't got the base stats to stand up.
The issue being is that he has to issue a challenge and they'll just give you, if you're fighting a hammer unit.
Yeah, that is like 30 individual challenges that Queek will have to fight before he gets to
It's
that.
only individual challenge if there's a character in the unit. If there's no character, then he doesn't have to challenge because they can only accept the challenges if there's a character.
Okay, so you just get his Storm Vermin to kill the characters.
Which... not impossible. It's not easy.
No, it's not easy, not necessarily, but definitely possible. But yeah, he is You have to have a very good reason to not take him, and I think the reason is you've got 2 graces.
Or
you want to.
Because if you take a tooled up warlord, you're probably going to be getting
It's
some
not going
points.
to be far off the points.
No.
What's a warlord basic?
90. They are pretty cheap. So 190. If you take the full 100 points,
Yeah, which you're probably gonna.
give them a warlord
To be fair.
because warlords are quite good.
Yeah,
You're gonna get past them.
you are. Even without a mount, you go warlord, you go shield, and you've probably got a magic weapon. You're like 10, 20 points off of
It's
quick.
Just drops
Just
some.
take quick.
Just drop some Skaven slaves and take quick.
Yeah, I mean you do then have to find the points to upgrade your storm vermin, which you've definitely got to quick vermin.
Which is not saying you have to do.
No, you don't have to. You
could keep them as the rubbish storm vermin.
Well, they're
not
rubbish,
rubbish.
just not as good.
No.
The fact they're only strength 3 super hurts
Yeah.
basic storm vermin. Anyway, we've digressed. Yeah, quick, fantastic, and he scores 13. It sounds great. That is it. That is it for special characters. We've done all the characters and all the units. It's been a mammoth task.
And we're still not done.
We're not done. We are not done yet. Don't worry, all of you Skaven fans. We've got lots more Skaven content coming as we move in to the army unique equipment, magic items, and laws of magic. So we have finished our analysis of all of the units and the special rules in the Skaven army book. But units and rules alone don't make an army competitive, so we also have to look at their magic items, their mundane items, and any unique laws of magic that they have access to. So that's what we're going to do now.
Skaven like to be very greedy and have a lot of these.
They do have a lot. It's an older book as well, and the older books generally do have more.
Yeah.
So we are going to first look at the scavenge pile, which is the, I was going to say mundane, but some of them are magical.
Yeah, it's like a different sort of pile.
Yeah,
of course it's a pile.
It's what would normally be the mundane unique equipment for an army, but some are magical. We're going to look at the Skaven magic items, and then we're going to take a look at the Skaven spells of Ruin and Plague, and put them through our magic lore rating system. But first, we are going to take a look at that scavenge pile. So these are pieces of unique equipment, although you can take multiple in an army, just not on the same character. So, first of all, we're going to take a look at the Warp Musket. This is a move or fire weapon, similar to the Warplock Jezal's weapons. It's got a range of 24.
Yeah, 24 inches.
With the strength of 5, armor piercing, and unstable ammunition, which is if you roll a 1 to hit, you roll another dice. If you roll another 1, then you take a wound.
So no, take a hit to the strength of the weapon, I think it was.
I thought you just took a wound.
I'll double check. Keep going.
Okay, I will. It's also a warpstone weapon, making it magical.
Hit using the strength of the gun.
Oh, okay.
And save modifier.
Might not wound you.
Yeah.
It's also a warpstone weapon, so it is magical. It's 15 points.
It's not awful.
Not bad, but the move or fire does have a big impact on when you're going to be able to use this. Skaven are quite a mobile army.
Unless
They
you are in a
generally move a lot.
Jezal unit.
You could join it to a Jezal unit, which is not bad.
Which I think a lot of people, what they would do, they'll take a Warp Musket with Warlock Optics, which is going to be an item we talk about in a second, on, say, a Warlock Engineer.
Yeah, all the war.
All the war. Also, I want to mention that the scavenge pile does come out with magic item allowance as well.
It does.
It's a joint pile.
Yeah. Very good point. Definitely worth noting.
Yes.
Yeah,
What more
it's
can you
okay.
say?
It's probably a few too many points for me, but not terrible.
This is my favourite one, the next one.
It is poison attacks is up next. I mean, it does what it says on the tin. It's 15 points to give the character poison attacks.
So yeah, it affects all close combat attacks are poison. This will affect the tail weapon, which we'll talk about literally after this one.
Yep.
But not any magic weapons or rat hound bodyguards, which we'll talk about in a second as well.
Yeah. It's also worth noting quickly on the scavenge pile, champions in units. In some units can have access to
Storm
this as
Vermin
well.
champions can. I know that for a fact. I don't know if anything else can.
I think gutter runner champions can.
No, they
I don't
can
know.
have
They're just specifically-
smoke bombs or weeping blades.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but poison attacks. I since the first time we did this deep dive, I just had this idea in my head of just having an entire front rank of chieftains equipped with like the tail weapons, extra hand weapons, and giving poison attacks.
That's what, 5 poison attacks?
5.
3 each?
3 attacks a piece. 3 attacks a piece. Plus
Tail weapons an extra one.
that's only additional strength 3 attack.
Oh, okay.
So it's still an additional attack. Plus additional hand weapons.
Plus the additional hand weapon.
All poisoned.
Yeah.
And you can take 10 of them, 625 points. So you're looking at
50 poison attacks.
Who would want to fight it?
We're moving on. We're moving on to tower
No,
weapons.
it's good. So I want to do it.
It's not good.
It's why not? Why is it not
Because
good?
they've got no save. They've got a 5-up save at best.
They're 67 points a model.
Well, then you can't take 10 if they're 67 points.
Saying there's 60 something.
There must be at least
I mean,
62 or below.
I mean 62.
Then you can take it.
Yeah.
Moving on to the tower weapon, which annoyingly also features in this stupid chieftain build.
The chieftain runs the chieftains.
They are 8 points for a tower weapon, and the user gets a free or an extra strength 3 attack. It's not free because you pay 8 points for it. You do use their weapon skill and initiative, but it isn't affected by any magic weapons. Although, as we said, it is affected by the poison attacks that you buy just before this. Not terrible if you've got the spare points, I suppose.
It's
but
stuck at strength 3 though.
Yeah, it's not something that you'd always take. I think it's fair to say.
No, I just if you had like 8 points to spend, why not? But 8
Maybe
points.
8 points is like
four slaves, 2
4
clan
slaves.
rats,
Yeah, it's 3 slaves with shields.
3 slaves with shields, 2 clan rats, or a storm vermin with a shield.
It's a storm vermin with add a storm vermin. Definitely a better use for 8 points. Next up is the Warlock pistol.
Which is another 8 points.
It is another the musket's younger brother. It is a pistol for all intents and purposes, save for its range of 10 instead of 12. It's a warp-stone weapon, so magical, and because it's a pistol which counts as a hand weapon in combat, it also makes your combat attacks magical.
Yeah, because
which is in the FAQ.
You base the butt on your pistol has got basically a little
Stub
sharp
of warpstone in it, yeah, hilarious.
bash a ghost over the head of a pistol.
Yeah. It does also have the unstable ammunition that we mentioned above and on Warpbox Jazals. Solid for 8 points, not bad.
If you're only taking this for like the magical attacks in combat, then you spend 5 points on like Warrior Bane.
Yeah. Yeah, because it comes out the same allowance, so you might as well save 3 points.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's not bad on like a Warlock engineer who has maybe got a brass orb or a doom rocket. Because then once they've fired that, you're going to skittle leap them and jump around anyway. Once they've fired that, you can fire off your little Warlock pistol.
That's why what you could use it for is you take it and stick him in a unit of Jazales.
Yeah.
For the stand and shoot shenanigans you can do around.
Yes, because a stand and shoot is resolved as soon as the unit moves into range of the shortest range weapon in the unit.
Maximum range or shortest range.
The maximum range. So it's resolved as if they were 10 inches away, which is within half range of the Jazals, which means they're not -1.
It's not as good some as the other ones out there.
No,
but
because your Jazals are 36-inch range, which means not a lot is going to be charging you from more than 18 inches away.
Yeah.
Really? Like, they've got to be at least movement 6 to even be able to.
Yeah, it's not as good, but
So it's got a use, I suppose.
it's funny you could join it to oh, that doesn't even work for. I was about to say it's funny you could join it to like a rattling cannon, but then it's 1 inch above the short range because they're 18.
Yes, it is. Yes, that won't work.
And for the storm things as well, they're 18 inches as well.
Yeah.
Oh, if only you could do that, that'd be filthy. That'd be disgusting.
No, Max. No. Not terrible. Again, 8 points. You can probably find a better use for 8 points unless you're really using it for a specific purpose.
Yeah.
Finally, then, from the scavenge pile, we are on to the Rat Hound Bodyguard. I didn't even know this existed.
Just don't take it.
No.
It's rubbish. It's so bad.
It gives you an additional attack made at weapon skill and strength 3. It's 5 points.
On a roll of hits or on a roll of the ones that hit, the Rat Hound instead will inflict an automatic hit on its owner.
Yeah, not good. I would not waste the 5
Why would
points.
you spend 5 points?
That's 2 slaves.
Potentially, it's 2 slaves or a
With
clan,
shield.
or clan with a shield.
Or a clan with a shield.
It's not something. It's not quite.
Not
a storm,
quite a storm vermin.
Not quite a storm with a shield.
Almost though.
Why would you take something that's going to hit you 1/6 of the time?
I don't know, Max.
Just
I
don't
don't
do
know.
it. Well,
Don't
you,
do
can,
it.
you can give it to a storm vermin champion,
You could, and it could kill them.
and he could kill said storm
It
vermin.
could just kill them.
It could kill a storm vermin champion who was about to challenge out that vampire lord and zombie dragon, and all of a sudden your Rat bodyguard got hungry.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't take it.
no.
Just don't.
Let's move into something more. Let's do more exciting stuff.
Yeah, let's move into those army-specific magic items, and the Skaven have an obscene 39 to choose from.
Well,
39!
Let's do these quick.
I'll be honest though, for many of them, obscene is not how I would describe them.
No.
So, let's get moving and start with those magic weapons, of which there are 12. First up, we have the quintessentially Skaven Fellblade.
Iconic.
Yeah, it is coming in at a whopping 100 points. It grants the bearer strength 10 with multiple wounds d6 and successful ward saves made against made against the Fellblade's attacks must be rerolled. Obscene levels of output. Probably the most offensive magic weapon in the game. Not offensive as in horrible. Well, yeah, horrible. Offensive as in damaging. There we go. Let's go with that.
There aren't many that can compare with it. The only one
Really?
the only one I can think of that compares with it is the Hellfire Sword from the Warriors of Chaos.
Yeah, it's probably the closest you're going to get to it.
You can make dwarf runic weapons similar. Because you can give them strength 8, toughness 5 or more, multiple wounds d6.
Yeah.
But nothing is purely offensive.
No. Its downside, well, other than being 100 points and meaning that you're going to have a best 4-up armor save, is that at the end of every controlling player's turn, you must roll a dice. On a 1 or a 2, you take a wound with no armor saves allowed. And, spoilers, you've not got a ward save.
You've got no ward save because it takes them all your points.
Yeah, unless you're a Gracier on a Screaming Bell.
Why would you take that? One attack. This man is
Funny, isn't it? When you just kill the Vampire Lord with it.
Imagine.
Can you imagine?
You're the man of the state troop, yeah? You got this massive bell running towards you. You slowly look up, you've got the massive bell, you've got the big rat over pulling it like that. And you keep looking up, also you've got this horned rat at the top of it screaming. And in his hand he's holding a big shiny sort of... Ah!
Terrifying. That's why it causes terror.
And then he passes his terror test because he's got a witch hunter next to him.
Yeah.
And the witch hunter, is killing blow on that Gracie.
Killing blow on that Gracie.
Gracie up the top.
Don't put it on a Gracie on a bell. Or off a bell.
Just don't take it.
No. Also, your opponent instantly knows at the end of your first turn, they know what that Lord has got.
Yeah.
Because you have to roll the dice.
I think,
which means they know they haven't got a save.
I think if you were going to take... I think what the model made it better is if they said after the first round of combat in which the model is in.
Yeah.
Because he's unsheathed the sword at that point.
Yeah, I sort of get that. But to be honest, it's fun. It is cool. I would 100% take it in narrative games. I would never take it in a competitive game.
No.
It's too many points. As in, it is worth its points. It is absolutely worth its points. But its opportunity cost is too much.
Yeah.
I think it's probably a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
On to the Warpforged Blade now for half the points cost, 50 points. No arm saves can be taken against the blade. Carbon copy of the Obsidian Blade, even down to cost actually.
It means you can take 2.
It does mean you can take 2. It's a good item, but probably not worth it unless you really want 2 characters to ignore armor saves. Which, unlikely. I don't think a chieftain's got enough attacks to make it useful, and I don't think you're going to have 2 warlords.
No. Well, it does mean that like a lot of these items in the Skaven book, there are duplicates from the main rulebook.
There are a couple, yeah.
So this is one of them. I think that's where it comes down. If you want to take 2, you do have the option to take 2.
It's nice to have the option there.
Yeah.
Up next, we've got the Warlock augmented weapon, or Warlock. 45 points. It gives you +1 attack and +1 strength. So it's 5 more points than taking the Sword of Battle and the Sword of Might together would be, but as you can't take them on the same model. To be honest, 5 points to combine them, I don't think it's that bad.
No, it does mean your Warlord is... You're probably going to take this on Warlord. It's strength 5 attacks.
That's pretty scary.
It's not. I actually think this item's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Not bad at all. And I think 45 points is a very solid points cost for it.
It does mean you have got them some points to play around with survivability.
Yeah.
You can still take your mounts if you really want to.
Yeah.
I like the Warlock and augmented weapon.
So do I. Big fan. So next is the Blade of Corruption, 35 points, +1 strength and multiple wounds 2. Really good, actually, but rarely seen.
As you try to read this toneless paper.
It's rarely seen, and to be honest, I don't really know why, because this isn't a pestilence-specific weapon, is it?
It's not pestilence. It's not.
Even though it sounds like it probably should be.
Yeah, it's been left in the dreaded cauldron 1,000 boxes, but it's not specific to clan pestilence.
No.
We'll also say though, the wielder must, if the wielder makes a hit roll that has 2 or more 1s in it,
Yep.
the wielder immediately suffers a wound that is multiplied into 2 wounds. Other attacks are carried out as normal.
So you've got, 4 attacks on a Warlord? Basic.
Yes.
So, chance of rolling 2 1s in 4 attacks? Not that likely.
I'll say it's not for every 2 1s you roll, so you can't
you don't just carry it over.
Yeah, you can't. So if you roll 4 1, you don't
kill yourself.
No.
It's very
It's
unlikely.
unlikely. But then you do get a war save against it. 35 points.
I think it's cheap enough.
Yeah.
You're basically paying 15 points for multiple wounds too.
Plus one strength is very nice. If it was just multiple wounds 2,
That's
strength
probably
5.
too much for 35 points. But
Plus
strength
one
5,
strength,
multiple wounds
yeah.
too.
I like it.
I really like it. Big fan. Now we have the Weeping Blade for 30 points.
I think the next page has got toner on it, so I think you're going to be good.
Yay! We're at the end of the no toner. We have discussed this one a fair amount.
We have, yeah.
It's 30 points. It grants you armor piercing and multiple wounds D3. Absolutely at its best on an assassin.
Not poison, though.
Is it not?
No, the actual item itself is not poison. I think the
Assassins are
is
poisoned, aren't they?
are
Or
poisoned.
they can buy poisoned attacks. They may just come as poison, but it's where you always see it, to be fair, is on assassins. As we said when we looked at gutter runners, gutter running unit champs.
They are just poison-based poison.
Gutter running unit champs can have these, and you can have this on every unit of gutter runners, which is nice. But its best combination for that beautiful 30 points is the potion of strength on an assassin.
Yeah, it's just that right amount of points to give plus 20 points to potion of strength.
Yeah, makes you strength 7 armor piercing. You're going through all the armor in the world. D3 wounds on all of your attacks.
At -6 your armor. No.
6, 7.
-5.
-5. Really, really good.
Mm.
Moving on.
So let's see if you know what the last 2 items. Have you ever heard of them before?
No. I've heard of one of them. I've not seen it or used it, but I've heard of one of them. The one I haven't heard of is Dwarf Bane. This is 25 points. It gives you +1 strength, and against dwarves it gives you armor piercing and reroll all to wound rolls.
So it's 5 points more than the Sword of Might.
It is,
So-
but it's for a bonus that only works against one army.
So the 5 points are wasted.
Yes, that's
If
what
you're
I've
honest,
got
you
here.
don't
Is what I think.
see dwarves at a competitive scene much.
Even if you did, even if it was armor piercing and reroll to wound against elves,
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I still don't think it's worth that extra 5 points.
No.
It may be if you've got 5 points spare and there's absolutely nowhere you can spend it, upgrade your Sword of Might to Dwarf Bane, sure.
Mm.
But I wouldn't take it, or if I did, it'd be the first thing I drop down to a Sword of Might if I needed 5 points.
Yeah.
I might even take a Rat Hound Bodyguard over this.
No, you wouldn't, though, would you?
Probably not, no.
Because
That's a bit much.
This gives you magical attacks.
Yeah.
Because the round bodyguard
Just
kills
kills
you. To be honest, if you look at it, it's 10 points less than the Blade of Corruption. And I'll spend the 10 points on the Blade of Corruption.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Fair point, very fair point.
Yeah.
Don't take it. If you know you're fighting dwarves, narrative game, take it for fun.
Drop 2 clan rats with shields for the Blade of Corruption.
Yes.
I bet the clan rats are the currency in the realm.
They're the currency, yeah. Or 4 slaves with shields. It's worth it.
You're worth it.
Now on to the final magic sword.
No, because I think there's some specific ones there. Yeah, we have like the 2
Yeah, but it's the final magic sword.
generic magic one, isn't it? That
Yeah.
everyone can take.
Yes.
Yeah, cause
Yes, it's the final magic sword.
Because James wrote this very weirdly.
He did. Is the Blade of Nurglich. So it's 10 points. So nice and cheap. Unsafe wounds caused by the blade reduce the enemy's toughness by 1. If they hit toughness 0, they are removed from play. Now, doesn't sound amazing. But if you combine this with Wither, which we'll discuss in a second, the potential is actually very scary.
For each unsafe wound. So you'll get through the armour. So you're stuck at strength 4. You could take the potion of strength.
Could take Potion of Strength.
You have 4 attacks. Even
Is it unit or model?
any models lose 1 point of toughness for each unsafe wound. You are going to be going against
That
character.
has to, yeah, that makes it a lot less good for me. But equally, if it was units, it would be absolutely
Yeah,
horrendous.
You'd always take it for 10 points.
Yeah, you would.
This means I'll just do 4 wounds to the unit.
Oh, it's dead.
The unit's dead. I was taking 4. Yeah. No. That's
That's
not
a bit too good.
That's broken.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
That's broken.
yeah, it is good.
But it doesn't mean if you get like 2 wounds through on a character who's already withered. So they're likely going to be dead.
Yeah, it depends what they are, but yeah,
It's funny when you get all 4 wounds through on like a demon prince, they become toughness 1.
that is hilarious. Yeah, yeah, but then the imprint is on a wound, so does it massively matter that it's
Oh no,
not
demon
this one?
prince is dead because they got 4 wounds.
Even that.
I mean, it makes no difference because if you get through all, if you make any significant difference to the toughness,
They're not going to have enough wounds.
the only thing it's
survive.
good on is
Monsters.
like monsters, steam
The
tanks,
monsters that have got more wounds than they have toughness.
steam tanks,
That's basically it.
Kadias. No, they got the same. They got the same amount of wounds. Is there anything else out? Giants. No, it's got less toughness.
Toughness 5. Yeah, less toughness, that's good.
Okay.
You want more wounds. So if you take a giant down to a wound with this guy, you've killed it because it's toughness 0.
No, it's toughness 1. Oh, no,
Yeah,
no, you would.
Down to, you've taken it. If you've taken 5 wounds off
Oh,
of it,
yeah.
it's toughness 0, it's died.
It is very niche.
It's
You can take it on.
alright for 10 points.
Take it
Because also, obviously, it makes the rest of your unit wound them easier, and it makes you wound them easier next turn. So it does. You're not just doing it for the toughness 0, they're dead. I think that's probably a bit of a trap.
Yeah.
But -1 toughness is
Take
good.
it on
It's alright.
Chieftain. That's the
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially. Next up, then, we've got the sort of clan-specific magic items. Or magic weapons, I think these all are. Starting with Clan Eshin, we have the Warpstone Stars. This is 50 points. Gives you multiple shots 3. They're strength 5, and they cause multiple wounds D3. Lots of 3s.
He's good.
They're good, but they're quite prescriptive, really. You can only take them on an assassin, and that is his entire points allowance.
And he's not taking the assassin's loadout.
Yeah, you don't want him near combat at that point, which kind of feels like you're missing out on all of his other special rules.
He's only with skill 5. He's not the highest with skill in the world.
So he hits on 3s because he's multi-shotting, 4s if he's moved, 5s if he's at long range. They're throwing weapons as well.
Yeah,
so they're only 8-inch range throwing weapons?
6-inch range for weapons.
6-inch range.
Yeah.
I thought it was 8.
No, because throwing axes are 6 inches.
Yeah, but I think they're lower because they're +1 strength.
8 or 6 is one of the
It's
two.
8.
It's still short.
I'm sure it's 8 because that's why the Poison Wing Globadiers are 8.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's 8. Either way, it's really short. So you're probably going to be at long range.
So you're not going to be hitting, to be honest.
Yeah. Not something I would take.
No, I wouldn't either.
Ever, to be honest. I think it's way too many points for 50
Just
points.
take Weapon Blade and Potion Strength. Get in combat.
Just do that.
Chop a hero's head off.
Yes. Now we have 2, which are only takeable by Clan Skyer. Warlock Engineers specifically. The infamous Doom Rocket is the first one. It's 1 use only. It's only 30 points.
It is cheap.
It is cheap. You pick a direction, then choose between 4 and 10 dice to determine the length of it. So you roll all those dice and you determine its range. It could undershoot, it could overshoot, but wherever it lands, you place a large template and anyone struck takes a strength 5 hit. I've seen this devastate entire units. If it lands beautifully, middle of the unit, it is horrendous.
It's good. The people get the most out of it are people who used to play this 7th and 6th edition fantasy where they guess ranged, so they can just guess where this thing's going to go.
Oh, but no, that doesn't help it. Because you still have to roll the dice. You can measure, you can go, I'm 21 inches away, or on average, that's 6 dice. It's literally just luck.
It's just luck. But if you do get lucky,
it's horrendous.
Strength 5, large blast.
Yeah, there's no one who, as soon as their opponent goes, I'm going to fire the Doom Rocket, hasn't winced. And gone, oh, this could be awful, this could be terrible.
Yeah, but then they roll off 3 ones.
Yeah, it can misfire if you roll 3 or more 1s for range.
It's got another misfire chart.
Another misfire chart. So on a 1, the rocket explodes prematurely. You place the large template on your character's head and resolve the blast as normal.
That's called
upsetting.
Thoom.
Good. On a 2 to 5, it goes off target. You roll a scatter dice to determine the new direction and resolve it from there. What's that called?
Stabilising Fin Lost.
Thank you. And on a 6, it's a dud. It lands like a cannonball, striking whoever is under the spot at strength 5. And then, at the beginning of every subsequent Skaven shooting phase, roll a dice. On a 4+, it explodes. Now, obviously, people can move out of the way of it, and there might not be anyone near it, but it does force you to sort of move around it, or accept the fact that you might just take a random Doom Rocket in a subsequent turn.
It is a 5-inch no zone sort of thing.
Yeah.
Which is quite terrifying.
Not bad. Not bad.
30 points, that is ridiculously cheap.
It is so cheap. Yeah, it's very good. Take it a lot.
Yeah, it's one of the 4 items that you do see Skaven take a lot.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
But the first of the 4 items we're going to talk about too. Those 4 items.
It is, yeah. Next up then, also specific to Clan Skyart Warlock Engineers, is the Death Globe. It's 1 use, 25 points this time. You can elect to throw it in any of your shooting phases. You place a template anywhere within 8 of the character and scatter it like a stone thrower. All models touched suffer a wound on a 4+ with no saves allowed.
We talked about this with the Globadiers.
We did. Their unit champion, the Bombardier, can take it.
The Bombardier.
It's not bad, but I wouldn't spend the 25 points on it.
I spent 25 more points for its cousin.
Yeah.
Which we'll talk about, not now, we're just talking about it like maybe 5
Yeah,
minutes.
so would I. So would I, to be fair. Yeah, save the 25 points or spend it elsewhere.
Yeah.
On to Clan Moulder then. And they're Packmasters specifically. We have the Shot Prod, 25 points. It's a two-handed weapon that ignores armor saves. It's half the cost of an Obsidian Blade, which is good.
Stuck on a Master Model or Packmaster.
Yeah, you're stuck on a Packmaster. They're at the back of the unit, so they get one attack.
No.
Which actually they can't make if they're in the third rank. It's only their whip that allows them to do that. So they have to actually be in the second rank, which means you have to have lost a load of dudes before they can even attack. Just don't take it.
No, so it's in addition to the tried tools of the beast handling trade, the whip and the things catcher, a Master Molder can wield even more specific specialised gear. So yeah, so only Master Molder can take this stuff, and he has to be in the front rank.
Oh, okay.
Because he's a champion.
Oh, well, that makes it better, because it means you can be attacked and killed.
Yeah.
Woo! Don't take it. Finally, the Electro Whip.
Electro Whip!
15 points. It counts as a whip, and grants the bearer D3 additional attack, which are rolled for at the start of each combat.
D3 additional strength 3 attacks? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no.
This is no other
Just
words
don't
for it.
take
It's 15 points wasted. Take 2 storm things. 2 storm things.
2 storm things?
2 storm vermin. Take many
Yeah.
more Skaven stuff. I can't remember what the calculate how many storm clan rats or slaves is.
Well, Clan Rats it's 3 with a shield.
Mm-hmm.
It's 6 Skaven slaves with a shield.
Take 6 Skaven slaves.
Yeah, just take
Take
6.
more Skaven slaves.
On to the magic armour then. The Skaven only have 3, actually. Only 3. First up is the Warpstone armour. It's the only clan-specific armour, only being wearable by Clan Sky Warlock Engineers.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought that. Wow. I thought everyone, including Clan Sky Engineers.
No, only Warlock Engineers. It's 30 points, and it grants the bearer a 4+ armour save. Additionally, any successfully saved wounds cause a strength 4 hit to be reflected back to the model that caused the wound. Obviously, combat only, and these count for combat resolution. I'm not sure why they had to specify that.
Think of Queek's armour, but worse.
Yeah, it's a good bit of armour. If you could take it on a Warlord, I think you'd see it a lot more often. But the fact it's only wearable by the most expendable character in the book.
Yeah, it says Warpstone armour can be worn by Clan Sky Warlock Engineers. Doesn't say it's only. It says it can be worn by Clan Sky Warlock Engineers. Maybe think that you might be able to take this on a Warlord.
Maybe. I wonder if... do you want to check the FAQ?
Yeah,
I'll move on to the next item while I'm actually checking the FAQ for that. And the next one is the World's Edge armour. So, this is wearable by anyone coming in at 25 points. It grants the bearer a 4+ armour save. The first time that an attack would negate the armour of the character completely, or ignores armour saves, the wound is discounted and the armour destroyed. It sounds a bit rubbish, but combined with a War Litter and a shield, you got a 2-up armour save, and a very heavily armoured character at that point that can ignore a wound that would just potentially kill him outright. So that works on Killing Blow, Heroic Killing Blow. It also, thanks to the FAQ,
yeah, they figured this well.
works on things that remove you from play without doing a wound specifically. For instance, Ironspaw's Black Horror, Purple Sun, Dwellers Below,
Final
Transmutation. You aren't killed, you just destroy the armour. Now, your unit around you is probably killed, but
We say that.
it saves your character.
I like the fact that he just chucked his armour.
Not sure how that works.
He sees a massive Purple Sun coming towards him, just chucks it.
Chucks the armour in and the Purple Sun goes, okay.
Just gets naked. Ah!
But, you know what, I'll take it.
I think for 25 points,
I think it's pretty good.
it's a 4-up armour save.
Yeah, I think you've got to combine it to get it down to as best an arm save as you can.
I mean, it's about you get 4-up armour save and you can still take a shield to get the 3-up. And then be mounted.
Be
for
mounted
a 2-up.
for a 2-up. I think it's very good.
Also, the Warpstone armour FAQ doesn't say it can only be taken by Warlock Engineers.
But why would they have to specify that Warlock Engineers can take it?
Because they can't take any other form of armour.
Oh, can they not?
I don't think they come with armour.
Do they not come with any armour, Warlock Engineers?
Nope. They can't buy armour either.
Ah,
So that's where they're coming from.
fair enough. Okay, anyone can take it. Warlock Engineers can also take it.
Oh, why?
So it's not clan specific.
So I'd probably put the Warpstone armour on your Warlord.
A Warlord, yeah.
And put a mount more like a War Litter or...
Look, if you take Warpstone Armour and Dwarfbane, you're mini quick.
You're mini
Don't take Dwarfbane, but you are mini quick.
You are mini quick.
Take Warpstone Armour, it's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Moving on then to the final piece of magic armour, which again I didn't know existed, which is the Shield of Distraction. It's 15 points. It's a shield that reduces the attacks of any enemy wishing to attack the bearer by 1 to a minimum of 1. It's cheap, bit of extra survivability for the character, but you're spending 15 points on a shield when the enchanted shield is double the save for 10 points less. Charm Shield is the same save for a 2-up ignore the first hit.
Which in essence would
For
get
10 points
would
less.
get rid of the attack that you'll get rid of from.
And it guarantees it gets rid of a hit, not an attack that they miss.
Well, it doesn't guarantee you get rid of a hit.
Well, no,
You're
but-
on 2+. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've taken all the other shields, take the shield. Why not?
Yeah.
It's not.
To be honest, I'd just take a normal shield.
It's not expensive. How many points is a regular shield?
4, maybe 6 on a lord.
On a warlord is 3.
I'd just take a shield.
Why are they so
don't,
cheap?
Don't ever take the shield. Just take a normal shield.
Wow, it's cheap.
He's real cheap. Moving on from the armour then, onto talismans. Again, 3. And none of them are clan specific. A foul pendant. I do like this item a lot. 30 points, grants the bearer 5+ ward save. Carbon copy of the Talisman of Endurance. Difference being, you will want ward saves on a lot of your characters. So being able to take 2 5-up ward saves on wizards, 3 5-up ward saves across the army, because you've got the magic armour of 5-up ward save.
You do.
Very good. Very, very good. And it's the same point.
You can stack ward saves on characters. I know. You
Yeah.
take the 3 ward save armors, the 3 talismans, and take this. That's 7 ward saves.
Yeah.
They're not all good.
I mean, no. I mean, you're probably going to run out of characters that you want ward saves on.
Why don't you say 15 point? Take 15 point warlock engineers.
Yeah. Double their points to give them a 6-up ward save.
Yeah, buddy. No, I think,
very good.
I think you would just take it. If
Yeah.
you don't, I mean, you see a lot of people not even take Talisman of Preservation. You take 2 this one and a Talisman of Endurance.
Yeah, I can see it.
Why not?
I can see it.
Take it.
Next up then, Shadow Magnet Trinket. Another really good item actually for 30 points. The bearer and his unit are -1 to hit on top of any other additional modifiers. Consistently strong.
Shoot attacks only though.
Yeah, sorry, -1 to hit from shooting. I think it's probably best employed on a Greyseer, on a Bell.
Yeah.
Maybe a Plague Priest on a Furnace, but you probably want to invest in a ward save for him from his talismans, because he doesn't have a save.
I think, it's the fact that the bell can be shot at
separately
from everything else.
It's alright, it's got 4 ward save, but you want to keep it alive. You've got to keep it alive.
There you do.
So yeah, I think it's really good. Adds survivability to the Bell, and it does add survivability to the Furnace. Maybe if you've got another character in that unit, you could put the Shadow Magnet Trinket on them.
Yeah.
Because it does affect the whole unit. Also, combine it with the Storm Banner, which we'll get to in a second, and a lot of armies are just not going to be able to hit you at all with ranged attacks.
No.
Or Howling Walk Girl, which again we'll get to, which is a spell.
Combine all
which
three.
Combine all 3, and then nothing is ever hitting you. Yeah, really, really good. Oh, God. It's so nice having pages with lots of toner.
I can see.
Lastly,
I can find.
lastly, for the talismans, we have the Rival Hide Talisman. It's 15 points. It makes an enemy model in base contact reroll all their successful hit rolls against you. It is 1 use only.
Oh, there you go.
It's just not very good.
Why would you have a talisman one use only talisman? What's the point?
Like the Luckstone.
No, that's fair.
Or the Opal Amulet. Save me against that Magma Dragon.
They're better.
They are better.
They are better.
I just don't think it's worth it.
So
even
you
for 15 points.
You got an enemy that's hitting you on freeze. I'll make you reroll it. Well, I still hit you on freeze, and he still hits you everything.
Yeah, probably you're gonna lose like 1 hit. Might keep you alive for 1 more turn. Okay.
Nah, it's a no from me, dog.
Yes, it's a no from me as well.
Moving on.
To enchanted items and
Why
the
was
Skaven
the
brews.
entire column there?
I don't know. I didn't write this. Skaven brew is the first of the 8 enchanted items. So not clan specific. Skaven brew. It can be drunk at any time, and it only affects clan rats or storm vermin. You roll on a chart to determine the outcome. On a 1, the unit suffers D6 strength 3 hits with no armor saves, and the brew is wasted. On a 2 to 3, the unit gains hatred. On a 4 or 5, they gain frenzy, and on a 6, they gain frenzy, but sort of frenzy 2, as it were. They gain
Frenzy
2
plus.
attacks. Yeah. But at the start of each round, take D6 automatic wounds. It's 50 points. I think hatred is probably your best out.
I'm just checking, Zach. Keep going.
Frenzy's not bad, obviously, but it's got its weaknesses, and Super Frenzy, again, has its weaknesses. Its big weakness being the D6 models you lose at the start of every turn, or every movement phase, sorry. Especially if they're quick vermin, which I think you're going to want to probably put this on. Or maybe normal storm vermin, if you've not got quick vermin, it's good for them. I don't think you're going to want to waste the hatred, or risk wasting hatred, on clan rats. So I probably would aim it at storm vermin, and just hope I don't roll a 6. Frenzy's not terrible on them. Obviously, you're at the weakness of being pulled around.
They did FAQ it. Because in this one, you say take D6 automated wounds as some of the Ratmen. As the Ratmen collapse, hearts and brains burst in fury. It doesn't say don't get an arm save from your heart exploding.
Oh, right.
But they FAQ it say D6 wounds, no arm saves allowed.
Yeah.
So you'll lose a lot of models.
Yeah, it's too random and too potentially damaging to be competitive, and too expensive to be competitive. I think. Moving on to Scalm, which is definitely competitive. 30 points at the start of any phase, friend or foe. The bearer can drink Scalm to instantly regain all their lost wounds. Yeah, incredible.
There is a timing issue with this one. You have to pick the right moment to do it.
Yes. Yeah, it's always that risk of if it's on a Lord, which it should be. I don't know why you'd put it on a hero. You normally see it on a Gracier. I think it could also work on a Warlord.
Gracier.
But I'd probably keep it for the Gracier.
Yeah.
It's that if you've taken one wound in a phase,
do you risk it then?
Do you drink it and get that wound back and pay 30 points for a wound? It's not bad. Wounds generally are worth 35, so it's not terrible. Or do you hope that you take one more wound in a phase and then you can regain 2, which is obviously the best outcome? That's the sort of risk with it. Obviously, best case scenario, you take 2 wounds in a phase. Then you can drink it.
It's also not. It's not drinking. It's a cream.
Is it a cream?
It's a moisturiser. It's the foul smelling substance is smeared on wounds.
Brilliant.
It's an anti-aging moisturiser.
It's even if you only take the one wound and you decide to use it then, short of him being killed outright, he's always useful.
Yeah.
It is a mainstay in any competitive Skaven list, really. You see it with frightening regularity, and it's why you just want to kill Graciers outright.
Yeah, you want to hit them with everything you got before they sort of reverse.
There is nothing worse than hitting them with everything you can and then having one wound left, and you're going, I know what you're going to say at the start of the next phase. I know it. And then they say, I'm going to drink Scalm. Because inevitably everyone says drink.
No, I'm going to rub it.
I'm going to rub
all over my body.
Brilliant. Moving on to another one that you never see. We have the Pipes of Piebald.
She's quite funny because it's the Pied Piper.
It is the Pied Piper and it is rats. 25 points. Anyone wishing to charge the bearer and his unit must take a leadership test. If it's passed, there's no effect. If it's failed, you must treat the charge as a failed charge. It's too situational. There's so much that's got high leadership with inspiring presence. You just don't see it failed very often unless you're playing max, in which case I'll take it all the time.
There are ways to lower your opponent's leadership in a Skaven army.
There are, but there's not a lot that does it that
From
isn't.
range.
Yeah, exactly. That isn't just in-base contact.
I also want to just quickly mention the description of this item. The Warlock engineer Skirk Piebald attempted to build a death ray. He failed miserably, but instead succeeded in creating a helmet that allowed minor form mind control. How do you get one from the other?
Skaven.
I think he's got Skirk as his first name, just Piebald. Yes, it's too situational.
Moving on to the Portents of Doom.
Verminous Doom.
Oh, Portents of Verminous Doom.
Is that what Verminous Doom?
Just called Portents of
Doom. Portents Verminous Doom.
20 points. Any unit-based contact suffers -1 leadership whilst in combat. Not bad. Not bad. It seems fair for 20 points, to be fair. -1 leadership in combat. Only really effective if you win. Or, for fear checks, anything that causes fear or terror.
Terror not so much because the stats you're not in base contact.
Yeah, but you take a fear check.
You take the fear test after,
yeah.
It's sort of like a reverse war banner.
Yeah, it's sort of... Well, it almost does the same thing. Because if you win the combat anyway, the war banner effectively makes you -1 to pass your break test.
Yeah.
And it's 15 points cheaper.
Yeah.
But the war banner just makes it more likely that you win.
But you don't have to have a banner to take the war banner though. You don't have to have a banner to take this.
No, and it's 15 points less. It's alright. I think the issue is you just run out of points to have some of these nice but not amazing items.
I mean,
you run out of either space on characters or points.
You got 39.
There's a lot. There is a lot.
We've still got a lot more to go for.
We do. We are moving on to the 2 Clan Eshin specific enchanted items. So the first one, coming in at 30 points, is the Infernal Bomb.
You want to read these?
I'll try.
Is it all there?
I think so. It's only takeable on an assassin, and I think it's rubbish, to be honest. I think it's all here.
Or do you want to read it specifically?
So, no, it's 1 use. It cannot be used in a turn in which the assassin is charged. When the assassin moves, in or outside of a unit, he can elect to place the infernal bomb. Place a counter to represent this. Then, at any other point in the game, excluding the phase you place the bomb, you can elect to detonate it. Roll a dice. On a 2 plus, the bomb detonates. On a 1, it must have been a dud and is removed from play. If the bomb successfully detonated, place a large round template on the area. Anything touched takes a strength 3 hit, or strength 10, multiple points d3 under the hull. The bomb cannot even be attempted to detonate if it would hit the assassin or a unit he is part of.
Rubbish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's quite good. Strength 10, multiples d3 across the entire template.
No.
Under the hull.
And he's basically relying on a unit chasing him to place, then come on to the bomb.
Unless he crosses over a unit's movement path.
But then his unit is like, his flanks exposed, or his flanks exposed to...
Take a lone assassin.
Yeah, no, just don't take it.
30 points, the same points as a weeping blade. Take a weeping blade.
Yeah, just don't take this. It's rubbish.
The next one's another one you just don't take either.
It is, yeah. Smoke bombs are next. Again, clan issue only. 10 points. Gutter runner champions can take smoke bombs as well as the assassin.
And they can take as many as there are units.
They can, but they are the only 2 models that can take it. To be fair, it can be smashed when a unit flees, and the effect is that the pursuing unit must subtract 1d6 from their pursue rolls. For 10 points, combined with Scurry Away, it basically guarantees you're escaping that combat.
It doesn't have to be taken on gutter runners. Your assassin, if he does reveal himself and runs from this ensuing combat.
Max Wordswell.
Yeah. Doesn't mean that your units are going to get away at that point.
Probably, yeah. But they've then got a rally for it to be of use.
Yeah.
Which is an issue because you can't use strength.
And you can't use this for a flee reaction because they're not pursuing you.
Yes.
They're charging you.
Yes, correct.
So you can't reduce a charge distance by 1 to 1d6.
No.
So it's not an awful amount of points.
No, it's not bad for its points. It's not bad for its points, but I think it's not worth it because on gutter runners you've probably lost the unit anyway.
Yeah.
And on an assassin in a unit, they're probably not going to rally.
They're
leadership 5.
That also means if you're taking an assassin, you're not getting potion strength weapon blade.
Yeah.
So that means you're taking more than one assassin, which is not.
They're expensive. Yeah, they're not cheap. Yeah, not a fan. Not a bad item, but not a fan.
I'm a fan of the next one though. I'm assuming if I think it's the right one.
Yes, you are. There are just 2 enchanted items remaining, and both are for Clan Skyer, meaning they're only available for Warlock Engineers. First up, we have the Brass Orb. Now, this is a hefty 50 points.
And it's worth every single point.
It is worth every single point. This is the one that is like the Death Globe sort of big brother.
Oh,
yes. We looked at earlier.
Your Poison Globe, Death Globe, Brass Orb.
Yes. So, the bearer can choose to place a small round template anywhere within 8 and scatter it as if it were a stone thrower. Anyone touched by the orb must take an initiative test or be removed from play. Lookout says are allowed. It is a 1-use purple sun on an army that doesn't have access to purple sun. It's very useful.
It's more so of a Pit of Shades. Purple sun moves, Pit of Shades.
Well, yeah, okay. It's a 1-use Pit of Shades with a small round template.
Good.
It's very good. You
might think, there's 8 inches is really short range. You got a spell for that.
You do have a spell for that, yeah, and it's on a dude that's on a 20 mil base.
It's one of the reasons where I've always said this. If you ever see someone cast Skitter Leap, which we'll talk about later,
on a Warlock Engineer,
just stop it. Just stop it.
Yep, absolutely, always.
Even if they are just doing it for the having the fun of it and trying to pull your leg, stop it because you don't know what's coming.
Yeah. This or the Doom Rocket on that Warlock Engineer, you want nowhere near your army.
Nope.
So just stop it.
Yeah, stop it. But the Death Brass or any War Machine hit by it is automatically dead because they failed all the characteristic tests.
Correct.
Templates, because it's a template for a building that's D6 hits on like an ogre unit in a building.
Yeah, terrifying.
Any sort of like Dwarf army, Ogre army, Nurgle army.
Yeah. Even like Empire, you're killing half of them.
Yeah.
Very good.
Steam tanks, half the time it's dead.
Yeah. It's such a good item, and it is one of the first choices, and there is a reason it is comped quite hard.
It's one of the 4 items you take multiple is comped. It's got comped by itself.
No, you can take it, but then it's not too bad when it's the only of the powerful 4 items, you know?
I will say one of the 4 items is the Power Scroll, which we won't mention today. But there is a Magic and Mundane video about it.
There is.
I did it.
There is.
I remember that.
And we are going to move on to the last enchanted item, which I think you mentioned earlier.
I did,
These
yeah.
are Warlock Optics. They're 20 points, and they grant the bearer +1 ballistic skill and the ability to ignore cover penalties.
This one is only taken by Warlock Engineers.
Yes. So, it's pretty decent, actually. Warlock Engineers are cheap. Take this with a Warp Musket, throw them in a building. You've got a decent little sort of harassing shooter that's quite hard to kill back.
Yeah.
Because he's got a hard cover from the building.
Yeah.
Or just, stick him in a unit that's going to sit at the back.
It means you're investing more points
And your Warlock
into
Watchers
Warlock Engineer.
It does.
Warlock Engineer, you're really going to be taking like 1 or 2.
I
One
don't know.
of them's going to have a brass sword. They're cheap enough to take multiple.
There's what, 15 points basic?
Basic, yeah.
So 15 points, 20 for this, 35, 15 for a Warp Musket, 50 points. 50 points to sit him in a Warp Watcher's Owl unit?
The only issue with that is that he's not got sniper though. So if you're shooting units, he's shooting units. He's not picking out characters, is he?
No, he isn't. But
It's
No,
more
I
like
don't mind
it's cool. It's a nice little cheap combo that you can do. It's not bad.
yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take it in every list.
No, I wouldn't.
If you're going for a Skaven shooting list, maybe.
Maybe.
Just 2 slots left, but definitely more than 2 items. First, we're going to go into Arcane for a total of 5. 4 of them anyone can take. I say anyone, any wizard, and 1 of them is specific. So we have got the Warp Storm Scroll. I already hate it. It is 1 use only, 50 points. Bound power level 5. I hate it because it is a 1 use only bound item. So you can just fail to cast it and you've wasted all your points.
Or dispel it.
Or it gets dispelled and you've wasted all your points. But at least if it gets dispelled, you've at least drawn dispel dice.
No, because you already use bound items at the end of the magic phase when there's like almost no dice
Generally,
left. So
You could use it at the start, it's nothing to stop you.
there is no to stop you except the opponent's power dice.
Yeah.
Not dispel dice.
Every unit within 24 of the caster with the fly special rule takes D6 strength 6 hits, distributed as per shooting.
Yeah, it's trash.
It can be scary against those flying units. Like an eagle's got a lot to worry about. Frostheart Phoenix, it's going to take some wings from it probably.
Yeah.
But your opponent just dispels it.
It could be good against a vampire unit, to be honest. Vampire Armies. We've got Terrorgeist, Vargulf, sorry. Vargulf.
Yeah? No, Vargeist don't fly. Vargulfs do. Vargeist don't.
Vargulf's the big one. The Vargulf.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Vargeist do.
Yeah.
Vargulfs don't. I always get that.
Zombie Dragons.
Yeah, which you don't really see.
Noise Engines.
No, they don't fly.
They don't fly. Ooh.
Black Coach, if it's rolled like 5 6s, then it flies.
Necrosphinx, even though can't march,
Yeah,
it
it
still
can
flies.
fly,
Anything that hover.
Yeah.
Would it be anything that hovers?
Bat swarms.
Well, they have the fly roll, just can't march, isn't it?
Mm.
So about anything like so vampires really do get
Bats, bat swarms.
vampires really do get messed up.
Yeah, but they don't because they just dispel it.
Yeah.
It's rubbish. It's
But
a 1 use bound item. Just don't take it.
Yeah.
That is the last I'm going to say on the
For
matter.
50 points as
Don't
well.
take it. I'm done. I'm moving on.
Well, I want to talk about
Second, we've got the Warp Energy Condenser.
This you do take.
It's 20 points. It allows the holder to generate an additional power dice on the roll of a 5 up each casting phase. That's in addition to your channel.
Yeah.
So that wizard rolls 2 dice. On 5 they get 1, on one of the dice, and on 6 they get 1 from their normal channel. Very good. Also, when casting the Warp Lightning spell, you do D6 plus 2 hits rather than the regular D6. Rolls of a 1 do not gain the additional plus 2 because rolls of a 1 hit the caster. So you don't hit yourself 3 times, you do just hit yourself once.
Yeah.
It's 20 points. I think it's well worth taking for the additional channel.
Graces and Warlock Engineers can take this. If Warlock Engineers are wizards.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it on a Grace here because there is a chance you won't roll Warp Lightning.
What, you don't want Mecha Grace here?
No. I would put it on a level 1 Warlock Engineer.
I mean, for 20 points for a 5 channel.
Additional channel as well. You're paying 15 points to make your normal channel a 5 up channel.
Yeah.
You're paying 5 points more to give yourself an additional
I don't
5
think
up
it's
channel.
entirely bad.
It's not, but I just think you might as well get the most out of it.
Yeah.
And put it on a Warlock
It's
Engineer.
better to take it on a Warlock, but I don't think it's completely useless on a Grace.
No, it's not. It's not completely useless. I just never would. I'd always put it on a Warlock Engineer.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just
If
you want to take Warp Line, just take it.
Yeah, because we'll mention this later. It's the reason we're saying take it on a Warlock Engineer, or I am, is because Warp Lightning is their signature.
You can swap out their spells.
Signature. Whereas for Graces it is Skittily, so they're not guaranteed to get it.
Yeah.
Next up though is the Scrying Stone. 15 points. The bearer is granted a 3-up ward save for the first wound suffered. If the save is failed, the stone is lost for no effect, basically. If the save is passed, the bearer is subject to stupidity for the next friendly phase.
As he awaits further helpful instructions from the mysterious globe.
Yes. I think with Skaven leadership, it's not worth it for me. Stupidity is just too much of a risk.
Because you can't...
Your leadership's...
You can't use strength in numbers for it.
Can you not?
The strength in numbers only... Or is it modified
It's
your
a
base
leadership test, yeah. It's not break tests.
Oh, it modifies your leadership for a leadership test, base test. Yeah. Okay.
So you would, but it's too much of a risk for me.
Yeah, especially because it's arcane. You're only saying it's not like your Grace is.
Yeah.
Your Grace here in casting.
Yeah.
You're in trouble.
Scary. Although, it is only for the next friendly phase.
For the following friendly turn.
So
there's only one.
Whoever wrote this cheat sheet has really done me dirty. But yeah, don't. I just wouldn't. I don't think it's worth it, to be honest. If you want a one-off ward save, take the Opal Amulet from the main rulebook. That I think is also 15 points.
Not as good as a ward save, but you don't get stupidity.
You're not worried about stupidity. And if you watch the Take the Crown, it can save you from a magma dragon.
Never let it go.
Moving on. No, absolutely not. Moving on to Warpstone tokens. These are 15 points each, and they can be taken in multiples, alongside other arcane items.
It's actually quite unique. You know?
Yeah.
Nothing else does it like that.
No, not really. So each set grants you one Warpstone token, and so each sort of 15 points is one Warpstone token at the start of the game. Now, Graces start with D3. So for 15 points, you get D3 plus 1, 30 points is D3 plus 2, etc., etc. You declare you are using a token when you cast a spell and how many you're using. You roll separate dice for them. However, that still means you can't roll more than 6 dice at a spell.
Because they are power dice.
They count as power dice in that way. I really like them. To be honest, I think they're really good.
I'm surprised people don't take more, just take an extra one.
Yeah, because it is a bit annoying when you only roll a 1.
Yeah.
On the D3. It is worth noting you have to roll them separately though, because if you do roll a 1 when you're using them, you take a wound with no armor saves allowed. Does it stop the spell from casting when you roll a 1? Because I know the Night Goblin's mushrooms.
No, it does not
Stop you. Okay, so that's good. So the spell can still go off. That is good. Okay, that's not bad. Obviously, you don't want to roll one, but
you can still got a war save.
You do have a ward save. Yeah, you've not got armor anyway because you're a Gracer. So it's not bad.
It's a good idea to roll separately or use different dice colour. Green tinged ones work best.
I love that they've put that in the book.
Thank you, Jeremy. Oh, of course, it's Jeremy Vetog.
Thank you, Jeremy. And the final arcane item, this is the specific one. This is Clan Pestilence specific. This is the Warp Scroll. 35 points. You can only take it on a plate.
Your most hated items.
Yep. Yet again, it is a one-use only bound spell. Power level 5, range of 24. If successfully cast, pick a unit. Every model in the unit suffers a strength 2 hit with no armor saves. I mean, it's not even a good bound spell.
It's the Liber Barbonicus, the top level Liber Barbonicus, one time. From Lord Skrulk.
Is it? I thought the Liber Barbonicus was 2d6.
No, it's every model.
It's every model?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get Mini Skrulk.
Yeah.
If you really want.
Once at level 5. Just don't take it.
I mean,
whoever wrote this cheat sheet put a solid choice. I mean, they're wrong.
Did they? Maybe it's similar to Warpstone from being dispelled is basic 35, but in my opinion, it's more takeable than the Warp.
It is more takeable than a
Well, yeah, because you're only wasting 35, not 50 points.
But you are wasting points. I mean, let's be honest. Strength 2 hit on every model in your unit is not bad.
It's like, cutting off my left arm is more takeable than cutting off my right arm because I'm right-handed. I still wouldn't want you to cut off my left arm.
It's not wrong though, is it?
Don't take it. Don't take this or the Warpstorm Scroll.
Yeah, I mean, there are better items to spend your points
Yes.
on. You can take a brass. You can take a brass orb.
Even just looking in arcane items, there are much better arcane items you can take from the Skaven book and from the main rulebook.
You can take War Engines you can enter and a Warpstone token for the same points because you're allowed to do that.
Just do that. Do that. Moving on. Magic standards.
Oh, finally there. It's at the end.
Yes, we are at the end. However, we still have 8. Starting with the most expensive banner in the book, coming in at 70 points. The Sacred Banner of the Horned Rat. This causes all enemy units within 12 to suffer -1 leadership. Additionally, any unit in base contact with the bearer can be forced to re-roll its successful leadership test. 70 points on a character who is going to have no other magic items if they take this. For a -1 leadership bubble, which is alright, and potentially making people fail fear tests.
This is where it comes to affect the pipes of piebald as well and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just horrendously overcosted. It just does not have a place. It's like all of the super expensive magic banners from all of the army books, bar high elves. Although, to be fair, they do have the Banner of Avalon, I think, which is like 70 points.
No, it's only 50 because you can take on it. It has to be taken on your BSB. Oh, but they've got none of the points value.
Yeah.
I don't think it's high. I think it's like 50.
Maybe. Well, whatever. But anyway, excluding high elves, all of the super expensive magic banners are normally untakeable. This is no exception.
Except if you're a Bretonnian, but then.
No.
Well, Bretonnian.
Because their super expensive magic banner is rubbish.
Yeah, but I'm all about the Robert ones as well. Like the.
Yeah. Okay. Rampages.
Because the main reason why you don't take the super expensive ones is because you don't get a save. Don't get any sort of save.
Yeah, and also though, to be fair, normally the super expensive ones from the army books are rubbish.
The majority of them are, yeah.
There is one that I can think of that's good, and that's Banner of the World Dragon, which isn't a super expensive one because it's only 50 points.
It's a unit banner.
Yeah.
There
is not a more than 50 point magic banner that I can think of from an army book that I would take in the army.
I was about to say the Wood Elf ones, but the Wood Elf ones
they are trash.
The Dark Elf ones make you unbreakable.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
It's 100 points.
It's not great.
And he can have the very best save of all of the BSBs as well, because he can have a 2-up save on foot.
Yeah.
It's still not good.
They're not great.
No.
I mean, it has some use, but I just
it's too many points.
Which
way
also,
too many.
Also, we need to make a note of here that these banners, only 2 units in the entire army can take them.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Only Storm Vermin and Plague Monks can take them, otherwise it's your BSB.
So you are, and then the 2 banners we're going to talk about are the only ones you're going to take them.
Yes.
And they're both given the name of the unit that's going to be taken them.
Yes, they do. It's very prescriptive from Jeremy. Again, thank you, Jeremy. Moving on, what is probably the best banner in the book? The Storm Banner. 50 points, taken by Storm Vermin. I mean, you can take it on
Plague Monks.
On Plague Monks or your BSB, but take it on Storm Vermin. So the banner can be activated at the beginning of any player turn. For the duration of the banner's activation, no flying movement is allowed across the entire battlefield, and all non-magical shooting is an additional -2 to hit.
Didn't it has them FAQ'd? Was there FAQ as well?
I don't believe so, no.
Or was it... you keep going.
I will. Any shooting attack that doesn't use ballistic skill, for instance cannons, must roll a d6 and can only shoot on the roll of a 4+. Finally, at the beginning of each player turn, thereafter, the effects of the banner end on a 4+. Now this is weird because you would think it continues on a 4+, because generally the higher rolls are better.
No, it doesn't.
But no, it ends on a 4, 5, 6. It stays working on a 1, 2, 3.
That was the FAQ change I remember you telling me about earlier on.
Yeah.
So where it says all non-magical missile attacks that don't use ballistic skill to hit.
It's just changed it to all
changed.
shooting
It's
attacks.
just all shooting.
All shooting attacks that don't use ballistic skill.
So it does mess up your own shooting attacks.
It does.
Because it doesn't matter if they're all warp zone, this just affects them. But it does mean that a lot of the magical ones out there, like
Dwarf cannons.
Dwarf
Dwarf artillery.
all the dwarf artillery,
Right,
skull
Jar
cannons,
Raptors. Skull cannons.
hell cannons.
Hell cannons. That's probably it for magical artillery.
Can you cast? You can cast.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could cast like +1 to hit on an Empire cannon, for instance. Not sure why you would, but you could.
Flaming sword and Empire cannon. You would do that.
You would do that. There's a lot of times you roll ones. Anyway, yeah, it's really good. It can last for 1 turn, which is obviously not great. But if it lasts for more than 1 turn, it's horrendously good.
But what I do like about it is the fact you can do it in any player's turn. So if you
so you do it in their turn.
So if you do if I like my game I played against in the channel a couple of weeks ago, you can't try and cast Howling Wolf Gale, you fail to cast Howling Wolf Gale, then you go, in your turn, then I'm just going to wave the Storm Banner.
Wavy wavy! Or if you go second, you can go, I'm waving the Storm Banner at the start of your turn 1.
Yeah. I'd probably hold off until the second turn.
It depends what they've got.
Does depend on what they've got.
If they've got loads of flying and you're worried they're going to charge you straight away.
Or the door artillery hill.
Yeah, if they've got loads of artillery. Depends what they got, it's really good.
It's strong. It is really strong. It just means that you are protected from artillery a lot of the time.
Yeah, very, very good banner. Next up, the Grand Banner of Clan Superiority.
Do you actually know what this does? Neither do I.
The cheat sheet does. While the unit carrying the banner has more ranks of 5 or more models than the opponent it is in combat with, the banner counts for D3 combat res, not 1. It's 5 points more than less than the War Banner. War Banner's 35, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, 5 points.
Because I always said a war banner.
Yeah. 5 points less than the war banner for, on average, the same bonus. And that bonus relies on having one more rank. So it falls off late game. I mean, I'd just choose the war banner.
Wow, that's kind of for you. You never say you choose the war
I know,
banner.
but if you're going to take it, I'd just choose the war banner. Because it's not an additional D3 for, like, on top of it being a banner. It's just, instead of counting for 1, your banner counts for D3.
Yeah, a lot of these banners are just not great.
No, it's not. Take the war banner if you want. Find 5 points. Drop a clan rat, drop 2 slaves. Moving on to the Shroud of Dripping Death. Another 30 points. All enemy models in base contact with the bearer take a strength 3, no armor save hit every round of combat. Additionally, if the bearer breaks from combat, any unit that chases down the banner takes D6 plus 2 strength 3 hits with no armor saves.
Why?
It's a bit of a gimmick, to be honest.
It's
It's like if he's fleeing and they sort of chase after him, if he's fleeing from combat, he's dead. So it's just like a little, I'm going to, stab you as I die sort of thing, but it's not really going to do it all.
like Shadow Blade's explosion when he dies.
Yeah, it's strength 3. Alright, it's no armour, it's not bad.
It's better that it's a better version of Nurgle's Rot because it's a better strength, but it's on a unit. It's on 2 units only, or about
BSB, which is
so why would you take
a
it?
waste. Yeah,
Anything that's below the 50 point, anything that's 50 points below, it's a waste on the BSB.
yeah.
But then you
Equally, it's a waste on the unit because
yeah,
there are
they are better banners.
much better.
It's sad because you never see any of these other banners.
They just don't have the options for them.
No, they don't. If you get like 1 unit of clan rest can take a banner.
Yeah, maybe like up to 25 points. I mean, obviously you still want to see the 30-point ones, but
Yeah, you got units for the 34 ones if you really
Yeah.
want to go that way.
maybe. But they can't. Never mind. Moving on to Banner of the Under Empire. 25 points. All units in base contact with the unit bearing this banner suffer 2d6 strength 2 automatic hits each combat phase. It's not. It's better than the Shroud of Dripping
Yeah,
Death.
because
to
you
be
don't have
honest.
base contact with the
With
banner.
the bearer, it's just base contact with a unit, so that is better.
2-6 hits is good. Strength
2
2
is not good. You get armor saves. Don't take it.
I'll tell you what you don't take is the next one.
Yeah, that is correct. Which is the Dwarf Hide banner. It's almost like Skaven and Dwarves don't like each other. There's a lot of Dwarf-related items. 15 points. The unit bearing it hates Dwarves, and Dwarves hate them back. Simple, thematic, rubbish.
Never comes into effect because you almost never. There's a chance you actually playing dwarves at any event, unless you're playing someone who only plays dwarves.
Well, that's the
like
thing,
your
unless
friend.
you're playing like a narrative game, when it is cool, take it. If you're not, just don't bother.
And if you take it specifically against your friend who only ever plays dwarves, then you are list tailoring and you should feel bad about yourself.
Equally though, actually, the Dwarves hating them back won't matter, because Dwarves always hate Skaven.
They do in this edition, yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't when this book came out.
No, so I get why it's there, but Dwarves always hate Skaven, so you're not giving your opponent anything, you are just getting hatred Dwarves. I mean, it's still not
wouldn't
worth
take
it. No, not. It's not that it's not worth the points, because against Dwarves, it's absolutely worth the points.
Mhm.
It's that you're losing the ability to take another magic banner.
You're losing the ability to take Storm Banner.
Or the Plague banner if you put this on Plague Monks,
Yeah.
which I wouldn't do. The final generic banner then is the Banner of Verminous Scurrying. It is only 10 points, so super cheap. 1 use only. It allows the bearer's unit to march at triple, not double speed. But in doing so, they take 2d6 strength 3 hits with no armour. It's way too much potential death for like 5 inches of extra movement. Once.
And you can't march, so what are you doing after you march? You're just standing there.
Yeah.
And there's no mission in the game that requires you to be in a different part of the board by the end of the game.
No, not in the rulebook. I mean, there are in our narrative packs,
No, narrative
which
packs
you
there
might
are.
want to take it for.
But
But, I mean, you'll lose. It's either on your BSB, which means he's not got much of a save, and then you're probably losing clan rats or
that
slaves.
is a waste on your BSB. That
Yeah, but
really-
what are you going to do? Lose 2d6 or take 2d6 strength 3 hits on your Storm Vermin or your Plague Monks? No! Don't take it.
The Plague Monks can take you because they're toughness 4.
Maybe.
But then they are missing out on the next banner.
Yes, they are. This is it, the final banner,
The final magic
final
item.
magic item, and it is Clan Pestilence specific, so Plague Monks, you said Plague Marines. Plague Monks only.
Because you can't take a BSB on you play priests.
You can't, no, because they're wizards. It is the Plague Banner. It is only 30 points, but it is 1 use only. All Plague Monks in the unit reroll fail to hit and wound rolls.
1 use only. Did you
Yeah,
say 1 use
I
only?
did say 1 use
Okay.
only. So it lasts for that combat. Is it turn? You have to declare it, start the turn?
Once per game,
In any close combat phase, the banner may be activated. So yeah, start of the close combat phase, you activate it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good. It means you don't have to do it on a turn where you're charging and hope you make the charge and waste it.
Yeah.
So that's nice. But I mean, it's fantastic. It is 1+ on a Plague Monk unit for me. I don't see why you wouldn't take it.
No, you would always. If you're saying Plague Monk, you're saying a Plague Banner. If you
Absolutely.
don't, you're saying one of the others. What are you doing? I always like it, yeah, when they put the banner maybe activated, as if on like the banner shaft there's a switch.
A little switch.
Ah!
And then it starts like glowing.
Yeah. But it fizzles out because it's short circuit.
Yeah. The battery runs out.
I love it.
Get some Duracells in the back.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's definitely the second best banner in the book for me after the Storm Banner. And if you're, like Mike said, if you're taking Plague Monks, you're taking them with the Plague Banner.
Which is the disappointing thing with the banners, because they said Storm Banner goes to Storm Vermin, Plague Banner goes to
on
Plague Monks, and other banners just don't get taken.
They don't.
Unless you're going to be playing really risky with your Battle Standard Bearer. But then
none of them are good enough. For me, none of them warrant that at all. Anywhere near.
the only one that I'd warrant it is the 70-point one, but they 70 points.
It's too much. And for -1 leadership, -1's not enough. For 70 points.
You can stack it with, say, like the Portents Verminous Doom. So you have -2 in base contact. No, I understand.
But that assumes that that means your BSB's in combat, or is close to combat, if it's affecting another unit and you've got like, pipes in another unit, and he's only got a 4-up save, at best.
And a parry save.
4-up, 6-up.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm not saying they're good ideas, but you can. That's the one. If I had to, that's the one I would do. I think.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think there's any main rulebook ones I'd bother taking on a BSB.
No, because the only one that you take on a BSB is the Rampage.
I might take Razor.
Oh, I do. A lot of people do take Razor on their
On Storm Vermin instead of the Storm Banner, which is a good choice for them. Armor piercing, very good.
Storm Banner is the 4th item that if you in combination with the others, if you
It is, yeah. So it's Brass Orb, Doom Rocket, Power Scroll.
So what I see people do is they take the Brass Orb and the Doom Rocket and then just take the Razor Standard to avoid a further
for
point.
the extra point of comp. I can see the argument there, absolutely.
Yeah, especially if it's on Quick Vermin, because then you're -3.
Yeah, they're strength 5, aren't they?
Yeah, -3 to armor. Ooh.
It's good, scary. But it's worth saying, that is the only reason I wouldn't take the Storm Banner is because of comp.
Yeah.
In an uncomped competitive game,
So
I would not take it. Yeah.
Take a Storm Banner. Yeah.
But that's it. As we said, we have finally got to the end of the magic items. Whew. I would, to be honest, probably suggest having another break. That was quite a chunky section. And we will see you back to take a look at the Skaven laws. There are 2 of magic. See you in a sec. So, welcome back as we're about to go through the 2 Skaven laws of magic.
Yeah, there's still more.
There's still more.
There's still more.
We're excited for more. We're big Skaven fans. I've got a Skaven army, you want a Skaven army? We're big Skaven fans.
Don't tempt me.
Big Skaven fans. You're the chieftain. They have chieftains.
Yeah.
You're not named after that chieftain, but they have chieftains.
So are the Warriors of Chaos inside the basement. Not in a named unit.
No, well, exactly. So this is really the army you should do. Buy Skaven.
Why was something called the Exalted Hero then?
No. Buy Skaven. So before we get into the laws of magic, for any of you who have watched a deep dive before with an army that's got its own law of magic, you will know that we have the law of magic rating system. Now this rates different parts of the law through the sort of types of spells, the casting values, things like that, and it also rates signature spells. Now, with Skaven being a 7th edition army book, it doesn't have signature spells in either of its laws.
No.
They have sort of signatures, and I explain what I mean by that. So, depending on the wizard using the spells, and depending on the law, they can swap a spell for one of the other ones in the law. So, Graces, for instance, on Ruin, they can swap any spell for Skitterleap. On Plague, they can swap any spell for Pestilent Breath.
I'll check.
Thanks, Max.
No, Gracie can substitute 1 spell for either Skitterleap or Dread 13th.
Oh, can they not swap anything on Plague?
No, well, not for anything on Plague. No, it's just either Skitterleap or Dread 13th.
Oh.
So if they can swap a Plague spell for Skitterleap then.
Weirdly, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
Odd. Okay, Plague Priests then, on Plague, can swap any spell for Pestilent Breath. And Warlock Engineers, the other wizard, they can only be on Ruin. They can swap any spell for Warp Lightning.
Verminlords can also swap for Dread 13th.
Yes, as Max said, on Graces, they can also swap a spell for the dreaded 13th, which actually I think is called the Curse of the Horned Rat.
Yeah, that's his official name.
Yeah, it's just everyone knows it as the dreaded 13th. And it is the 13th spell. First of all, I think we'll have a look at that dreaded 13th.
Oh, we're going to go straight with
Yeah, we're going to go with straight
with the dreaded 13th. Okay.
Why not? So, the dreaded 13th. Horrifying to behold. The dreaded 13th. It is truly horrifying to behold.
Unless you're monstrous infantry.
Unless you're not infantry.
Yeah.
Anything but, you're fine. It's got a range of 24, and as we said, it affects infantry only. It casts on a 25?
Yep.
25,
Just
so
base,
big cast.
Highest base cast in the game.
It is, yeah. No boosted amount. I don't think any of the spells have got a boosted value, because that wasn't a thing.
This is
in seven.
pre-boost. Pre-boost.
Pre-boost. But once you cast a spell, you roll 4d6. That is the number of models that are turned into clan rats.
Yep.
No save of any kind. You simply roll 4d6, remove that many models. If you destroy the whole unit, you replace them with an equal-sized unit of clan rats if you have them. If you don't have clan rats, they are destroyed. Oh my god. There's nothing you can do to stop it. No ward saves, no magic res. Just hope you just spell that spell.
Dispel scroll or just roll all your dice.
Yeah, basically.
But then it's just like, it's really high cast. Not where you got the power scroll either.
No, because that's what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
That's why the power scroll is the fourth item on that list. Of comped items, it halves the casting value of a spell. Now, it can only be used on the base cast value. This only has a base cast value.
It's a base cast value.
And it makes it, ironically, a 13 to cast.
Hey!
You love to see it. Lucky for Skaven. Yeah, terrifying.
Yeah.
That's like a push 2 dice. 3 dice relatively comfortably cast.
Two dice for couple Warpstone tokens.
Yeah,
You
comfortably.
You got Warpstone
2 Warpstone tokens,
Yeah.
comfortably, yeah. That's terrifying.
You pop, like, you leave yourself, what you could do, if you have the power scroll, your opponent doesn't know, you leave yourself like 3 dice. Think, okay, he's left himself 3 dice, then he ain't gonna have enough power dice to cast Dreaded 13th.
Power scroll, Dreaded 13th.
I'm gonna bring power scroll and like use a 1 Warpstone token. Oh. Yeah, and then
to be honest, with 3 dice, I don't think I'd bother with a Warpstone token.
13, you'd need.
You need 9. You need 3 on each dice.
For the guarantee, because if you're using the power scroll, you want it to go.
Yeah, true.
I'd
If
want
they've
the
got the spell dice, I probably would. But if they haven't, I'd just go, nah, 3 dice, go for it. Anyway, yeah, it's terrifying. No Ban of the World Dragon, no saves, nothing.
Yeah,
just dead.
If you don't beat the amount of models in the unit, obviously the models that get turned to clan rats are immediately killed.
Yes.
But that means that that's just 46 dead models.
Yes, it is.
I mean, terrifying.
Yeah, you basically, as a Skaven player, you will basically never not swap a spell for this.
Unless you're playing Bretonnians.
Bretonnians,
or
ogres, all mounted empire.
Or a monster mash of Warriors of Chaos.
Yeah,
You can
if you got like Throg and Trolls.
You got the Frog and Troll, you got the Frog Troll list.
That's about it. If they've got no or very little infantry in their army, then you won't
Those
swap
sort of
for it.
armies have multiple other options for like the initiative test or like arm
Yeah.
saves.
Yeah.
More options to deal with it. So
You do. With that, frankly, terrifying spell out of the way, we are going to move on to the actual laws. There are 6 spells in each, as I said, they don't have a signature. But we're going to start with the Law of Ruin. So spell 1 is Skitterleap. It is cast on a 5, and you select a friendly infantry character or the caster, excluding the Vermin Lord, within 12. Pick that model up, place it anywhere on the board. Really easy to cast. It's really good to sort of keep characters alive and get them out of a pinch. It's also really good to reposition things like Warlock Engineers with a Doom Rocket or a Brass Orb.
or as you said, like Plague Priests, if they take Pestilent Breath, that's actually a way to get around doing it.
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, it's up there.
Yeah, the reason I don't like using it for sort of Plague Priest with Pestilent Breath is that relies on you getting a second spell off for it to actually do anything.
Yeah.
Whereas the Brass Sword and the Doom Rocket, once you've got Skitterleap off, you know you're going to...
I think it's the spell for the Brass Orb.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
as I said earlier on, what I've always seen is if you see someone casting Skitterleap for any, not even if it's just not on a Warlock Engineer, just casting Skitterleap for whatever reason, stop it.
There is a reason.
There's a reason they're casting
There
this
is
spell.
a likely terrifying reason that they are casting this spell.
Then just stop it. But the fact that it's the Grace's signature, one of the Grace's signature, it's cast on a 5, and there's no
That's 1 dice.
There's
Just don't roll a 1 or a 2.
there's no discount for what like there's no scatter.
Nope.
There's no minimum
No
distance.
range.
Sorry, minimum distance is an inch, and
Yeah,
it's no
yeah.
range of where you can place. It's anywhere on the board, behind the building, out of line of sight, in range to throw the brass orb.
Yep.
In range to I don't know, cast something else that you want to cast.
At the edge of a battle line that you're going to Doom Rocket down, so you'll hit something wherever you end up.
What I was doing, what I started doing in the previous game was just casting Crack Skull. Just get down to the
Yeah.
flank of the unit. Just
Yeah. Suddenly you don't hit like the 3 models deep they are, you hit the 7 models wide they are.
You're hitting the wide range.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic spell.
Really good spell for like nothing to cast. Really good.
Yeah.
Spell number 2 is Warp Lightning. So this is the Warlock Engineer's signature. It casts on a 6 and it targets a unit within 24. They suffer D6 Strength 5 hits. If you roll a 1, the caster instead suffers a Strength 5 hit and the spell ends. Really solid magic missile. Yeah, good strength. Really good when combined with the Warp Energy Condenser to give you that extra 2 hits.
Yeah, it means you're already getting at least at the minimum you're getting 4 hits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you're on a 1, you're not getting hits.
Maximum 8. Really good.
Yeah, it is a magic missile as well. So obviously it is a magic missile. It's one of those spells that is actually specified of what it is.
It is, yeah. Good chaff clearance actually as well.
Yeah, strength 5, a lot of chaff.
Especially with the Warp Energy Condenser with the extra 2 hits.
Not a lot of chaff is getting a save against it. It's only like the Dark Riders and stuff like that getting saves. So very good spell, but I say if you got a Warlock Engineer in the level 1, you probably
This is what he's got.
He's probably going to take this.
Number 3, Howling Warp Gale. Very good spell again. Casting a 7. It is battlefield wide spell. All non-Skaven shooting receives an additional -1 to hit, and all flying units must use their base movement as it completely prohibits flying moves. It's sort of Storm Banner light, really.
It is Storm because it doesn't affect the non-ballistical shooting.
No.
So they can still shoot as normal, but then when you combine it with Storm Banner, that's when the
effects... That's -3 to hit.
Yeah.
Then you've got the 4 up to shoot for non-BS shooting weapons.
Any non-BS.
From the Storm Banner.
Any non-BS.
No flying. Really good. And like you said, it's good to use when you haven't got the Storm Banner.
Yeah, because what you can do is you can your turn try and cast this to try and hamper the shooting. They dispel it, and all of a sudden you go, okay, let's go. I'll wait the Storm Banner.
Wait the Storm Banner. Start your turn. Really good. Very good spell. It's unfortunately not a signature for anyone. You can't guarantee you've got it, but
again, it's another low cast as well.
Yeah, really low. Only a 7.
7 a cast.
Yep. Up to spell number 4 then. Death Frenzy. Casting a 9. It grants a unit within 18 inches Frenzy, which lasts until they lose a round of combat. So it's not just for the turn. They just get Frenzy till they lose combat.
No, they gain Death Frenzy. It's not the same. It is the same as Frenzy because it's 2 attacks. Oh, you against that? Oh, okay.
The caveat being, then it grants +2 attacks, not +1. However, the downside is at the end of each turn, they suffer D6 wounds with no armor saves. So they go a bit mad and they hurt themselves.
Their little hearts can't take it. Little tickers can't take it anymore.
Their poor little hearts.
They explode in their chest.
Very sort of risk reward. It's probably best on bigger units, so you're not too worried about the losing D6 wounds. Slaves.
So can you cast on Plague Bearers, Plague Monks?
Yeah.
Because it's not Frenzy. It's Death Frenzy.
Ooh. Yeah.
It's just the same as Frenzy, except it adds 2 attacks, not 1 attack.
I would say it replaces their Frenzy then.
Possibly then.
So they wouldn't get 2 on top. They would get 5 attacks each from the front row.
You're not getting Frenzy and Death Frenzy together.
No, I would say not.
Yeah, I mean, just anything. Like this helps out with Quick Vermin.
Yeah, but you're losing them. That's the issue.
You're only losing D6, and you've taken, say, 35, 40 model, 40 Quick Vermin. You still had enough. It's maybe
remember, you're losing probably quite a lot to combat as well. They've only got 5 up save in combat.
Does it end? Oh,
when they lose a round of combat.
Okay, so if it was a 1 to your next magic phase,
then I think it'd be really good. You're like, D6 models, that's worth it for the extra 7 attacks I'm getting. 14 attacks I'm getting from my front rank. Then it's worth it. But the fact they've got to lose a round of combat, I think you could just end up killing your unit. And it's not like Remains in Play where you can choose to end it.
I think it's a late gamer.
Yeah, potentially.
For like on those sort of units where they take D6 wounds, it probably is a late gamer. Because if they've got enough for them, if they've got enough models to survive the next couple of turns of hits, then you're fine. But if you've got like maybe 5 models left in the unit, I'll save the points.
I think it's good for Skaven slaves, and I'd cast it relatively early. They're probably going to die anyway, but they suddenly pump out like 20 attacks, not 10.
You probably have to reform the Skaven slaves into a horde rather than
No, I wouldn't bother. Pump out 20 attacks, not 10. 3 attacks each from the front row.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary.
There's no strength in it though, is there?
No, but if they're up against knights, yeah. Well, I mean, maybe just wave attacks. They might take a couple down with them. They're cheap. Like 2 knights is probably half their points. I'll remember that. Situational, and as I said,
life is cheap.
Life is cheap. Risk reward, but potentially very good. Number 5 then, Scorch. Now this is the one that the Screaming Bell can cast for free.
And what's it draw to cast it? I can't remember. 7?
Oh, no, I'm going to go with 12. No.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
13 to 15.
No, 9 and 10.
Ah, damn it.
13 is his
I wasn't
own.
even close.
13 is his own one.
13's, yeah, because it's Skaven.
It's going to be his own one. So it's 9 and 10. Cast Scorch.
Damn it. Anyway, it casts on a 10. You place the small round template anywhere within 24. Any model touched takes a strength 4 flaming hit. If they're wounded, they must instantly take a panic test.
It doesn't scatter, which is
at all.
his big thing.
Yeah, really easy to cast. Solid, strength 4 flaming hit, solid damage.
I don't
Strict
think.
regen.
I think people swap this out too much.
Hmm.
I think if you're playing, say, Empire or Elves,
Toughness 3, not great armour.
the strength 4, some of these little great tools, keep getting the 5 up arm save. But you're getting a lot of hits because you place that template as well as you want to get as many hits as you want. There's no scatter.
Yep, don't have to worry about it scattering.
14, 15 models.
Oh, comfortably, yeah.
And then if your Grace is on top of a screen bell
That's anyway.
that gets Scorch.
Yeah, you do again.
It's
Trolls. It's good for trolls. Strip the regen, warp line in them.
Yeah, Wartland doesn't do enough damage to make the most of it, I think.
Without regen, warp lightning off a Warlock Engineer with +2 hits.
I can see it working.
Potentially 2 dead trolls.
Scorch working better, say Cloud of Corruption maybe. Plague, get rid of regen there.
Yeah, maybe.
On like a regen unit.
Yeah.
So like a warrior unit, something like that.
Maybe.
But I think Scorch is
Very good spell.
I think it's a spell that gets swapped out too much and people don't take most of it.
I think you're right. I think the issue is, though, all the spells are really good. And you want Scare Leap and you want Dreaded 13.
Ruin is good. I think Ruin's a good lore.
I agree. I do agree. Finally, though, spell number 6 is Crack's Call. So this casts an 11. This is the highest cast in the lore, is an 11. You roll 4d6. That is how long you extend a line directly from the caster's base. Anything touched by the line must pass an initiative test or be removed from play. If it hits a chariot or war machine, they do not take an initiative test and must roll a dice. On a 5+, they are removed from play. If it hits a building, on a 5+, the building is destroyed and replaced with difficult terrain. And if the building is destroyed, anyone garrisoning the building must take an initiative test or be removed from play. It's like a sort of super specific purple song.
The War Machine and Chariots have to roll 5 up to survive.
Oh, to survive?
Yeah, you said 5 up to die, no, so 5 up to survive.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, War Machines and Chariots must instead roll a 5+ or be destroyed.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Say goodbye to your chariot.
Yeah, so it's a lot better. So this is another one of the things that the Screen Belt does with like the pills and stuff like that. They had. Some I can't remember which ones, but they said, you on a 5+ or a 4+, they'll destroy it as per the Crack's Call spell. This is what it does. On a 5+, you destroy the building. Anyone inside must take an initiative test or die.
Yeah.
And to be honest, this spell is utterly terrifying. But purely because of the Dread 13th, you never hear anyone say this spell is terrifying.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, fair play.
awful. Like,
it is pretty scary, but then you've got to think there aren't many armies that run super deep units.
No.
Like undead vampires generally do. They'll have zombies or skeletons.
Then they have the low
and they'll
initiative
have
too.
rubbish initiative. Elves don't really.
but they have high initiative anyway.
They do have high initiative anyway. Empire,
Average
not
initiative.
really, because you go
Ogres,
horde.
They can go. They get the buses going. That's,
3 or 4.
yeah, but with those,
What you really want to do, which is what you mentioned earlier, combine this with Skitter Leap,
then just go to the flank.
go to the flank and just go down, because most units are like sort of, really you'll run them 5 to 7 wide,
Yeah.
or 10 obviously if they're a horde, which is going to be wider than they are deep,
Yeah.
which means you're going to hit more going down the line.
Then I wouldn't recommend doing that tactic unless there's nothing to threaten that great.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
In shooting. But I said,
Yeah,
if you got free reign of the board, just get it.
Yeah, or if they've got a nice like line of war machines at the back, Skitter Leap next to one of them and just throw Crack's Call through them all.
Yeah.
2/3 of them die.
Skill Elite does make some of these spells a lot better. It's supposed to make
Significantly so.
it makes Crack's Call a lot better. To be honest, it's the only spell that doesn't make it better.
Yeah.
Because that's the related. It makes Crack's Call a lot more utility with it.
A lot more useful.
Yeah.
By far, yeah. That is one thing with the law, with the Skaven laws in general. They are relatively short range. Ruin is the better of the two.
It's the average range of it's got an average range of like 24 and 18s.
Yeah, well, it's all the ones that have a range that aren't 46 are 18s and 24s.
Right, Skillip's 12.
Skillips, well, yeah, Skitter Leap you pick the character within 12, but you can put them anywhere.
Yeah.
Bit of a weird one, but there's nothing that's like that really is going to reach out sort of from turn 1 and be a danger anywhere.
No, even the Dread.
You might get lucky.
Even the Curse of the Golden Rat, that's 24-inch range.
Yeah.
So
It's all relatively close, and as I said, Ruin is the better of the two. Plague gets worse in that respect.
But no, Crack's Call I mean, it's scary. It's also very funny when you see a building collapse and take a lot of stuff.
It is very funny. It's particularly funny when you collapse the watchtower if you're playing the watchtower mission.
It's just, it's going to be a draw then, isn't it? It's going to be actually invisible
No,
points.
it's closest to the rubble.
Is it close to the rubble? Is that how it does it?
Yeah. Hilarious.
I mean, it makes the game probably a lot better than having to find a
Yeah, absolutely.
damn tower.
Especially if you've got Grace here on a bell, because he can't go in the tower, he's not infantry.
Although you don't want to collapse the tower if you're fighting Bretonians.
No.
No, because then you want to actually be in a building.
Well, you sort of do, to be fair, because you probably just put your unbreakable unit on where the tower was, and then just go, yeah, charge me, I'm unbreakable, I've got like 80 rats, 50 rats, whatever. Kill me.
Yeah. I mean, there's certain scenarios in which you don't want them to collapse the tower.
Yeah, not always, but it's nice to have that option in the locker.
It's funny.
It is funny. And that is it. That is the Law of Ruin. So let's take a look at its score. So again, this will be out of 24. It is a 4 for variety of spell types, 0 for power and frequency of the law attribute, because it doesn't have one, like a signature spell, 2 for average spell range, 1 for spell flexibility, based on Death Frenzy being sort of effectively remains in play. That's why it's got its 1 point there. 3 for average cast value, and 1 for the quality of the signature spell, which we've treated Skitterleap as the signature spell.
Yeah.
That is a total of 11 out of 24 for Ruin.
It's not great.
It's not, but it's not bad considering it scored 0 in one of those categories because it doesn't have a law attribute.
Yeah, I think that's where both these laws are going to fall down. The fact they don't have it's like these two and Law of the Wild. They both neither of them have a signature spell as such. They don't have any law attributes. They're really hampered by all this sort of stuff.
Yes, yeah. It is also worth noting if we use sort of Warp Lightning as the signature. So for Warlock Engineers, the sword goes up to a 13. Like for Skaven. And that's basically an extra point on the for the casting value and the range and consistency of the signature spell.
But no, I think Ruin is, in my opinion, we're going to talk about Plague in a second, but I think in my opinion, Ruin is the better of the two. I think there are some people that like Plague a lot. But there are reasons.
Plague has its uses.
Yeah. Shall we get into it then?
For sure. So yeah, let's go into it. Spell 1 is Pestilent Breath. So it casts on a 5 and uses the flame template. It's effectively a breath weapon. So narrow end starting on your base, and then the large end moving out. Anyone touched takes a strength 2 hit with no armor saves. It can be cast into combat with a unit in base taking D6 strength 2 hits with no armor saves. So a worse breath weapon.
It's just the worst breath. Well, I suppose breath
didn't exist.
The old man ain't here today, so I can't even ask him.
Harsh but fair.
But no, this is the signature for a Plague Priest.
Yes.
So this is the only one. This is the only guy that can swap out any spells for a Plague spell, and it's not great.
No, it's so short range, super low strength.
You have to be.
It can hit quite a lot if you're in the right place with the template.
But it's getting into the right place.
Yeah, it is. It's not.
You can skit elite one of these dudes to do it.
You can. But again, you're relying on 2 spells going off.
I mean, you could march the Plague Priest out. He's moving 5.
Bold.
I mean, how many points is he? Not many points.
I'm going to guess.
Oh.
55.
I wouldn't do it at all. He's 100 points.
Does he start as a level 2?
He starts at level 1.
Ugh.
So, I mean, you're level 1. He tops out with Pestilent Breath, obviously.
Yeah.
So it's 100 points to try and do it and then for him to die.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't.
No, it's a really hard spell to use, but if you can use it, so you say you fail a charge, you're like an inch away from the enemy unit, and you just like, oh, okay, I failed the charge. I just,
yeah, maybe. I mean, you're still not probably going to not do a lot of wounds. 5s to wound, most things.
No, that's the issue. It's also strength too. If it was toughness test or lose a wound.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah. Maybe not.
No, not great. Moving on to number 2, Blessed with Filth. It's range 12 and a 7 to cast. It grants a friendly unit poisoned attacks. If you've already got it, then it's poisoned attacks on a 5 and lasts until your next magic phase. Really solid.
It finally gives play amongst the poison they desperately need.
Yeah, they really should have got. It synergises with basically any unit in the book, to be fair, not just Plague Monks.
No, yeah.
Even Storm Vermin, not having to roll to wound, even if they are that slightly better strength, it's good to not have to roll to wound. You can always roll 1s.
The extra poison will only affect the unit of chieftains I'm going to be running, obviously.
Rat ogres or giant rats
with squill
that have rolled poison.
Gutter runners that have taken poison attacks.
Yep. Assassins.
Not a lot is going to get the extra poison.
No. I think that's it.
Because none of the pestilence stuff actually has poison attacks.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
So it's all Eshin stuff that has poison attacks.
Yeah, I mean, I do get that. I do sort of get it.
Yeah.
The pestilence stuff is more about sort of toughness and that side of things, with Eshin being about potions and poisons and things. I do get that. But it'd be nice if they had poison attacks.
But no, see, yeah, the unit,
Considering their lore gives you poison attacks.
the unit of chieftains with the poison 5+. Terrifying! Come on, 50 attacks.
You've got no BSB.
Okay, you drop one. You drop. There's 9. One was a BSB, obviously.
So you've not got a full rank of a horde of...
No, one would be a warlord though, with poison attacks. The 10th one will be the warlord.
God's sake. Number 3. Spell number 3 is Wither. Arguably one of the best spells in the game, to be fair.
Yeah.
Super powerful. It's range 12, which does let it down. It is only an 8 to cast, though. And you target an enemy unit in range in or out of combat. That unit's toughness is reduced by 1. If it hits 0, they are removed from play.
This is remains in play as well. So well, it's not remains in play.
No, it's not. So as soon as you've cast it, it cannot be dispelled.
The only way to get rid of it is if you're a high elf or
a wood elf or a lizard.
or a lizard man
If you've got access to high magic, you can use drain magic.
to stop it.
Yes.
I mean, it's
That is
ridiculous.
it.
I mean, it's good for the fact that you don't have no access or a shadow, because
Yeah, that would make it broken in my opinion. And I think in all of our opinions, because you would the withering something down to as low as you can, preferably toughness 1, cast wither and the whole unit's dead.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Disgusting.
and it's a good thing you can't do that in the game. Oh wait, Legion of the Everchosen exists. Grand Host of the Everchosen, sorry.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that.
Yet. We're not talking about it yet.
Look, even if you can't get a unit down to toughness 0, which at 12-inch range is unlikely that you're going to be able to do it, unless you don't have to worry about any shooting and you can Skittle Leap a Plague Priest with it close to, or Skittle Leap a Greyseer with it. To be fair, Greyseer's going to have Plague as well.
They can't play.
Skittle Leap anyone with the spell close to, like behind an enemy unit, and just keep withering them. Obviously, you have to keep getting the spell off. You have to be alive to cast the spell. But the potential of it is ridiculous. And for such a low cast value, cast on an 8.
This is where it comes from. Like you never used to add your wizard level to the casting values,
Which is why it's also low.
you had to roll. You had to roll with
Yeah.
dice. Also, I also want to point out the FAQ does specify this spell in an FAQ as well, in which if the character leaves a unit that's been withered, he carries the wither with it.
Yep.
And conversely, if a character that has not been withered joins the withered unit, he gains
He
wither.
gains the effects of the wither.
And then he leaves that unit and continues to have wither.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Or,
Additionally, any models, so not just characters, any models that are added to that unit. So if through regrowth, if you have got if you're undead and you're raising stuff, they are also affected by the wither.
I mean,
So essentially, it will affect, if you target a unit, it will affect any model joining or leaving that unit.
what it comes down to is if your unit has been withered, it's got a character in there. Do not join that unit and do not leave that unit.
Yeah, basically.
You're stuck.
You could leave, and I probably would leave, because their idea is going to be keep withering that unit.
Just don't join the unit.
Don't join the unit with another character.
It's
worth saying the character that leaves with Wither doesn't take it to another unit.
No,
it doesn't affect the set. That would be horrendous. It just affects himself.
Yeah.
Odd FAQ, but that's what they decided to go with.
Very good spell.
Yeah, fantastic. And really, the only downside being its range.
Yeah.
On to number 4, Vermintide. A less good spell. It's another cast on an 8 though. The caster places a large template in front of his base, then rolls 4d6. The template travels the distance of the dice rolled, and any unit touched by the template takes 3d6 strength 2 hits. If you're in combat, the unit in base takes the hits distributed as per shooting. Potentially, the output is quite strong, but strength 2 hits, no armor save modifier, random distance.
I don't think you can cast it in combat.
Yeah.
If you fight another Skaven, you can go down a bus.
Yeah, or undead,
Or
zombie
undead.
skeletons, that
I
sort of
also
thing.
want to point out that you can't cross impassable terrain or water features,
Yes,
Otherwise-
because it is essentially a tide of rats,
and they will drown.
and they just drown. Which is hilarious.
But a rat swarm can go for a water feature.
Yes.
But essentially, that's what you're summoning is a rat swarm.
Yeah, essentially. It is the Vermintide.
But yeah, the rats will just drown. They just run across the water and just drown.
Or they
So-
crash into the impassable terrain. Basically, yeah. Yeah, potentially quite good, but lackluster with a strength 2. Spell number 5, Cloud of Corruption. So, I think it was James who wrote this. Is potentially the worst spell in the book for him.
I think it's that bad.
It's cast on 11. You roll a dice for every unit within 12, friend or foe. Foes are affected on a 2, friends are affected on a 4, or a 5 if they're from Clan Pestilence. So that's Plague Monks, Plague Census Bearers,
Plague Claw Catapults.
Claw Catapults, Plague Priests if they're on
And
their
Plague
own.
Furnaces.
And Plague Furnaces, yeah. Yeah, because you would have to roll for them separately.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was thinking for another FAQ we didn't mention for the...
Yeah, that's for the Screaming Bell and the Plague Claw Catapult. And the Plague Furnace, good thing to come on to now. If there is an effect that targets, for instance, the closest unit or all units within a certain range, it will affect the unit pushing the Bell/Furnace, and it will affect the Bell/Furnace separately.
Yeah.
So, for instance, Cacophonic Choir from the Lore of Slanesh, it does, the bubble version, does 2d6 hits that wound on a 4 to each unit within 12. That would affect, in the Plague Furnace's instance, it would affect the Plague Monks with 2d6, and then you'd roll a separate 2d6 for the Plague Furnace.
Yeah, which is not great.
Not great for the Plague Furnace, or the Bell, for that matter, although it does have MR2.
The Bell has
MR.
Total War Save.
Yeah,
so
it
that's
does
one
have
thing.
MR2.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Cloud of Corruption. Every affected unit takes d6 strength 5 hits with no armor saves allowed.
I don't think it's that
I
bad.
don't think it's that bad at all. I think he's given that a really hard.
The only
rap.
issue with the spell is the 12-inch range.
Yes.
That's
you can do it when you're in combat.
Yeah, you can do it in combat. But again, you have a spell to let you get in range of that stuff with Skill Leap.
You do.
Again, it comes down to combination combining 2 spells together.
It does.
And taking the
It
risk
does.
of doing it. But if you do get off, because it's 2d6 strength 5 hits, you're playing Wood Elves.
That's
They've got MSU.
Jump into the wood.
Yeah.
Skit leap into the wood. That's probably
Does
3
mean
dead
your
units.
Plague Brace is probably going to get pin-cushioned.
Not if they all run away.
No, or they're not all going to die because there's not enough hits, but...
They could all run away, though.
Yeah, it's D6 strength 5 hits. It's D6 killing on 2s.
Yeah.
No arm saves allowed, so not even like... And you get like Knights from the Empire.
Yeah.
Brett's got some magic res in their ward saves.
They do. They'll have, probably between a 4 and a 3 on.
Yeah.
If they've got wizard in
No,
there.
5 and a 6. No, 5 and a 4. Strength 5, yeah.
5.
Yeah, I thought I had no strength.
4
Yeah.
and a 3.
Yep. Ignore me.
Yeah. If they've got a wizard in there, if not, it's just 5 up. Not the end of the world. I actually think that's quite a good spell. But you don't want to cast it all the time. If you can skit leap and get into the right position and it doesn't hit any friendlies, which actually the shorter range helps you out with,
Yep.
then definitely go for that.
But I don't think it's the worst spell in
No, definitely not.
I think that belongs to the Vermin type.
Yes, I would 100% agree. It's just not strong enough.
No.
And finally, spell number 6. Spell number 13 from the book that we've looked at so far.
No, the February 13th is the 13th spell.
Yeah, but it's that we've looked at.
Oh, that we've looked
Yeah.
at.
It's also cast on a 13!
It's Plague.
It is Plague. And what a spell it is, to be fair. Range of 18, so super long range for the lore of Plague. Can be cast on any unit, be they in combat or out of combat. Now, if they're in combat, it affects all units, even your own, in that combat. Quite scary. Models in the affected unit must take a toughness test. If they fail, they suffer a single wound with no armor saves allowed. Then, once resolved, on a 1, the opponent can... you roll a dice. On a 1, the opponent can select one of your units within 12 of the affected unit, or they can choose to end it. On a 2 to 4, the spell ends, and on a 5 or a 6, you as the controlling player select another enemy unit within 12 to be affected. And this can keep bouncing and bouncing and bouncing.
Can't affect units already been affected by Plague though.
Yes, this continues until there are no more viable targets, essentially.
Or just the spell.
Or you roll a 1 or a 2 to 4. Yeah, really good. It's super crippling, especially with Wither.
Yeah, if you get Wither off and this.
Yeah, really good. Blade Nurglich,
Yeah.
drop in the toughness, make it more likely to have the toughness
Drop a
test.
toughness, your model then runs away, and then you play the model, the major model run away.
Yeah.
Or just cast in the combat anyway, you don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Life is cheap.
Life is cheap. To be fair, the odds of it hitting your unit, unless you cast it into a combat or it bounces to a combat,
1 in 6.
are relatively low.
Yeah. I mean, the odds of you actually getting it bounced to another unit, another opponent's unit, aren't great.
That's a third of the time.
Third of the time, yeah.
It's not bad. If on a 1 and your opponent chooses to hit one of your units, does it then bounce? Do you get to roll again? Or does it say the spell then
Or the unit affected by the spell during its magic phase and pass it on as per the 5/6 results, so you would roll again.
So you'd roll again?
Yeah.
Oh, hilarious. That's
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah,
So
you see-
actually, that's a big choice for your opponent, because they go, yeah,
then
but
there
if I
is.
pass it on,
Yeah.
then a third of the time you can just pass it back to me.
I think that's why a lot of times some people just say,
I'll end it.
I'll just let it go,
I'll
Chief.
leave it. Yeah, really, really good spell, super powerful, really good combined with Wither, as we said.
I I mean, it's just
And not a terrible range, actually, 18.
No, 18
Not bad
is
range
good
at all.
range. I mean, toughness tests are next to initiative tests. They can be the worst.
They're probably the next best one.
The worst characteristic test to
Yeah.
take. Yeah.
Yeah, as in the next best to make someone take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Terrifying for elves.
Terrifying for elves. Terrifying for goblins. Terrifying for empire.
It's worth saying it does inflict a wound, so you would get ward saves, magic res, and Banner of the Wild Dragon saves against it.
Yeah.
Fortunately, you can just turn those white lines into clan rats. They don't get a save against that.
No, they don't.
But yeah, super good. So that is it for the Lore of Plague. We're finishing off with Plague. So let's look at the score. So it's a 2 for variety of spell types, a 0 for power and frequency of the lore attribute, 3 for average spell range, 1 for spell flexibility, again sort of treating Wither as remains in play this time, 2 for average casting value, and 1 for the quality of the signature spell, which is a rather disappointing 9 out of 24 for Plague.
Out of all the armies we've gone through, out of the laws, this is the lowest rated lore.
Yeah, again, doesn't help that it doesn't have a lore attribute.
No lore attribute, no signatures, or no technical
No
signature.
signature to sort of speak of. We've assumed it's Pestilent Breath.
It's rough. I think it's more so hampered by the fact it's low range.
Yeah.
Or low range-ish because of the template and everything like that.
Yeah, it's all relatively low range. They are all relatively low to cast, though.
All of them are, apart from like Crack's Call. The only time to get double digits is the last 2 spells of both laws.
Yeah.
Scorch, Crack's Call, Cloud of Corruption, and Plague.
Yeah.
So
I think what stops it scoring the better values for the average casting value, because it does only score a 2, is the fact that in most laws, the signature is super low to cast. It's like a 4 or a 5 or a 6.
and these ones technically is a 5, 6, and 5, but if you count them as signatures.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll go from that. But they said they are rough. Dread 13 does a lot of work. Ruin is a damager.
Yeah, Ruin is the more, not offensive, but more magic missile, sort of spell slinging type.
I see Ruin as what would be your more typical lore of magic out there. It has a good mix. It has an augment. It has a hex.
Yep.
It has some direct damages. It has some magic missiles and everything like that. Whereas Plague is just all those, not gimmick lore, but it's based a lot around like toughness and stuff like that.
It's a debuff lore. That's what it is.
But it has 1 debuff in it.
I suppose, yeah.
Direct damage, because they don't have the
No, they don't have types, but the closest is...
Yeah, Pest and Breath would be direct damage. Cloud Crush is direct damage, so would Plague.
Yeah.
That's an augment.
That's an augment.
That'd be a hex.
That's a hex.
That'd be a direct damage as well. Magic
Vortex.
Missile.
Probably a Vortex. That doesn't remain in play. It's a sort of
Yeah.
weird... Could be direct damage, I suppose. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't have a type. But, yeah, I suppose
There's
it's
more
weird.
variety in the Ruin.
Yeah. Well, is there though? You've got 1 augment.
Augments.
Okay, 2 augments. If
Augment,
Scare
augment.
Leap's an augment, yeah.
Magic Missile.
Yeah.
Hex spell.
Yeah.
2 direct damages.
So it's very similar.
It's similar,
Yeah.
but looking at it, Ruin looks like the more typical lore
Yeah, okay.
to me.
Okay.
But then
enough.
you got access to 13 from if you're Gracie, if you take either law, and that's just a great equaliser.
Yeah, it is. It really is. But that is it. That is it for the Laws of Magic. So we've just got 1 section left. Just the sample army lists for us to go through. So Max is going to thematically and cinematically close the book. Not thematically, cinematically. And we are going to go into the final section of today's deep dive. So we are finishing up today with some sample army lists as ever. And for the Skaven, we've got 3 2,500 point lists. One of them is a completely uncomped list, known by many as the 2 Towers, which in short is what one of us would be likely to take to a completely uncomped event. No restrictions whatsoever. Then we have 2 lists using the Triple Crown Wargaming GT 2022 comp pack. One of them is an aggressive players list and the other is a more defensive list. So, shall we begin with the 2 Towers list?
Yep.
Let's go then with a Gracie on a Screaming Bell, the first of the 2 Towers.
This is your tower, Barrett Dur. I'm about to speak. He's going to say something really bad. That's the tower, Barrett Dur.
He's got the Shadow Magnet Trinket and Scarm. We have a Chieftain Battle Standard Bearer with the Foul Pendant and the Enchanted Shield. Pretty standard, very good Chieftain loadout.
Yep.
Then we have a Plague Priest with a Flail on the second of the 2 Towers.
A tower will thank.
A Plague Furnace, a Dispel Scroll, and the Opal Amulet.
Yeah.
And then we have a Warlock Engineer with a Doom Rocket. In core, we've got 3 units of 40 Skaven slaves. All 3 have got musicians and standards. Musicians and champions. I'll say it right.
Can't take standard bearers.
They can't take standards, and 2 of them have shields. Run out of points for the third one to have shields.
Obviously, there's 20 points you
Yeah.
just can't find elsewhere.
We have 40 Storm Vermin with full command, shields and the Storm Banner. They'll be pushing the Screaming Bell.
Yeah.
40 Plague Monks with full command on the Plague Banner. They'll be pushing the Plague Furnace.
Unsurprisingly.
And then in rare, we have 2 Hellpit Abominations. Why not?
Is that just it?
That's it. That's
Just
2 Hellpit Abominations.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, obviously, Screaming Bell goes into Storm Vermin, Plague Furnace into Plague Monks. You've got 2 Unbreakable 40 rat units.
There's not a place they can go.
No, there is not.
Because the Scream Bell can't join a Skaven slave.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And those Unbreakable blocks of 40 rats each, plus the amount that the Plague Furnace and the Screaming Bell take up, is then flanked by 120 slaves.
Yeah, you're not getting the flanks. And if you did get the flanks, it's not going anywhere because it's unbreakable.
Exactly.
And if you try and get the flanks as slave, you're going to help it.
Yeah, exactly. Like these guys just tar pit the enemy, the slaves. They sort of get in there, get in the way, hold things in place, and then the hell pits hit the flanks and just absolutely devastate.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd like some gut runners in there.
Yeah.
Some shooting.
Yeah,
in my
I can
opinion.
understand that.
There's not a lot you can drop from
Not
them, to be
really.
honest.
You're looking at maybe dropping the. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Yeah, maybe dropping the Warlock Engineer. You lose the Doom Rocket, which is big.
But just not enough points for the whatchamacallits, the gut runners.
Oh no, I forgot how GP.
That guy's 45 points.
It's insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can drop if you want
there
some
isn't
shooting.
really.
But
You're dropping some Plague Monks, or you're dropping a Hell Pit,
you're
dropping a lot of Plague Monks.
Yeah. Or you drop maybe a unit of Skaven slaves, but even that's like 100 points. It's not enough.
I don't know if you have core then.
Who knows?
Probably not.
There's not a lot. There's not a lot of room to manoeuvre. You have to make a big.
Not
call.
really. To be fair though, there's not many easy VPs in this list. The slaves will die, but they're worth about 280 points for all of them.
In the words of Lord Farquhar from the hit movie Shrek, some of you will die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Other DreamWorks animated movies are out there.
Oh, help me, please. Oh dear. Why, Max? Just why? Why did you do that?
Because it's funny. Anyway, moving on. So
yes. You do have the Storm Banner in there as well, and those Storm Vermin. I don't actually know if I said that when I went for the list, but they do have the Storm Banner to sort of protect you against that shooting, which I think you need, to be fair, with the 2 towers, with one of them being particularly vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, it does help with the not even what do you call it, cannon defense. It helps with cannon defense, stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You've also got a decent amount of spells. You've got 4 from the Grey Seer, 2 from the Plague Priest.
Is he level 2 or is he level 1?
1 from the Plague Priest. Dropping points, you see. I'd normally have them as level 2, but obviously dropping
hoping
points.
you're up with her.
Yeah, probably. You're hoping you're
with her.
Maybe
or
Plague. Depends what you're fighting.
I mean, it's Plague or with her, to be honest.
Yeah, because you don't really want Pestilent Breath, but you might be stuck with it.
Yeah, if you roll Vermintide, then you
probably keep it. To be honest, I'd keep Vermintide over Pestilent Breath. You hit more models.
You do hit more models.
And you don't have to be within like 8 inches for it to be useful.
I stick the Grey Seal on Ruin, if I'm honest.
So would I. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be looking for Howling Walkgale, 100%.
I'd be Scorch, try and get
you
that.
Want one of them Skit Elite. Scorch is nice.
Do you want Skit Elite though?
Yeah, for the Doom Rocket dude. Oh, I suppose he's Doom Rocket.
He's got quite a big range for it.
It's just better when it's like down the length of a battle line, though, isn't it? Rather than into, because that's when you overshoot it or fall short.
That's where you just might have to just make careful position.
Absolutely.
So I don't think Skit Elite's as necessary in that one. I think I'd probably only swap out for the Dreaded 13th.
Okay.
And then hopefully get Scorch. You might be fun to get a double Scorch going from the Scream Bell.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I would take all 4 on Ruin.
Yeah, I'd agree, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to... It sort of just moves forwards quite steadily. There's nothing particularly quick. The Hellpits can be, but there's nothing hugely fast, and then it's just super hard to actually push back.
It also did Hellpits themselves off for just fire and forget missiles.
Yeah. It doesn't have the best comp score, if you were to put this through our comp pack.
What would it be?
It is a rather large -7. It could be worse, but it isn't. It is -7.
I think if you're looking, you drop all those slave units down a model.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
just
absolutely,
drop you
yeah.
39 slaves.
That suddenly takes you down to like -4.
Yeah.
And you can probably afford shields on that third unit then.
Yeah. I think.
Well, maybe
No,
not.
no,
You'd have to drop something quite light.
6 points.
Yeah.
And then other points, you probably have to drop maybe a hell pit. Then I'll probably put a doom wheel in or some warp lightning cannon.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't drop a hell pit to be honest. I think
No.
I think I'd leave it as -4. I think I'll go
Yeah.
for that. Yeah.
But you got 6 points to spend. Take a Wolfhound bodyguard.
No. That'd be 6 points under. So onto the list built with the Triple Crown comp in mind. These will be slightly kinder on the comp score. So the first one, we've got a Gracier with Skalm, a Dispel Scroll, and the Talisman of Preservation. We have Queek making an appearance. Got an Assassin with Weeping Blade and the Potion of Strength, which is, I think, the best loadout from
Assassin
the
loader A, yeah.
A Chieftain Battle Standard Bearer with a Foul Pendant and the Enchanted Shield. A Warlock Engineer, who's a level 1 wizard with the Doom Rocket.
Okay.
4 units of 5 Giant Rats with 1 Packmaster each. 39 Clan Rats.
Packmaster between the 5.
39 Clan Rats with full command and shield. 39 Skaven Slaves with Musician, Champion and shields. 35 Queek Vermin with full command, shields and the Storm Banner. 2 units of 6 Gutter Runners with 2 hand weapons, poison attacks and slings. And my page is stuck. And 2 Hell Pit Abominations.
That is incredibly similar to what I run a couple of weeks ago.
It is.
What
actually.
didn't I have?
You didn't have level 1 on him, I don't think.
I did.
On the Warlock Engineer.
I gave him the brass orb instead.
Yeah, Brass Orb
And
instead
I
of Doom
had
Rocket.
1 less unit Giant Rats.
Yep.
That's exactly what I had.
Yeah, very, very close. It's a good list. It's a very solid list.
Yeah.
It's got its comp score on -5.
It's
not terrible.
awful.
Across a sort of 2-day event, it's only 1 point per game. You got to think of it like that. It's 200. It's 1 tournament point. It's 200 victory points per game.
If you're looking at 7 comp points, you probably would drop a unit of Giant Rats.
Yes.
Because that'd be -1 per unit after the second.
Third. I think.
Okay, is it third?
You're at least paying 1, so
Yeah.
I would, same as Max, I would drop a point off of them. I don't think I'd want to drop anything else. I've got to be honest. I don't think I'd want to drop anything else.
Maybe a hell pit to go for a warp lightning cannon.
I wouldn't do it.
That's something else that's different than my game against James. I had a warp lightning cannon as well.
Yeah.
What did I have to get a warp lightning cannon there?
Who knows? I haven't got a clue. Yeah, I think that's probably where I'd save the point. I don't think you really want to save anything else.
No.
You could, if you're feeling fruity, you could drop the scroll off the Gracier. It's bold.
I don't think it's kind of weird in one of those armies that maybe you think sometimes you don't want to take because it's not necessary sometimes. Other times you think, oh, I'm going to get messed up by a fire convocation or Dirth Below or anything like that.
Yeah, you've not got any magic res from a bell.
But if you don't take the scroll, it does give you the opportunity to take the power scroll.
Does.
Which is,
yeah, it does.
But then you obviously
then you will save a point of comp if you drop the scroll for the power scroll.
No, because then you're taking 3 points, 3 items.
Yeah, but you're already taking 1, so you -1. Then you -2 for taking 3 items.
Yeah.
But the scroll saves you 2 points. So you'd be
Yeah.
up 1. So that's another potential slight change. But the list as it is at the moment, those 4 small units of Giant Rats means you've got loads of chaff to block off any sort of big charges. The Gutter Runners can double as sort of redirection if they have to, but really good at threatening war machines or, plinking wounds off sort of monsters, chariots, single models. It does only really have 1 combat block, which are those Storm Vermin.
They're quick vermin, aren't they?
They are... Yeah, they are quick vermin. They are quick vermin.
They are quick vermin, good.
However, it does have 2 very hard-hitting monsters to back them up.
Yeah, the Fire and Forgets.
The Fire and Forgets. And Queek and the Assassin really add a lot of output. So Queek is likely going to go in those Storm Vermin. The Assassin I'd probably hide in this... I'd probably hide him in the Clan Rats, and I'd put the Gracier in there as well.
No, because I'd want him front and centre to try and do some damage. So I'd stick him again into the Storm Vermin on a slave unit.
I wouldn't put him into the Storm Vermin because I think you've probably got enough, and I don't think what that Assassin adds will help against what the Storm Vermin don't have enough against. I think what Storm Vermin and Queek should be able to deal with basically anything. They're your best combat block. They're your best option for it. They should be able to deal with what you have to deal
I'd
with.
stick it in a slave. So the Clan Rats are good, but they're going to be hiding at the back and you're not getting the most out of your Assassin unless it's protecting the Gracier.
Yeah, that's why I'd sort of want him there. But I can see the argument for the slaves.
Yeah.
Definitely. You want to sort of run those slaves and the clan rats deep as well, maximise the steadfast, and
Boss those bad boys.
I don't know if I'd hoard the Queek Vermin. I don't know if
How
there's
many are
enough.
there?
35 plus Queek.
7 wide.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. I think I'd
7
probably go
wide.
7 wide.
You got Queek on one end, made
Yeah.
a BSB on the other.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's how you do
definitely.
it.
Actually, to be fair, I forgot I had the BSB. That's a good point. I would put the assassin in the slaves because I'd put the BSB in the clan rats.
Yeah, there you go.
And he would be there to sort of protect the Great Seal.
I'd probably try and stick Queek in the centre of the unit as well.
Maybe.
Because
Maybe.
he's a nightmare to get in the centre because of his
He
model, and the way his model is.
Yeah.
But no, it's hard hitting. There's a lot of stuff in there that people do struggle to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless you just panic everything off because that happens.
That happens. But yeah, you do want to use that steadfast on the slaves particularly to pin something in place so your sort of storm vermin can come around and gang up on it, or your hell pits, which is a really vital tactic for an army that doesn't have the sort of best base stats in the world. And very, very thematic. Fighting, outnumbering your opponent sort of 3-4 to 1. And that's how you beat them.
With
Very Skaven.
rubbish troops.
Yeah, very Skaven. Finally, though, we're going to look at the defensive players list.
This is a demented brainchild of James.
It is the demented brainchild of James. Changed slightly. James had different weapons, but
Yeah.
we'll get into that. We have discussed several lists like this as a sort of group, but they were James's brainchild. So let's start off with, again, a Gracier. He's got an additional Warpstone token. He's got Scarm and the Talisman of Preservation. Then we've got an Assassin with the Weeping Blade and the Potion of Strength. We've got a Chieftain Battle Standard Bearer with the Shield, the Foul Pendant and the Dragon Helm. 2 level 1 Warlock Engineers. Both have got a Warp Musket. One has got the Doom Rocket and the other has got Warlock Optics and the Dispel Scroll. We have 2 units of Giant Rats, both with a Packmaster. 2 units of 38 Skaven Slaves with Musicians, Champions and Shields. 4 units of 10 Storm Vermin with Champions with Warp Muskets and Rattling Gun Weapons teams each.
Mad.
All the Rattling Guns. 2 units of 5 Guard Runners with 2 Hand Weapons, Poison Attacks and Slings. 2 units of 5 Warplock Jazals with Champions each. 2 Plague Claw Catapults and
2, I believe.
I think it's 2, but my page is stuck again. 2 Warp Lightning Cannons. All the shooting, all the time. It's a 0, this list overall.
Yeah.
Because you've not gone for any of the sort of generically or recognisably hard points. Really. You've not got anything. Or you've only got 1 item off the list of super dirty things. You've only got the Doom Rocket. You do have a scroll, but you've not gone for Hellpit Abominations. You've got 2 Warp Lightning Cannons. You've gone for Warplock Chisels, which are a plus. They do have their limitations, but I think in a list like this that likes standing off you, or at least throwing slaves into you that you can then shoot into that combat.
Yeah, you shoot with the combat. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so don't put your BSB in your slaves. Don't do that, because then you can't.
Don't put your Grace in your slaves either.
Yeah, definitely don't do that.
I mean, do we have any clan rats? We don't have any clan rats.
No,
I'm trying to think
rats.
where the Grace Seal goes.
You can get a 10 Storm then.
He's going to have to go into Unit 10 Storm.
Could join the Warp Lodges out. Could join the Giant Rats. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
He's wildly different in playstyle to the other 2 lists. It's got a terrifying potential when it comes to shooting.
But that's where it comes down to with Skaven shooting.
It is all random, it is just potential. You've got 4 War Machines though, 2 of which are pretty reliable, those Plague Claw Catapults.
The Warlock Cannons.
Less so. But potentially horrendously damaging. Like I said, you've got the ability to shoot into combats with the Skaven Slaves. You've got a cheeky assassin to jump out and jab that character.
But where's he going though?
He'd go in slaves for me.
But he can't shoot into the unit.
He's hidden. He doesn't count as being in the
No,
unit.
once he's revealed though.
Yeah, once he's revealed, you can't.
Unless you run around by himself.
Could do. I wouldn't, but you could do.
Still gonna gut running it. That's where he goes.
Yeah,
Stick him
that's
in gut
where he
running.
goes. Stick him in gut runners. Oh, that's dirty.
That's it, he goes in.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Oh, that's really good. You've also got a pumped up Grace here with that extra Warpstone token. So he's got D3 plus 1.
Yeah.
It is going to struggle against certain builds. It's very scared of quick, particularly flying units that get into those storm vermin or those rattling guns or those Jazals or those artillery pieces quickly
It's
and
going
can
to be
close them down.
Yeah, you don't want to fight Bretts.
No, not really.
They're quite quick. They can close the gap quite, and they get a good ward save against all those rattling guns.
They do.
They get quite a good ward save.
They're strength 5.
Strength 5.
Guns. Yeah.
Vampires, the flying like the Spirit, the Dog, and Hex Wraith lists.
Yeah.
Although the
The
rattling
Hex
guns
Wraiths will decimate the Hex Wraiths.
The rattling guns will mess them up.
But if you go super fast, a list that I ran, that was 3k, but that sort of list, you just swarm them with targets.
Yeah, but 3k, then you got an extra 500 points to take some more rattling guns.
Yeah, of course, potentially.
Skaven go brrrt.
I do think your biggest concerns are probably Dark Elves, because they can shoot a lot as well, and they have lots of fast cavalry. Alright, they don't have much flying, but they can have Masters on Pegs, which are terrifying.
I also think it's the concern of protecting your greys here.
Yeah, if something gets into that unit with your Gracie, your Gracie is probably dead.
There was a consideration just a second ago of me you swap the spell scroll for a power scroll and try and make the most out of Dread 13 to protect your units.
Yeah.
But then if you get hit by just like a top level fireball into a unit of one of those storm
That's scary.
you're like, oh, my Gracie might actually pop it right now.
Yeah, it's potentially very
So
scary.
I think
especially because actually it might not even hit your Gracie here, but it will probably panic him from killing enough of the storm vermin.
I think you do actually want to keep the spell scroll to stop some of those. And we're not even talking about the scary spells like Doom Bolts.
Yeah, Doombolt's terrifying.
Big 46 Doom Bolt. You're like,
I'll be honest, even a 2d6 on what will be an 11-man unit, 12-man if you've got the BSB in there.
Get rid of
you've got
enough.
4 models.
Get rid of enough things Spirit Leash. You can't look at. Well, you can't look and get a spell you can look at Surians.
Actually, it's not even that. I just Doombolt them and make them run away.
Yeah.
You won't have a rank bonus at
Because
that
you're
point.
Leash of 7.
You're 7. Alright, you got a reroll. You're 7.
That's another thing. You're not getting a lot of rank bonuses for your leash. Your basic, if they're all on their unit sizes, is 8. So there is issues for this.
Absolutely, yeah. But I think it's got the potential to be absolutely terrifying. Now, it's worth saying James's original idea for this list had poisoned wind mortars instead of the rattling guns.
I think a mix would be better. The poison mortars, they were in 5. And then you hit more models, but
No armor saves.
no armor saves. But then
And it's 4s under the hull.
they're not good.
Which I don't get that. I don't get why the Plague Claw Catapult isn't 4s under the hull.
It's just a giant puddle of goo.
Yeah, but the other one's just a ball of gas.
More concentrated gas. That's where it spreads from.
It's more concentrated goo.
Well, no, it spreads across in the air, doesn't it?
No.
Anyway,
Anyway, I don't know.
I think the poison wind mortars, they don't deal well with the single monsters. But you're the one cans for it.
You got the rattling cannons. You got Jazals. Jazals are really good at that.
Yeah, I like rattling guns, so I actually want to keep some. Just
I don't know. I think I'd go all poison wind mortars.
okay.
Yeah. You've got an alright amount of chaff. You've got 2 units of giant rats. You've also got the 2 units of garter runners.
And 2 Skaven slaves.
And 2 units of Skaven slaves. They're not going to be great at redirecting stuff, but they're good for holding stuff, putting stuff, holding it in place.
But no, there are. It's an odd one.
It
I
is.
think James,
It's a very
I think
different
James
list.
really wants to do it.
I do think he really wants to do it, yeah, and it'll be really interesting if he does ever get it together.
Well, no, so it's interesting if you ever get together because you'll be doing it.
Yeah,
You'll be buying, or I'll buy it.
He'll buy it, yeah. That can be your other army to fail your challenge this year.
I'll volunteer as tribute.
You heard it here first, folks. Force Max to buy that army.
I'm not doing it.
But we are going to leave it there. That is it. The Skaven Deep Dive is all done. It was a day, an afternoon, and an evening of complete and utter
we are
randomness.
literally going into evening right now.
We are. We started this like this morning. But I think hopefully you can see why the Skaven perform so very inconsistently in competitive play. But hopefully this has really helped you all understand the army a bit better, find some new and exciting combos, and shown you perhaps some of their weaknesses to exploit against them. As always, feel free to give us your feedback on the socials, share your lists, and ask us questions. We are more than happy to help. Thanks for joining us both here today, and we'll see you hopefully at an event soon or back on the mustering ground. See you later, guys.
Bye bye.
Remember to tag your friends and like, subscribe and share. Then head over to triplecrownwargaming.com and become a Knight of the Realm today.
What are you doing, mate?
You alright?
Do it for Warhammer!